Chapter 1 Brothers United, Their Strength Unmatched. East Blue. Some say, the sea is like a fickle woman, calm one moment and hysterical the next. In his previous life, Roman had never seen the sea, but in this life, he deeply agreed. Even after 3 years of drifting and fighting at sea, he had to grab the rope beside him to avoid being thrown into the ocean. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the wind made the skull flag flutter fiercely. The waves rose and fell, and just looking at the surging momentum, one could feel an irresistible force between heaven and earth. From above, the 400-ton pirate ship riding the waves with a crew of 50 looked like a fallen leaf in the vast ocean, rising and falling, seemingly about to be swallowed by a wave at any moment. At this moment, a huge flash of light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and the power of nature descended with a roar. Under this lightning, everyone's skin on the riding the waves was covered with a layer of sheen, and the swords in their hands gleamed brightly. The lookout on the mast shouted loudly, "Target spotted! 3 o'clock direction, 12 nautical miles away." Standing at the bow, straight as a spear in the wind and waves, was a middle-aged man wearing a deep black tricorn hat. With a zing, he drew his rapier and ordered, "Full right rudder, raise the triangular sail, full speed ahead." Under the command of the eagle-eyed middle-aged man, the riding the waves lived up to its name, cutting through the sea like an arrow, unaffected by the stormy waves. Before long, the target of the pirate ship appeared in everyone's sight, an armed merchant ship. Although the sailors on board kept throwing barrels and debris into the sea, they were still gradually caught up by the riding the waves, which had the speed advantage. "Ready, fire." The middle-aged man raised his rapier once again. With a powerful downward swing, the riding the waves suddenly tilted to the left, while the right side spewed out several tongues of fire. Amidst the white mist, a few whistling cannonballs flew towards the merchant ship ahead. But since it was an armed merchant ship daring enough to venture out to sea, it wouldn't be an easy target for these solid iron balls. In fact, this attack was more of a test than a real battle. They were testing if there were any experts on the other side who could intercept the cannonballs. After a few rounds of firing and confirming that there were no experts on the other side, the middle-aged man raised his chin and directly ordered to speed up and prepare for boarding combat. For the captain of a pirate ship, this was their favorite tactic. Because once they won the boarding battle, they could not only plunder as much wealth as possible but also capture the entire merchant ship. Of course, the risks of boarding combat and the loss of sailors were also quite high. Despite the towering waves and rolling whitecaps, the riding the waves quickly sailed parallel to the cumbersome merchant ship on the right, relying on its incredible speed. As grappling hooks flew over and latched onto the other ship's railings, the sailors on the armed merchant ship kept firing back, but the bad weather severely affected the use of their flintlock guns. Meanwhile, the pirates on the riding the waves were already shouting excitedly, quickly setting up planks to prepare for hand-to-hand combat. But, whoosh! A figure had already leaped across the distance between the two ships, landing with a thud behind the merchant ship's sailors' defensive line. "Who is it?" Amidst the merchant sailors' exclamations, the person who landed behind them was, yes, although the newcomer had a well-proportioned build and clearly defined muscles under the thin sailor's uniform, his handsome face revealed that he was indeed a young man. Moreover, that face, in a different setting, the sailors might have mistaken him for a noble young master on an outing, but now, with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, he didn't look like a good person at all. "Take him down." With an order from the merchant leader, the surrounding sailors immediately charged at the young man, swinging their sword at him without hesitation. In such a critical moment, inappropriate laughter came from the riding the waves. "Ha ha ha, they're doomed. They actually dared to attack Roman. Brilliant." Amidst the pirates' wanton laughter, the besieged young man softly muttered to himself, "You struck first." Clang! The metal shield in his hand, no, with a thickness of over 3 centimeters, it could no longer be called a shield but rather a steel plate. With just a casual sweep, it forcefully deflected the 3 swords that were slashing towards him. Under the immense power, the 3 swords shattered into pieces instantly. It was like detonating 3 bombs, with fragments containing immense kinetic energy shooting in all directions with a piercing whistle. Thud, thud, thud. The thick deck was instantly cut and slashed by the fragments, leaving long scars with a screeching sound. Even worse were the sailors who initiated the attack. Under this shotgun-like attack, their bodies were sliced by the high-speed spinning fragments like rag dolls, instantly spraying blood arrows as they were thrown backward. Thud, thud, thud. Next came the sound of bodies collapsing, followed by swish. The silver blade light swirled around the young man, and several sailors' heads flew into the air. Their bewildered eyes hadn't even registered what had happened, while the attacker had already pounced on the nearby merchant ship sailors like a leopard. A tiger among sheep? The battle? No, it couldn't even be called a battle anymore. In terms of both strength and speed, the young man known as Roman by the pirates far surpassed ordinary people. With each swift swing of his sailor knife and the 100-pound shield, a merchant sailor would scream, or be sent flying without even a chance to scream. Oh, hurry, hurry. Don't let Roman kill them all by himself. As Roman quickly cleared a large section of the deck, the pirates on the riding the waves shouted wildly and crossed the planks. After another bald-headed man chopped down a dozen merchant sailors in one go, the merchant side's morale collapsed, and they abandoned the deck. Thud. Well done, Roman. At this moment, the middle-aged man also crossed the plank. He first nodded at Roman, who held a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, then turned to look at the fleeing merchant sailors, the cabin. It seemed the other side hadn't given up resistance. "Follow me." The middle-aged man, standing straight as a spear, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and walked towards the cabin stairs with a steady yet elegant stride. The pirates behind him also shouted wildly, raising their weapons and following him in. Down the stairs, they were met with a resistance line organized by a dozen merchant sailors. Using the narrow passage of the cabin to their advantage, the front row knelt on the ground with guns, while the back row stood with flintlock guns, forming a multi-layered dance formation. As soon as they saw someone coming in, they pulled the triggers without hesitation. Since the middle-aged man at the front was undoubtedly the leader of the pirates, almost all the lead bullets were aimed at him. However, the middle-aged man's face showed a cruel and bloodthirsty grin. Facing the incoming bullets, he drew his silver rapier in an instant, slashing and parrying with dazzling speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His movements were so fast that they exceeded the human eye's ability to track, so most of the pirates saw silver streaks suddenly appear around the middle-aged man. The lead bullets aimed at him were deflected with a series of clinks, embedding deeply into the surrounding cabin. Slicing bullets with a sword, blocking firearms with a knife. In this world, it was not a fantasy but a mark of being one step above the rest. The middle-aged man's pace didn't slow down as he strode past the temporary barricade formed by the sailors. Behind him, the dozen or so merchant sailors wore expressions of terror and disbelief. They stood frozen in place, and after a few seconds, blood spurted from their throats, foreheads, and chests, and they slowly collapsed. "Captain is mighty. Captain is invincible. Ha ha ha, to think they dared to oppose our captain with a bounty of 30 million, I admire their courage. And Roman with a bounty of 10 million. The pirates at the rear were already used to such scenes. They first looked at their captain with reverence, then swarmed forward, professionally looting the corpses. They wiped the blood off their weapons with the dead sailors' clothes and dragged the bodies onto the deck. To feed the fish in the sea, Roman and another bald man followed the middle-aged man's footsteps, and all resistance along the way crumbled like paper before the three of them. The captain swiftly killed, the bald strongman destroyed the terrain with his immense strength, and Roman defended and blocked attacks. Thus, the three of them advanced like a hot knife through butter until they reached an ornate door. Bang! The door was kicked open by the bald man, who then strode in, raising his blood-stained axe at the merchant captain wearing a tricorn hat. "You can't kill me." The captain clutched a small box tightly, his face full of despair as he tried to intimidate the intruders. "I am Joker's." Thud. The bald man's axe silenced the merchant captain's words instantly. What did he say? Roman, the last to enter, frowned. He said. The bald strongman scratched his shiny head. Uncertainly, he said he was a joker. The bark of a defeated dog. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively and casually picked up the box from the ground. Since the two people present were his trusted subordinates, even if there were treasures. Click. As the box opened, a purple fruit with swirling patterns appeared before the three of them. The fruit looked like a devil fruit. In an instant, the air in the captain's cabin became tense. Chapter 2, with the fruit, no more brothers. Ha ha ha, a great harvest. Drink. I'll drink first, you do as you please. Eat. On the now calm sea, two ships sailed slowly, one behind the other. On the riding the waves, a banquet was being held. The victorious Silver Light pirates were bringing food and drinks from the merchant ship onto the deck to feast, drinking large bowls of wine, eating large chunks of meat, and dividing the gold. After a thrilling battle, feasting and drinking was the pirates' happiest time. Of course, there were also the berries and various gold and silver jewelry in their pockets. Besides these personal spoils, this time they scored a big haul, as the merchant ship was loaded with weapons. This kind of hard currency would sell easily in any country in this war-torn world. The captain promised a 3-2-4-1 split after selling the goods. The captain would take 30%, the bald man would take 20%, the rest would get 40%, and Roman would take 10%. In fact, it should have been a 3-2-3-2 split, but the young Roman insisted on taking only 10%, giving the remaining 10% to the crew. However, no killing children, no raping women. Because of that share and his great strength, all the pirates had to grudgingly follow the crazy Roman's rules. After all, with the captain's tacit approval, even the bald man had to comply. In short, the young man named Roman seemed out of place among the ordinary pirates, with many quirks they couldn't understand. For example, brushing his teeth and washing his face every day. For example, constantly exercising whenever he had free time. For example, spending all his savings on high-quality ingredients. For example, only fighting back after being attacked. So, while everyone else gathered in small groups to brag and drink, the young man named Roman sat alone by the ship's rail, sipping his drink. Year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. Roman's eyes were a bit dazed. Unknowingly, he had been in this world for 3 years. Yes, Roman was a transmigrator from Earth. However, to his dismay, it seemed the Time-Space Administration had made a mistake. Not only was Roman a nobody in the world of One Piece, but he also didn't have the standard cheat abilities. Forget about any system, he hadn't even seen the devil fruit that every transmigrator supposedly gets. As someone with a criminal record, Roman had no choice but to continue the dead-end job of being a pirate. He didn't even have the chance to join the Marines to learn Rokushiki and Haki. The future looked bleak. Thinking of the devil fruit, Roman subconsciously glanced in the captain's direction, meeting the gaze of the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat. In an instant, a young man's calmness, a middle-aged man's sharpness, their gazes clashed in the air. Then they both looked away nonchalantly. The devil fruit, Roman sighed inwardly. A rumored treasure worth 100 million berries. Moreover, it's a priceless treasure. For many forces, 100 million berries is just a small goal, but a devil fruit can greatly enhance the combat power of a corps member. Whether it's turned into combat power or sold for money, it's a huge temptation for the Silverlight pirates. So, after the middle-aged man casually closed the box, a strange and inexplicable atmosphere flowed between the three leaders of the pirate group. Maybe, it would have been better if the captain had just eaten it right away. Roman's well-toned arm suddenly lost its strength, and the cup fell helplessly onto the deck. Clang! The sound of the metal cup hitting the ground seemed like a signal. As Roman leaned back against the ship's rail, the pirates who had been celebrating moments ago began to collapse one by one. Thud, thud, thud. With a series of dense thuds, the previously lively riding the waves instantly fell silent, with everyone collapsing to the ground as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. No, they were already dead. Their wide-open eyes began to dilate, blood slowly trickled from the corners of their mouths, and their chests had stopped rising and falling. All of this indicated that the end of the Silverlight pirates had quietly arrived. Except for the middle-aged man sitting on the captain's throne, playing with the cup in his hand. Humph. The middle-aged man stood up with a cold snort, his hand on the rapier at his waist. Get up, stop pretending. At the captain's words, two figures stood up from the pile of corpses, Roman and the bald man. Why, Captain. Roman spoke softly. Wouldn't it be better if you just ate the devil fruit? It would greatly enhance your combat power and lead the brothers to wealth. Roman looked at the middle-aged man's cold face, his eyes filled with regret and disappointment. To be fair, his captain was already considered good among pirates. He had brains, strength, generosity, and wasn't erratic. As a transmigrator without a cheat ability and no knowledge of navigation, Roman felt that staying with the Silverlight pirates was a good choice. At least he could peacefully train and improve his strength. It seems I overestimated you, Captain. Picking up the sword and shield from the deck, Roman took a stance facing the middle-aged man. The meaning was clear. Roman, let's take him down together. The bald strongman, holding an axe, moved cautiously towards Roman while keeping an eye on the middle-aged man. In a three-way standoff, it's wise for the weaker two sides to team up against the stronger one, so, all right. Roman answered without hesitation, and then, whoosh. Just as the bald strongman entered Roman's 2-meter alert zone, he suddenly turned and swung his massive axe at Roman with a fierce whooshing sound. It was a full-force attack. Captain, attack. Clang. However, at the moment the bald strongman launched his sudden attack, Roman also turned and raised his shield at a 30-degree angle to block. While deflecting the bald man's attack, he caused the axe to slide off to the side with a trail of sparks. Then, with a flash of his other hand's blade, swoosh, a large, shiny bald head flew into the air. Thud. Stepping aside to avoid the falling headless body, Roman turned to look at the middle-aged man standing still. Why didn't you take the opportunity to attack? Facing the silent middle-aged man, Roman shook his head to himself. It seems you didn't even want to keep him, even though he was loyal to you until the end. But the middle-aged man remained indifferent. Come on, Captain. No more words were needed. For pirates, the way to solve problems ultimately came down to who had the bigger fist. With his shield in front and his sword hidden behind, Roman took a stance and advanced towards his superior. The opponent was incredibly fast and agile, so to win, he had to limit his movement space. Whoosh. Clang, 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 clang. Amidst the corpses on the riding the waves, the last two members of the Silverlight pirates were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. One moved swiftly, his rapier like a storm of rain, the other stood firm, his shield blocking and his knife waiting for an opportunity. Although it seemed like Roman was being pressed, with several wounds appearing on his body, his eyes remained calm. After all, the middle-aged man's high-speed swordsmanship was very exhausting, usually requiring others to help him recover. As long as he could hold out until the captain showed signs of fatigue. You want to wait for me to get tired? Naive. After another thrust was blocked by Roman's shield, the middle-aged man suddenly took a deep breath while moving at high speed, and then, slash, the rapier in his hand burst into a brilliant light and slashed down fiercely, like a silver moon descending, like thunder in spring. Silently, it cut through Roman's heavy shield like a hot knife through butter. Cutting iron? With one strike, the middle-aged man broke through Roman's proud defense. He quickly retracted his rapier and then thrust it towards Roman's throat without hesitation. In his eyes, a shieldless Roman would be defeated in an instant by his swordsmanship. Splat. Blood splattered. A drastic change in expression. The blood was Roman's, but the look of shock and anger was on the middle-aged man's face. At the moment the shield shattered, Roman raised his left hand to meet the middle-aged man's rapier. He certainly couldn't perform the high-difficulty move of catching a blade with bare hands. But knowing the middle-aged captain well, Roman knew his next strike would aim for his throat, so there is no problem at all to pretending to catch the blade with bare hands. The middle-aged man's rapier pierced through Roman's palm, then traveled up his arm, breaking through at his elbow, making it look like Roman had grown a silver arm blade. Despite the severe injury, even the battle-hardened Roman winced, but in that split second, his left hand's fingers closed firmly around the rapier's guard. At the same time, his right hand slashed out. Swoosh! Blood splattered, mixed with the organs spilling from the abdomen. Indeed, as the middle-aged man had imagined, the outcome was decided in an instant, but it was the opposite of what he had imagined. You lost? With his left hand pierced by the rapier, Roman walked slowly towards the middle-aged man, who was half kneeling on the ground, clutching his stomach. Actually, when I saw the devil fruit, I was tempted to, but I still hoped you, Captain, could come up with a fair distribution plan. Things didn't go as hoped. Cough, cough. That's 100 million berries. The middle-aged man, half kneeling on the ground, spoke painfully. With that money, you could easily set up a business in any country and become a noble, who would still want to fight and die at sea. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth as he finished, but he had to face reality. Roman, I lost. The fruit is yours, it's in the captain's cabin. He clutched the wound on his stomach with one hand, blood continuously seeping through his fingers, along with his dignity. Spare me, I no longer pose a threat to you. I didn't want this either, but I have a mother, a wife, and a 5-year-old daughter back home. I don't want them to lose a son, a husband, a father. I just wanted to fight for a happy life for them. Under the middle-aged man's confession, Roman walked up to him, put down his sword, and sighed. Even after rolling around with pirates for several years, his previous life's values still influenced him. Thank you, thank you. The middle-aged man lowered his head as if in repentance, but a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a hidden blade silently popped out, and then, die, swoosh. The two figures suddenly overlapped, and as the blade pierced through flesh, the middle-aged man's expression changed from ferocious to stunned. Captain. Roman, who had stabbed the man, whispered in his ear. Your hometown was razed to the ground by you 10 years ago. What wife and children are there? Swoosh. Roman withdrew the sword, taking the middle-aged man's life and soul with it. The captain fell backward into a pool of blood, and the tricorn hat symbolizing his authority rolled to the side. All that was left was an ordinary middle-aged man. This is what it means to be a pirate. The sole victor looked around. Although the ground was littered with scum who burned, killed, and looted, they were also comrades who had fought and laughed together. Just pirates, after all. The young man turned and walked towards the captain's cabin to claim the blood-soaked spoils of victory. Chapter 3, The Straw Hat appears, the style changes. Blue sky, white clouds. A merchant ship drifted aimlessly on the sea, with no destination or direction. The entire ship was empty, not a single sailor in sight, like the legendary ghost ship. Until, thud, a drifting barrel bumped into the merchant ship, and a faint voice came from the barrel. Huh? Hit a ship. Great. Bang. The barrel was smashed open by a fist, and a figure wearing a straw hat excitedly stretched out his upper body. That was a good nap. Well then. Whoosh. The boy's arms suddenly stretched out like rubber bands, grabbing the ship's rail, and with a pull. Snap. He leaped onto the merchant ship, laughing heartily. That was close. I thought I'd be sucked into the whirlpool. My journey to become the pirate king almost. Creak. The door on the merchant ship's deck opened, and Roman walked out, his eyes coldly fixed on the intruder. It was a boy with messy black hair and a scar under his left eye. He wore a red vest, blue knee-length denim shorts, and straw sandals. But the most striking feature was the straw hat on his head and the confident smile on his face. That outfit? Roman's eyes flickered for a moment but quickly returned to calm. Monkey D. Luffy, the chosen one of this world, the rubber fruit user, who always said, I'm going to be the pirate king. A fool? What is a pirate? A pirate is someone who robs, takes without working, acts recklessly, and is the scum of the scum, the villain of villains. Hi, hello. Seeing Roman walk out, the straw hat boy waved with a smile. 100,000 berries. In an instant, the boy's smile froze on his face, as if a row of question marks appeared above his straw hat. Ship fare. Roman continued calmly. 100,000 berries, 3 meals a day, accommodation provided, extra charge if you stay more than half a month. This. The straw hat boy's face fell instantly, and after stammering for a while, he finally squeezed out a sentence. I have no money. No money. Roman glanced at the boy, who exuded an aura of poverty. A straw hat, a vest, knee-length denim shorts, and flip-flops. He had no pockets, looking like he had penniless written all over him. Then I'm sorry, please go back to where you came from. Protagonists, the most annoying. No, big brother. The straw hat boy was so shocked that his jaw dropped to his chest. Literally, I can't swim, and I just broke the barrel. You tell me this is the future pirate king? Sorry, this is my ship. You have to pay the fare to ride a ship, you understand that, right? I can work to pay it off, I'm a hard worker. The straw hat boy suddenly clapped his hands together, looking like he had a great idea. Right, you can be my crewmate. If you become my crewmate, you don't have to pay the fare, ha ha ha, I'm so smart. This time it was Roman's turn to be full of question marks. Is this guy trying to get something for nothing? I refuse. Facing Roman's firm answer, the straw hat boy looked shocked, as if he couldn't believe it. Wait, won't you reconsider? By the way, my name is Luffy. I'm the man who will become the pirate king. Facing the smiling straw hat boy, no, Luffy, Roman lowered his head and sneered. A pirate. That's perfect. Whoosh. He spread his arms, and sheets of paper flew out of his hands, quickly transforming into a sword and a shield. Since you're a pirate, let's pay the pirate way. Roman squinted at the boy named Luffy, shield in front, knife hidden behind. Kill me, and this ship is yours. Wow, so cool. However, facing Roman's stance, Luffy just ran over carelessly, circling around Roman's paper knife and shield, even touching them. Bang! Are you underestimating me? A cold killing intent spread from Roman, as he had just smashed Luffy onto the deck with his shield, even knocking off Luffy's precious straw hat. Wow, it hurts, it hurts. Why do I feel pain? Huh? I'm bleeding, how did you do that? Facing Luffy, who was sitting on the ground with a face full of blood but only puzzled about why he was injured, Roman stepped forward. I have no reason to explain my methods, so, swish. The white sword pointed at Luffy's face, and Roman looked down at him with cold eyes. Get up. Beat me, and this ship is yours. Lose, and get ready to walk the plank. Facing the paper knife so close, and the merciless Roman, the boy on the floor just sat casually on the deck, seriously looking at the corner of Roman's eye. I won't fight you. Then you're ready to feed the fish. I won't die here either. Wait until you defeat me. I won't fight you. Bang! The white shield in Roman's hand struck Luffy's nose hard, smashing his entire head into the deck. At the same time, Roman stepped forward and pinned him down. Won't fight, won't leave. What do you want? Luffy, buried in the deck with a face full of blood, looked up, meeting Roman's angry gaze. I said, I want you to be my crewmate. Crewmate. Ha 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 ha. Roman laughed wildly, tears streaming down his face. Then my ship becomes your ship. My life becomes your life. Are you stupid or do you think I'm stupid? Facing Roman's question, the boy named Luffy just seriously answered again. I want you to be my crewmate. Hey, listen to me. Bang! Once again, the shield smashed into Luffy's face, twisting his head and bringing out a spray of blood. Why should I be your crewmate? Don't just talk to yourself. Bang! Another shield strike. Still not planning to fight back. Bang! Blood splattered. Crewmate, let me tell you the truth. I ate the paper devil fruit and became a paper man. I got this devil fruit by killing my captain, and you still want me to be your crewmate. That's right. Amidst the shattered deck and a pool of blood, Luffy's voice remained as firm as ever. I want you to be my crewmate. Madman, idiot. Even though he was being beaten down, Luffy made the battle-hardened Roman unconsciously lean back. Then, anger and shame? Unreasonable. Whoosh. The shield and sword in Roman's hands quickly transformed into a sharp executioner's blade, aimed at the boy's neck. I know you're a devil fruit user, rubber, right? Don't underestimate my paper, its hardness is no less than steel. And. But facing Roman's threat, the boy in the pool of blood turned his head to meet his gaze, unwavering. You won't kill me. I want you to be my crewmate. Damn. Are you a broken record? Huh. I'll kill you. The sword in Roman's hand rose high and then came down sharply. Swoosh. Dash. Humph. Roman turned the ship's wheel, letting the merchant ship carve a long wake on the calm sea. A naive guy like that, he deserved to die. On the deck behind him, there was only a scene of destruction and blood, and the boy named Luffy had disappeared. Did he think he could survive on this sea with just guts? What an idiot. Bang! The cabin door was suddenly flung open, and a boy with his head wrapped like a mummy came out shouting. Roman, I'm so hungry. Why is all the meat in the storage frozen solid? I can't bite into it. You dismantled my freezer. I'm starving to death. Facing Luffy's pitiful expression, who knew this guy could look pitiful even with his head wrapped in healing paper bandages? All right. You take the helm, I'll cook. And restore the freezer while you're at it. Roman, I don't know how to steer. Roman took a deep breath, his scalp tingling so much that he started seeing stars. Then tell me, what can you do? Facing Roman's gritted teeth, Luffy answered without hesitation. I can become the Pirate King. Come, stand here. Like a deflated balloon, Roman taught Luffy how to hold the ship's wheel, then instructed him. Just keep this position, don't let the ship drift. I'm going to cook, don't slack off. As Roman walked past Luffy towards the cabin, he shook his head helplessly. Really? Seems I'm just a fool too. Talking about being a cunning and ruthless pirate, in the end, I still became someone else's crew member. Oh well. If you're not a bit foolish in your youth, what's the point? Roman could only comfort himself this way, but if there was a mirror, his upturned mouth would have something to say. Chapter 4, Marine Kobe, so-called justice. Thank you so much, Luffy. On Roman's ship, a boy with glasses and a middle-parting hairstyle was steering the ship while looking at a sea chart. His name was Kobe. He had been captured by the Iron Club pirates and forced to work as a servant by their fat female captain. He was rescued by Roman and Luffy and was now working as a part-time navigator on Roman's ship. Of course, the so-called Iron Club pirates was just Roman's nickname for them. The female captain's real name was Alvida, who later ate the smooth fruit and transformed from a fat woman into a beautiful lady. As for the battle between Roman, Luffy, and the Iron Club pirates, well, it went something like this. I got up, and with one punch, it was over. Roman wasn't very skilled in navigation, and Luffy, anyone who dares to go to sea with a small dinghy and a barrel can't be expected to have navigation skills. So, the rescued Kobe was just right to steer the merchant ship. Now, there were only 3 people on the deck of this 600-ton merchant ship, Kobe steering the ship, Luffy with his face wrapped in paper bandages, and Roman doing push-ups with weights on his back, huffing and puffing. 998. 999. 1000. Luffy, about the Grand Line. The boy with glasses steering the ship hesitated and glanced at Roman, who was doing push-ups like a human pile driver. Compared to the instantly likable Luffy, the boy named Roman made Kobe feel afraid. I heard it's called the Pirate's Graveyard, very dangerous. Although they had only known each other for less than a day, Kobe genuinely worried for his friend Luffy. Yeah, that's why I need to find some strong crewmates. Energetic Straw Hat Luffy faced the sea with high spirits. By the way, the marine base you're going to has a guy named Zoro locked up, right? If he's a good guy, I'll make him my crewmate. No, no. Kobe shook his head in fear. I heard that Zoro is a bloodthirsty mad dog who enjoys killing. People in the sea call him the demon in human skin. And he must be a bad guy if the marines caught him. Heh. A cold laugh interrupted Kobe. Roman, covered in sweat, stood up, grabbed a towel from a nearby bucket, and casually said while wiping his body, "Bad guy, good guy. Are marines good guys? Are those caught by marines bad guys? Well, sorry to say, your worldview is about to be turned upside down." A great man once said, without considering the standpoint, talking about good and bad is just being a rogue. Roman pointed at Luffy. Luffy saved you, do you think he's a good guy or a bad guy? Of course, Luffy is a good. But this guy, Roman gestured, and the bandages on Luffy's head automatically unraveled and flew over to him, revealing a silly face. Tisk, this recovery speed is unscientific. Although Roman's paper bandages were soaked in various medicinal solutions, healing without even leaving a scar in just a few days was too. This good guy took over my ship a few days ago and forced me to be his crewmate. So, Roman calmly looked at Kobe, making the timid boy turn his face away. Is Luffy still a good guy? Ignoring Luffy's shouts of hey, you volunteered. Roman continued with a cold laugh. This ship was actually a merchant ship wiped out by a pirate crew. The pirate crew was poisoned to death by their captain, indirectly avenging the merchant ship. So, was that captain a good guy or a bad guy? And that captain was killed by his crewmate me? So, I avenged those restless pirates. Am I a good guy or a bad guy? Roman knocked on the ship's side and pointed below as he continued his cold laugh. And this merchant ship was actually carrying weapons to sell to the royal family to suppress the starving commoners. The pirate crew that killed the merchants theoretically saved millions of lives. So, are the pirates good guys or bad guys? Extending further, the king who bought the weapons did so to suppress the rebels and maintain stability, while the rebelling commoners were simply trying to survive. So, between them, who are the good guys and who are the bad guys? This. Faced with Roman's series of questions, Kobe, wearing glasses, stammered and couldn't respond. Justice or not, it's just a matter of words. As long as they want to, anyone can find a justice to excuse for their actions. So smart people know how to paint themselves as justice, like Crocodile, Doflamingo, and the corrupt marines. And only some fools keep shouting that they want to be the pirate king. Roman glanced at the person with the straw hat, but all he saw was a face full of question marks. But I believe justice exists. Whoosh. Swish. A paper knife was suddenly at Kobe's neck, cutting off his rebuttal. The justice of the weak is just a slogan. Just like now, Roman's body began to emit a cold killing intent. With a flick of my hand, your justice would vanish. Enough. A hand came between Roman and Kobe, and Luffy's steady voice interrupted their argument. Roman, don't scare Kobe. Whoosh. The paper knife in Roman's hand disintegrated, turning back into paper and merging into his arm. I'm just telling the truth, Luffy. Is the side with more people justice? Is the weaker side justice? Is the bullied side justice? Don't be ridiculous. How do you know your justice isn't evil in someone else's eyes? Humanity didn't reach the top of the food chain through justice, and justice isn't something so weak. Justice is stronger than evil, smarter than evil, more. Enough, Roman. The silliness on Luffy's face was gone, replaced by seriousness. I don't understand justice, and I don't want to. Those who get along with me are my friends, and those I don't like, I'll knock them away. Luffy cheerfully ended the debate. Ha 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 ha. Roman paused, then laughed and shook his head. You're right, what logic, what justice. Those who look pleasing to the eye are friends, those who don't are enemies. It's that simple. Great, we've arrived at the marine base. Standing on the dock, Luffy shouted with one hand on his hip. Seeing his excitement, who would think he was a pirate? Anyone who didn't know might think he was a marine relative. Wait, this guy really is a marine relative. Kobe, you're amazing. Luffy sincerely praised, and even Roman had to admit. 3 people steering a several hundred-ton merchant ship, with one being an amateur and another a novice. Reaching the destination smoothly was already. Luffy, if you really want to sail, you'd better find a professional navigator. Drifting is food. However, Luffy didn't listen to him at all and had already dashed towards the port. Let's go. Roman patted Kobe's shoulder, making the timid boy shiver. Although I don't like you much, but you're the captain's friend. After this farewell meal, you become a marine, and we'll continue being pirates. Although I guess my pirate career won't involve any real pirate business anymore. If dining and dashing, forget it. As a dignified transmigrator, I represent the face of 4 billion Earthlings. Dining and dashing is out of the question. So, I'm so full. Boss, how much? After creating a pile of empty plates, Roman stood up to pay. Expecting Luffy to have a concept of money was as miraculous as expecting a celestial dragon to understand compassion. As for Kobe, a servant bullied by the Iron Club pirates, could he possibly have any berries? By the way, Zoro is at this marine base, right? In an instant, the entire restaurant fell silent, and everyone froze. Hey, Luffy, look. Kobe whispered to the blabbermouth Luffy. Everyone's scared, Zoro must be a big bad guy. I see. Facing the clueless Luffy, Kobe sighed in relief and smiled. By the way, I saw a notice earlier. The highest officer at this base is a captain named Morgan. Clang, crash. The restaurant patrons, who seemed to be under a freezing spell, reacted as if they had heard a forbidden curse. Their faces changed drastically, and they stood up and ran. Hey, you haven't paid yet. Roman shouted helplessly and turned back to the trembling landlady, nodding apologetically. Sorry, it seems my friend caused you some trouble. And no, it's fine. Facing the trembling landlady, Roman could only shrug, then turned back and grabbed Luffy and Kobe by the collars. Let's go, Luffy. And you too. Chapter 5, Hunter Zoro joins the crew. Ha ha ha, the people in that shop were so funny. Without malice, the sight of those customers fleeing in panic was simply funny to Luffy. Something's wrong. But Kobe didn't have Luffy's strong mindset. He looked around nervously, quickly analyzing the situation. People being afraid of Zoro's name is understandable, but why are they also afraid of Captain Morgan? It's simple. Roman answered directly from the other side. It means that compared to that pirate hunter, the marine base's captain makes people even more fearful. And no way. Heh. Facing Kobe, who harbored a marine dream, Roman just nodded towards the distance. Whether it's true or not, you can see for yourself. At the end of the road stood a grand marine base. Tall walls, dense turrets, and fluttering marine flags. All gave a sense of strength and power. But, as expected of a military stronghold, there's not even a building or a pedestrian around. Roman commented casually, not sure if he was being truthful or sarcastic. As the three approached the closed base gate. Go ahead, Kobe. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and pointed at the marine base. I'm going to see what kind of person this Zoro is. Ignoring the conflicted Kobe, Luffy jumped up and clung to the wall, looking into the vast marine base square. Hey, is that the guy? In the center of the marine square, a man was tied to a cross-shaped wooden frame. He was a man with a deep green bandana, green short hair peeking out from under it, 3 teardrop-shaped gold earrings on his left ear, wearing a white t-shirt, a green sash around his waist, dark green pants, and black boots. Of course, the most striking feature was his eyes, sharp as knives, wild as a beast. Just meeting his gaze gave the illusion of being torn apart. Very strong. Roman squinted, creating a ladder out of paper at his feet. The man's strength was about the same as his former captain who sank with the Breaking Waves ship. However, at this time, Zoro probably hadn't mastered cutting steel yet. Zoro's physical strength should be superior, but his swordsmanship is not yet on par with the captain who could unleash the cutting steel ability. Having watched the anime years ago and then living in this world for several years, Roman's memory of One Piece had become quite blurry, except for the main 4 emperors, 7 warlords, and the protagonist group. Hey, you guys. The man tied to the wooden stake lifted his head. Even in captivity, his sharpness was undiminished. Come over and untie me. I'll repay you. I'll give you the bounty money for capturing wanted pirates in the future. Interesting. Roman crossed his arms and tilted his head to look at Luffy, who was perched on the wall. Luffy, what do you think? That rope looks easy to break free from. Hey, Luffy, you're missing the point. Kobe anxiously interrupted, fearing that the 2 reckless guys beside him might just release the criminal in the square on a whim. If we let him go, the people in this town, and you and I, will be killed. No, he won't kill me. Luffy, who had always acted silly, confidently smiled. I'm very strong too. Snap. While the 3 were watching the show, a ladder was placed beside them, and a little girl glared at them, warning them to stay quiet before agilely climbing over the wall into the marine base. Big brother, I made you some rice balls. Are you looking for death, kid? Get lost. This is my first time making them. Don't you understand? I told you to get lost. Dash. Tisk tisk tisk. Bullying a child is wrong, Rorano Zoro. A frivolous voice came, and a guy who might as well have 2nd generation rich written on his face swaggered out of the marine base, followed by 2 marine soldiers. Be careful, I tell my dad. TCH, a useless guy who only relies on his dad. What's this? Rice balls for the marines. The 2nd generation rich guy grabbed the girl's rice ball and took a bite, then, yuck, yuck, yuck. What's in this rice ball? Sugar? What kind of awful cooking? Be careful, I tell my dad. After stomping on the rice ball on the ground, the 2nd generation rich guy ordered the girl to be thrown out. Then he stormed off angrily, not even commenting on the 3 spectators on the wall, making Roman wonder if this guy was also a star player. I remember this guy later turned over a new leaf, and he even wore an eye patch. Maybe he really went blind. Thank you, big brother. No problem. Roman waved his hand and patted the little girl who had been thrown over the wall and caught by him. Go home quickly, it's dangerous here. The marine base is very dangerous. Kobe stood by, wanting to speak but unable to, caught between advancing and retreating, unsure of what to do. Hey, you're still here. Aren't you afraid that second-generation rich kid will tell his dad? Meanwhile, Luffy had already jumped into the marine base, standing in front of the man tied to the wooden stake. Not afraid. To the single-minded Luffy, what was Captain Morgan, what was the marine base, could they be eaten? I'm looking for companions to go to sea and become pirates with me. Pirates? What a self-degrading guy. Hey, help pick up that rice ball. Are you really going to eat that? It's already covered in mud. Facing Luffy's disdain, the man named Zoro just opened his mouth. Shut up. Give it to me. Crunch, crunch, swallow. Tell that little girl, the rice ball was delicious, thank you. Hey, your captain has already left. It was still the same square, with the same man tied to the wooden stake. But this time, it was Roman standing in front of him. Why are you still here, pirate? I'm thinking. Roman rubbed his smooth chin thoughtfully. How many days have you been tied here? 9 days, why, you. Roman's gaze fell on Zoro's lower body, making him uncomfortable. Your pants aren't full of, you know, right? I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Don't get excited, don't get excited. If you can't hold it in, don't blame me. Roman waved his hand. Alright, let's get to the point. I think you're just Luffy's type, so he'll definitely come back to get you on board. So, Roman waved his hand and made a paper chair on the spot to sit down. I'll just wait here. Hello. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Luffy returned, making Zoro's eyes flicker. If you're here to persuade me to become a pirate, I'll untie you, and you become my companion. Listen to me. I don't care, I've already decided to make you my companion. Don't make decisions for me. By the way, I heard you're a great swordsman, where's your sword? Luffy changed the topic in a second, making the tied-up Zoro a bit slow to react. They took it away. It's second only to my life. Great. Luffy clapped his hands together, looking like he had just come up with a great idea. I'll get your swords, and you'll be my companion. You're too despicable. Unfortunately, after leaving us, stay right here, I'll be back soon. Luffy had already dashed off towards the marine base. Is this guy an idiot? Ha 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 ha. Roman, who had been watching the whole time, stood up laughing, waved his hand, and the chair on the ground disintegrated into sheets of paper that fell into his hand, then transformed into a sword. So, have you seen how troublesome that guy is? Roman twirled the paper knife in his hand. Forget it, anyone Luffy sets his sights on has no choice but to obediently get on the ship. Are you human traffickers? And what's there to be proud of about that? Facing the furious Zoro, Roman just shrugged, barely holding back his laughter. No, I'm just happy to see someone end up in the same situation as me. That's all. Chapter 6, Remembering the Vow, Official Companion. I don't need your help at all. However, the green-haired man tied to the wooden stake didn't seem grateful. I just need to survive for a month, and they'll let me go, as long as they keep their promise. Tap, tap, tap. However, a series of hurried footsteps interrupted Zoro. A boy with glasses and a middle-parting hairstyle had somehow climbed over the wall and run over, panting heavily, indicating he had come as fast as he could. But, what are you doing here? Roman asked knowingly, while Kobe, who was holding his knees, couldn't answer Roman and just anxiously looked at the tied-up Zoro. You've been deceived. They never intended to let you go. That second-generation rich kid said it himself, they're going to execute you tomorrow. Ignoring the surprised Zoro, the boy named Kobe lowered his head in sadness, not letting the two present see his tears, but his tearful voice clearly showed his inner turmoil. Luffy and I both know, you're not a bad guy, you were just captured because you killed the wolves raised by that second-generation rich kid to protect the people of the town. Oppressing the people, lying through their teeth. Such marines, such marines. Clang? Roman's sailor knife flashed to the side, blocking in front of Kobe. The sharp clash scared the darkened Kobe so much that his tears and snot froze on his face. What happened? Splat. With a slight shake, a deformed lead bullet slid off Roman's sailor knife and fell to the ground. Obviously, we've been attacked. The reason for using we was because Roman didn't believe anyone could accurately aim a flintlock from the marine base rooftop at someone dozens of meters away. More likely, the shooter just fired randomly in this direction, and whoever got hit was just unlucky. If you don't want to die, get lost. The tied-up Zoro started to drive people away with a harsh tone again. Boom. Meanwhile, on the marine base rooftop, a statue slowly rose. Then, it suddenly tilted. That statue is going to fall. That statue is falling. That statue has fallen. As the three spoke, the newly erected statue crashed onto the roof and broke in half. Then the upper half. Slap. A head fell to the edge of the square, shattering into pieces. And, what have you done? Kill him, kill him. Even from dozens of meters away, the three in the square could hear the shock and chaos on the base rooftop, along with gunfire and shouts. It seemed that, hey, that guy is too stupid. Not even half a minute, and he got caught by the Marines. The tied-up Zoro, who had been starving for 9 days, felt his blood pressure soar, even gaining strength out of nowhere. Is this it? Is this it? Boasting about getting his swords back, only to be caught by the Marines immediately. In an instant, the entire Marine base was like a disturbed hornet's nest. In the square, facing the motionless Roman, the man named Zoro couldn't help but speak. Pirate, aren't you going to help? Your captain is going to be shot to death. Although there were countless strong people in this world, this was still the weakest East Blue. In Zoro's current understanding, if someone is killed, they die. Not to mention bullets, even a careless fall could be fatal. Ha, Luffy won't die in a place like this. Roman waved his hand casually. Instead of worrying about others, you should worry about yourself. Tap, 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 tap. Amidst the dense footsteps, a group of marine soldiers ran out of the base building. The dark muzzles of their guns pointed at Roman and the others in the square. Hands up! Who are you? Intruders, open fire. Bang, 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 bang. In a series of gunshots, whistling lead bullets flew towards Roman and Kobe beside him, as they stood boldly in the center of the square. Paper dance, shield. Whoosh. A large amount of paper gushed from Roman's hand, instantly forming a giant tower shield in front of them. While blocking the Vice Admiral's lead bullets, it also protected Kobe beside him. How interesting. A tall man with a marine officer's cloak, an iron brace on his chin, and a giant axe replacing his right hand, strode out from among the marine soldiers. Captain Morgan, the master of this marine base. A few rats, daring to challenge my authority. Your insignificant strength is nothing compared to my power. As he waved his hand, the dark muzzles of the marines' guns aimed at the three of them this time, including the tied-up Zoro. Hey, 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 why am I included? Ready. But the other side didn't want to, nor would they listen to Zoro's nonsense. All the soldiers just skillfully loaded, aimed, and prepared to fire. I can't die in a place like this. I still have promises to fulfill. Hey pirate, share your shield with me. At the critical moment, even this iron-willed man, who had been starving under the scorching sun for 9 days, had to lower his head and ask Roman for help. Unfortunately, I refuse. Don't get me wrong, it's Luffy who wants you on the ship, not me. Roman tilted his head and glanced at the desperate Zoro, his face expressionless, but something flashed in his slightly raised eyes. I have no reason to save you, I'm a pirate. Am I really going to die here? I had promised to become the world's greatest swordsman. Kuna. Under the moonlight, a boy with 2 swords and a girl with 1 sword clashed, and the result of the battle was 2001 times failure. Damn it, so frustrating. The green-haired boy, knocked to the ground, looked unwilling. Why can't I ever beat you, Kuna? I'm the one who's frustrated. But the girl who defeated him was even more unwilling. She was already hugging her knees and crying. Don't you see? It's taking me longer and longer to beat you. As we grow up, boys' physical advantages will become more apparent. Father said girls can't become the world's greatest swordsman. Saying that after winning is too despicable. Facing the crying girl, the green-haired boy with 2 swords was furious. Are you going to use that as an excuse when you lose to me one day? I can always see you as my goal, training every day to surpass you. I won't allow you to say such discouraging things. The boy with 2 swords stood in front of the crying girl and made a promise. Let's compete. The 2002nd match one day, either you or I. Will become the world's greatest swordsman. Let's see who the winner is this time. Idiot. The girl wiped away her tears and laughed while crying. You're just a loser. Fine, I promise you. However, the next day, she died. The boy's lifelong rival died silently, just like that. The girl had simply fallen down the stairs while fetching a whetstone, and that was it. Master, can I have Kuna's sword? The expressionless boy took the girl's sword and tied 3 weapons to his waist. We promised, one day, I will take you to become the world's greatest swordsman? No way, how can I die in a place like this? Kuna, our promise. Countless lead bullets reflected in his pupils. Even Zoro's well-trained body was still just flesh and blood. Under such an attack, could it be? Swish! In a flash, a figure stood in front of Zoro. It was a figure wearing a straw hat, a red vest, and holding his 3 swords. Pft, 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 pft. The dense lead bullets all hit him, leaving the stunned Zoro behind. Muta. Useless. But before Zoro could play out a tragic scene, Luffy, who was blocking the bullets, suddenly stretched his body, and the lead bullets embedded in him immediately returned the way they came. The marine soldiers who fired were knocked down. Who are you? Facing the shocked Zoro, Luffy turned his head and confidently smiled. I'm Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. He said, handing the 3 swords to Zoro. I didn't know which one was yours, so I brought them all. All 3 are mine. Phew. Having walked the line between life and death, Zoro exhaled, realizing that some things weren't as important, while others became even more precious. Rather than dying here, I'd rather become a pirate with you. Swish, swish, swish. A flash of sword light, and the ropes binding Zoro were all cut. Roman, who twirled his sword, smiled slightly. I'm Roman. Torkavish Roman. He extended his hand, supporting the suddenly freed Zoro, who almost collapsed. So, from now on, please take care of me, partner. Chapter 7, easily defeating the captain, recognizing the captain. He actually reflected the bullets. And that guy, his weapon can change shape. It looks like paper. The ordinary marine soldiers were terrified by this magical scene, but Captain Morgan, the base commander, was well informed. Don't panic, those 2 just ate devil fruits. Devil fruits. The treasures of the sea. The so-called devil fruits are nothing but street performers' tricks. If bullets don't work, use swords. The tall Captain Morgan glanced at the nearby close combat marine soldiers, pointing forward with his axe hand. Go, kill them. Charge. Kill. Facing their officer's command, a group of Marine soldiers could only charge forward with various battle cries, and what they faced were 3 swords style, one in each hand, and one held in his mouth. Zoro's 3 swords instantly met the Marines' blades, blocking all the attacking soldiers with a single clang. At the same time, anyone who moves, I'll cut them down. The chilling killing intent made the Marine soldiers tremble all over. Just one look from Zoro made their limbs stiffen, and it felt like ice shards were flowing through their veins. I owe you my life, so I agreed to become a pirate with you. Even with dozens of blades pointed at him, the man named Zoro didn't flinch. However, some things needed to be made clear. But I have my own ambition. His words were directed at the captain of the pirate crew he had just agreed to join, Luffy. I want to become the world's greatest swordsman. If you want me to give up my dream, then I'll have to commit seppuku. Facing Zoro's resolute words, Luffy just grinned broadly. Of course, the world's greatest swordsman would be the perfect companion for the pirate king. What are you all standing around for? The soldiers who had charged forward were too scared to move by Zoro alone. Enraged, Captain Morgan swung his axe, cutting down a soldier whose gun was pointed at the ground in fear. Fire! Kill those useless ones too. Despite the absurdity of the order, under Morgan's accumulated authority and the example just set, the soldiers with guns had no choice but to aim their trembling weapons at Luffy, Zoro, and their fellow soldiers. Paper dance, crossbow. Fire! Pft, 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 pft. What? Clang. The sound of arms being pierced mixed with the screams and cries of the soldiers, and the clatter of guns hitting the ground, as Roman slowly approached the Marine soldiers. Hey, there's a limit to underestimating people. In his hands were 2 pure white crossbows. These were created by Roman's ability, and they fired arrows made of paper, but their power was no less than the flintlock guns of the Marines. I don't mind if you want to kill your own people. The crossbows in his hands automatically loaded, generating arrows, and then aimed. But if you attack my companions, it's the same as attacking me. Then it's time to fight back. Who is this guy? The combat captain of the Silver Light Pirates, the counterattacker Roman. After all, with a bounty of 10 million berries on his head, Roman's face was quite intimidating in East Blue. By the way, the original Silver Light Pirates were not a local force in East Blue, but pirates who had been driven here from the North Sea. Why are you here? Could it be that the Silver Light Pirates are nearby? Facing Roman, even the self-proclaimed great Captain Morgan couldn't help but panic. With a total bounty of over 40 million, the Silver Light Pirates were not something an ordinary marine base in East Blue could handle. Morgan had only obtained his captain's position by capturing the 16 million bounty 100 Plans Kuro. Don't worry, the Silver Light Pirates no longer exist in this world. Facing the Marines who were treating him like a major enemy, Roman pointed his thumb behind him. Now I'm with the Straw Hat Pirates. Whoosh! A red figure moving at high speed had already passed Roman, charging towards Captain Morgan. Well, it seems someone couldn't wait any longer. Bang! Luffy's fist slammed hard into the opponent's axe, forcefully pushing the tall Marine captain back a step. Hey, I'm your enemy. If you have the guts, come fight me. Killing your own companions, that's the most disgusting thing. Humph, a nobody. I am Marine Captain Axe Hand Morgan. Facing the furious Morgan, Luffy introduced himself with a naive expression. Oh, I'm Luffy, nice to meet you. Who told you to? The huge axe in his right hand swung horizontally, the ear-piercing tear sound instantly splitting the nearby wall in half. Introduce yourself. Strong but slow. Under Roman's leisurely commentary, the Marine Captain's axe indeed achieved nothing. Luffy simply jumped in place, easily dodging the attack, and then, bang! He casually kicked the opponent in the face, causing the Marine Captain to stagger back several steps. You're dead. Morgan, who was extremely angry, steadied himself and immediately lunged forward with a downward slash, creating a long crack in the stone Marine Plaza. But I'm not going to die. Agilely dodging the axe with a spin, then delivering a whip kick. Smack! Morgan, kicked in the temple, his over 2-meter-tall body immediately wobbled and fell, then Luffy grabbed his collar, raising his other fist high. What Marine, you ruined Kabi's dream. Stop. Bang! However, Luffy's fist continued to fall, and after landing a heavy punch, he stood up and turned to look in the direction of the voice. I told you to stop. The one shouting was that second-generation heir, the son of Captain Morgan of this marine base. No one knew when he had sneaked onto the battlefield, but he was now pressing a short-barreled flintlock gun against Kabi's head. The threat was obvious. If you move again, I'll shoot him. Luffy, don't worry about me. Even if I die, I don't want to be a burden. One must admit, true character is revealed in the face of life and death. The originally timid and cowardly Kobe did not show a trace of trembling at this moment. All right. Hey, you who only rely on your dad. Luffy first nodded to Kobe, then pointed at the second-generation heir. Give it up, Kobe is serious. A real man won't drag his friends down because of threats. However, behind Luffy, a tall figure had silently stood up. The giant axe in his hand was raised high. Don't move, or I'll shoot. Luffy, watch out behind you. Faced with one person who couldn't hide his joy and another who selflessly warned him, the boy named Luffy just pressed his straw hat. Roman. Got it. Puff. Clatter. The short gun fell to the ground, and the second-generation heir looked at the paper arrow that had pierced his hand. After a moment of stunned silence, he let out an earth-shattering scream. Ah, my hand. On the other side, Captain Morgan, who had raised his axe high behind Luffy, was now standing still like a statue. A second later, he slowly fell backward, and Luffy, who hadn't looked back, gave a hearty smile. Well done, Zoro. Behind the fallen Morgan, Zoro, holding 3 swords, was revealed. A piece of cake. The man biting the samurai sword replied. Captain. Chapter 8, Pirate Thief Nami. I always knew Luffy was an idiot, with 0 navigation skills, but I didn't know someone else was the same. I set sail early in the morning and asked someone to steer. He looked reliable, with sharp eyes and a serious expression. When I finished making breakfast and asked where we were, there was no response. I went out to look and found we were in unfamiliar sea. Roman sighed and couldn't form a complete sentence. Ha 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 ha. Luffy rolled on the deck laughing. What? So Zoro, you're bad with directions too. The swordsman, who looked very reliable, widened his eyes. How can you slander me out of thin air? What slander? Didn't you say it yourself? Because you got lost and couldn't find your hometown, and had no money, you had to become a pirate hunter. Zoro's face turned red, and the veins on his forehead bulged as he argued. Traveling doesn't count as getting lost. Traveling? How can a swordsman's journey be considered getting lost? Then he started saying things like death is like the wind, always by my side, and the sword cuts the flesh, the heart cuts the soul, which were hard to understand. In hindsight, I should have kept that guy Kobe around. Roman rubbed his temples, forcing himself to ignore the 2 idiots playing on the deck. He spread out the map, calculating their position and adjusting their course. No, we need to find a navigator as soon as possible, or we'll be stuck with these stupid problems all day long. Do I still want to train my body? Do I still want to develop my devil fruit abilities? And we need to recruit a cook quickly too. Every day I'm sailing and cooking for these 2 guys. People who know us call us pirates, but those who don't might think I'm a babysitter. Roman steered the ship while trying to remember the navigator Nami and the cook Sanji. Where are those 2 unlucky kids right now? Wow, Zoro, Roman. Look, there's a bird in the sky. Don't bother me. Why don't you say there's a plane in the sky? Gomu Gomu no. Rocket. Roman couldn't be bothered with Luffy's antics. He seriously considered the dangers they would face next. Logue Town, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Skypiea, and headaches. So many strong enemies. Are we really going to rely on Luffy's cheats? Absolutely not. Cautious planning and thorough preparation are Roman's style, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. I'm stuck. Help, Roman. What are you guys doing now? Flying away. Following the sound, Roman looked up to see Luffy being carried away by a large bird, and he took a deep breath. Numb, completely numb. You're really stupid beyond belief, aren't you? A devil fruit user, who would drown if they fell into the water? What gave you the courage to mess around in the vast ocean? Was it the Rakugan flying fish? Zoro, come steer the ship. I've decided, once I get that guy back, I'm going to beat him up with the chainsaw shield. Paper dance, wings. With a flutter, 2 white wings made of paper appeared behind Roman, turning him into a birdman who soared into the sky. Hey, I don't know the direction. The shout from behind almost made Roman, who had just taken off, crash into the sea. He finally started to doubt if he had boarded the wrong ship. Whoosh, bang, a feather-shaped piece of white paper flew back and stuck into the deck, swaying in the wind, pointing like a compass towards Roman in the sky. His voice gradually faded away. Follow the direction it points to. I'll go after that idiot Luffy first. I'm so stupid, really. Roman, transformed into a grumbling woman, flapped his wings hard, gliding through the sky like a giant bird. But, after all, he was human, not a bird. Even with the ability granted by the paper fruit, he couldn't compare to real birds. No matter how hard he tried, he could only trail far behind. Moreover, Roman had only had the fruit for a few months, and his development of its powers wasn't enough for many fancy maneuvers. I hope that big bird has enough stamina to reach land. Roman could only comfort himself with this thought if the bird carrying Luffy ran out of strength and fell into the sea. Roman, who also ate a devil fruit and couldn't swim, would be helpless. How did I get tricked onto this ship by such an idiot? Although Roman complained, he flapped his wings hard and began to think about solutions for this kind of situation in the future. It seems I need to get that thing as soon as possible. And so, Roman chased after the big bird and Luffy ahead. Ignoring 3 unlucky guys struggling in the sea, he flew for half a day. Just as Roman was drenched in sweat, exhausted, and lamenting my life is over, a patch of yellow appeared in the distance. Land? In an instant, both the exhausted Roman and the big bird ahead accelerated. As long as they reached that place. Boom, as they got closer, a seaside town appeared in Roman's view. The big bird, just flying over the town, was hit by a cannonball and fell straight down with smoke, including the Luffy it was carrying. Nice shot. Seeing his captain being shot down, Roman clapped and cheered, wishing the other side would shoot a few more times. Wonderful. Huff. That idiot. Roman, catching his breath, looked at the crash site and shook his head. Once on land, what danger could there be? First, get some water and rest, then check if that idiot number 1 is dead. Speaking of which, whether idiot number 2 can sail the ship here smoothly is a serious question. In just a few days, Luffy and Zoro's image in Roman's mind had plummeted, almost breaking through the floor. This made Roman suspect that without others, their situation would be unimaginable. Hey, you're so strong, why don't we team up? On the town street, a few pirates with bruised faces were lying on the ground, while Luffy, unscathed, patted his pants. On the nearby rooftop, a short-haired girl with orange hair was sitting, watching with interest as Luffy easily took down several pirates. Who are you? Facing Luffy's question, the girl held a map in one hand and made a money gesture with her thumb and index finger. I'm Nami, a thief who specializes in stealing from pirates. I have a map of the Grand Line. Let's work together. The girl named Nami proposed, I'll come up with the plans, and you handle the fighting. We'll split the loot 70-30. How about it, boss? Anyone would think this girl was quite savvy. She gets 30% while he gets 70. Considering how cute she is, giving her an extra 10% wouldn't be a problem. No, I won't work with you. Unfortunately, she was facing someone who wasn't normal, a true steel, rubber straight man who saw money and beauty as fleeting clouds. Facing Luffy's decisive refusal and departure, Nami quickly jumped off the roof. Wait, how about I give you an extra 5%? Okay, 80-20, no less. Hey, you got separated from your companions. Yeah, Roman and Zoro. In the empty second floor of a town restaurant, Luffy and the girl named Nami sat across from each other. Zoro is a very skilled swordsman. Roman is serious. Thinking of Roman, Luffy suddenly deflated like a balloon and slumped on the table. It's over, Roman is definitely going to beat me up. And it hurts a lot when he hits. Why, aren't you companions? Because I was carried away by a bird. What kind of ridiculous reason is that? Nami was speechless. You might as well say my bird was carried away and it would be more believable. It seems this Straw Hat Boy is very strong, but his brain seems to have some issues. If Roman were here, he would definitely tell Nami to be confident and remove the seams. Let's not talk about that, back to business. With this map, I can go to the Grand Line and steal those pirates' treasures. I believe I can quickly save up 100 million berries to buy the village. Do you have extensive navigation knowledge? Luffy, you might think he's dumb, but he often acts like a clown. Yet, at critical moments, he always manages to grasp the key points. Just like now, with a few words, he already had a clear understanding of the girl's nature and strengths. Of course, the short-haired girl Nami said with absolute confidence, when it comes to navigation knowledge, I won't lose to anyone. That's great, we also want to go to the Grand Line. You can be our navigator. Really? Of course, our pirate crew will definitely be the best in the world. No way. Ugh, so you're a pirate after all. The previously enthusiastic girl, Nami, stood up with a look of annoyance and waved her hand. Forget it, I don't want to cooperate with you anymore. Why? This time it was Luffy's turn to look confused. The girl who had been pulling him to join her just now suddenly turned hostile. Could it be? Listen, in this world, the thing I hate the most is pirates. I like money and oranges. The girl placed her hands on the table, fuming with anger. I'd rather die outside, jump off from here. I will never get on your ship. Chapter 9, The Clown Buggy and the Tiger's Scheme. Bastards. On the rooftop of the largest building in the town, a group of pirates were entrenched. You can't even catch a thief, what's the use of keeping you to perform tricks? Among the group of pirates, the pirate captain sitting on the throne was furious, his huge nose turning bright red. This captain was dressed in a clown outfit, with a white skull pattern on his forehead, 2 blue streaks slashed across his eyes, a big red nose, and red lipstick. Wearing a clown hat, with blue long hair hanging from it. Dressed in a red and white long-sleeved shirt, a purple scarf around his neck, white gloves, blue pants, clown shoes, and a captain's coat draped over his back. Although this look was really hard to take seriously, the intimidation factor was there. Captain, it's not just that female thief, she has a very powerful boss. A few bruised pirates hurriedly explained, basically saying it's not that we didn't try, but the opponent is too strong. What kind of expert? How many stories tall? Captain, the lookout reported. That thief came back on her own. Good, bring her up. Wait, she came back on her own. What's going on? I don't understand. Forget it, let's see what she has to say. The clown-dressed captain waved his hand, and someone immediately went downstairs to bring her up. It was thud. Luffy, tied up tightly with ropes, was thrown to the ground, while the orange-haired Nami smiled slightly at the fierce pirates around and the clown-dressed captain. Captain Buggy, he made me steal the map. I brought him to you, and I also brought back the map. Nami, you tricked me. Luffy, who had been suddenly attacked and tied up, wriggled on the ground like a caterpillar. This. Well done. Although he didn't know what was going on, Buggy the Clown still needed to maintain his image. He gave an evil smile. But, what's going on? I had a falling out with my boss. The girl named Nami answered calmly. I'm fed up with him, so please let me follow you. Luffy, who was locked in an iron cage nearby, could only pout angrily. I don't want you as my companion anymore. This. Had enough? Ha ha ha, what an interesting woman. Nami's words first made the pirates on the roof freeze, then they burst into laughter. Very good, very good. Captain Buggy, who looked like a clown, stood up and spread his arms. The map of the Grand Line is recovered. And we have a new companion. Everyone, let's have a feast, he announced loudly. Cheer, eat, and drink to your heart's content. And then, give it your all in the next battle. Oh, long live Captain Buggy. A toast to the captain. A toast to the treasure. Cheers. The pirates quickly brought out various beers, cooked food, knives, forks, and plates. Then they spontaneously formed small groups and began the pirates' happiest time. Eating meat, drinking beer, and dividing gold. Newcomer, let's have a drinking contest. Sure. After drinking down a few pirates in one go, the atmosphere on the scene became even more lively. A pirate with a low alcohol tolerance on the edge looked at the girl who was laughing proudly among the heroes with both envy and fear, and nudged the person next to him who was just burying his head in eating meat. Hey, do you want to give it a try too? No, I don't drink. Ah, that's a pity. The pirate with low alcohol tolerance forked a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, feeling like he had overlooked something. Dash. Ha, my alcohol tolerance is not ordinary. After knocking down several pirates in a row, Nami, who had no new challengers, smiled smugly. As long as she kept drinking like this, when these pirates all got drunk, she could steal the navigation chart again, and also take away the treasure of the buggy pirates? That's what pirates are, a bunch of simple-minded people. Hey hey. Facing the pirates who were eating and drinking wildly, the hungry Luffy in the iron cage angrily started, eating the iron bars. Crunch, crunch, crunch. He had good teeth, the iron cage was already showing teeth marks. Hi, boss. Squatting in front of the cage, the girl named Nami looked at Luffy inside. How does it feel? So easily deceived, and you dare to call yourself a pirate? I'm hungry. I want to eat meat too. However, the two of them were not on the same wavelength at all. Feeling like she was playing the lute to a cow, Nami helplessly handed the food in her hand into the iron cage. It felt like feeding something, and then, chew, chew, tasty. You're a good person, why not be my companion? Faced with Luffy's sudden change in attitude, Nami was utterly speechless. No way. Do you even realize your situation? You'll be sold as a slave and die miserably in a mine. But, she changed her tone, if everything goes well, I might steal a key and set you free. Pohahaha. At that moment, footsteps and exaggerated laughter interrupted Nami. Captain Buggy, the clown, walked over with a swagger. Hey Straw Hat, your subordinate is pretty good. She's not my subordinate. I get it, I get it. After all, she betrayed you? Captain Buggy waved his hand generously, but in the next second, he lowered his head, and a sinister look crept onto his face. Regardless, you shouldn't have stolen from me, Buggy, he said, waving his hand. Bring that over. Boom. A giant muzzle-loading cannon was pushed over. Although it was the oldest type of firearm, its thick barrel and the cannon tube that could fit a person all indicated its terrifying nature. And the direction the cannon was aimed at was Luffy, who was locked in an iron cage. This is my buggy ball. Captain Buggy, the clown, took out a cannonball the size of a human head. It even had his pirate emblem painted on it. One shot can blow through a building. As the cannonball was loaded and the fuse reinstalled, a box of matches was shoved into Nami's hand. Come on, Nami. Captain Buggy, the clown, pointed at the caged Straw Hat Luffy. Use my buggy ball to send your former boss off, and then join me in ruling the world. In an instant, cold sweat slid down the face of the girl named Nami. Pirates aren't just simple-minded, they're also vicious and evil. Captain Buggy. Don't let this guy spoil our fun. The stiff-faced girl tried to play cute. Let's keep drinking. Kill him. However, Captain Buggy, the clown, just glanced at her, and the cold killing intent made Nami speechless. Then he flicked his captain's coat and turned away gracefully. Blow him up. Blow him up. Do it. Ha ha ha. Place your bets. Let's see how many pieces that guy ends up in. All around were the wild laughter and noise of the pirates. In an instant, the pirates who had been honestly drinking and chatting revealed their vicious fangs. This is bad. If I don't kill this guy, I'll be killed. Kill him, or be killed myself. Faced with this choice, the girl named Nami trembled slightly. She turned to look at the boy in the straw hat in the cage. They had no grudges against each other, and he had even saved her once. Although he claimed to be a pirate, he looked so silly. Hey, you're scared. Luffy in the cage looked at the girl who held his life in her hands with a confident smile. Without enough determination and preparation, you can't just deal with pirates recklessly. What determination? The determination to kill at will. Facing Nami's question, Luffy laughed heartily. Wrong? It's the determination to risk your life. At the edge of the pirate group, the boy who was eating smiled slightly. Hey, Nami. Behind her came the urging of the clown Captain Buggy. Hurry up, don't spoil everyone's fun. Or do you want to die? Kill or be killed. Newbie, you can't even light a fire. A pirate who couldn't stand it anymore grabbed the match from Nami's hand and skillfully struck it, bringing it close to the fuse. Just like this. Bang! A stick hit him hard on the head, knocking the pirate to the ground. What are you doing? Nami, what do you mean? Are you rebelling? Oops, I accidentally. What are you doing? You really are my companion. Shut up, idiot. With her back to the iron cage, Nami gritted her teeth and swore with hatred. I will never become like these pirates who killed the most important person to me, trampling on life wantonly. Oh, no wonder you hate pirates so much. Whether you can't bear to do it or have other plans. The clown captain on the other side pointed. Dare to fool me, Captain Buggy, I'll show you what cruelty means. Get her. A group of pirates immediately rushed over. Nami, I want you to be my companion. The boy who had been eating at the edge also stood up, pulling a napkin from his hand to wipe his mouth. It's over. Facing the many pirates rushing towards her, the orange-haired girl looked desperate. She was just a thief, and facing a group of murderers, the only outcome was boom. In a flash, all the pirates who rushed up were sent flying back. A figure stood in front of Nami, with his signature catchphrase. You started it. With one strike. Who is this? Roman. Luffy's happy voice from the cage made the boy in front of Nami turn around, revealing a handsome face and a disdainful look. Yo, Luffy. How did you get so weak in such a short time? Chapter 10, Taming the Beast Lion, Defeating the Enemy Barehanded. Roman. Let me out. Luffy, who was excitedly calling for help from inside the iron cage, was ignored by Roman, who instead looked to the side. Orange short hair, perfect figure, holding a 3-section staff. Yes, it was Nami, a genius navigator. Great, finally a break from the boring daily routine. So scary? However, under Roman's scrutinizing gaze, Nami felt a chill all over her body, as if a blade was sliding across her skin. It felt like she would be beheaded in the next second. Roman. She's Nami, our navigator. As Luffy's voice came, Roman extended his hand to the frightened girl who had fallen to the ground. Nami, hello, I'm Roman. My idiot captain has troubled you, please bear with us in the future. Okay. Nami, who was pulled up by Roman, blinked. In front of her was a handsome, sunny, and polite young man. Why did she feel so scared just now? Roman. Captain, could that guy be? On the other side, the members of the buggy pirates looked at Roman, who was acting as if no one else was there, and hesitantly asked their captain. Could it be that Silver Light? Are you the combat captain of the Silver Light Pirates, the counterattacker Roman? Captain Buggy, who was sitting grandly on his throne, propped his face with one hand, pretending to be profound. Is this woman also from your Silver Light Pirates? Sent as a spy? What? Nami, who had just stood up, was shocked and almost fell to the ground again. The Silver Light Pirates, a group of pirates who came to East Blue from the North Sea. In just half a year, they became famous in East Blue. Their captain had a bounty of 30 million, and they had 2 combat captains with bounties of 10 million each. Even the ordinary pirates were seasoned fighters. And their ship, the Riding the Wave, was incredibly fast. They had clashed with the ruler of East Blue, Admiral Krieg, and easily destroyed 3 of his warships before leaving. Definitely a fearsome group that could stop children from crying at night. Sorry, you got the wrong person. Roman denied it without hesitation, making Nami breathe a sigh of relief. So it was just a coincidence. The Silver Light Pirates, along with their ship, have been sunk to the bottom of the sea by me. Now, I am a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Roman. Roman turned to face the crowd of pirates and calmly replied, that's all. Wow, that's even scarier? Poor Nami felt like she was going to fall to the ground again, her legs turning to noodles and sliding down. Snap. Are you okay? Facing Roman's inquiry, Nami, who was being held up by one hand, forced a smile that was worse than crying. I'm fine. Oh, so, the Silver Light Pirates no longer exist. Captain Buggy sneered and pointed at Luffy in the iron cage. But your judgment is poor, siding with such an idiot. He then pointed around at the densely packed pirates. And even worse judgment, trying to fight against so many of us in the buggy pirates. Clang, click, clang. Cutlasses, flintlock guns, chains, various weapons were held by the members of the buggy pirates. Upon hearing that the Silver Light Pirates only had Roman left, their courage immediately surged. How about this? Sitting in the main seat, looking at the 3 surrounded people, Captain Buggy touched his bright red nose. Roman, I'll give you a chance. You fire the cannon, using that Straw Hat idiot's head to swear allegiance to me. If you do that, you and Nami can become our partners. Captain Buggy grinned, lifting his chin. I might even make you the captain of my combat team. How about it, power? I refuse. Roman interrupted before he could finish. Facing the pirates surrounding him from all sides, he stepped forward with empty hands. You want my allegiance? Sorry, it's clear you don't have what it takes. Hey, Luffy. Retreating to the edge of the cage, Nami looked anxiously at Roman, who was facing the pirates alone, and then at Luffy in the cage. He'll be killed. There are so many of them. He won't. Luffy in the cage smiled confidently. Roman is very strong. So this is the extent of the buggy pirates' abilities. In just a few minutes, the rooftop was littered with bruised and battered pirates, and Roman, with bare hands, shook his head. I think you guys should honestly join a circus. At least you won't have to worry about getting killed. To be fair, the members of the buggy pirates, although dressed quite bizarrely, were not just similar to circus performers but identical. However, their agile movements and ruthless skills were not fake. Not to mention ordinary people, they were at least above the pirate average level. However, in front of Roman, they couldn't even fight, let alone leave a scratch on him. One punch, one pirate, one kick, a group. Complete domination? Captain, there's something off about this guy. Riding a unicycle, with a cutlass at his waist, hair covering his left eye, wearing a scarf and a cloak, the buggy pirate's chief of staff, Kabeji, leaned slightly towards his boss and whispered. I saw several times when our weapons clearly hit him, but they had no effect. Does that guy have some kind of armor under his clothes? Captain Buggy touched his chin and snapped his fingers. Moji, give everyone a beast show. Yes, Captain. A guy wearing a ragdoll headgear and fur of the same color on his chest responded to the order. As he stood up, he immediately cast a shadow. Don't get me wrong, this guy isn't some giant, but under him is a giant lion. Although it's called a lion, its size is more like an elephant. And for animals, a huge size means immense strength. Oh, the vice captain is here. Go, Vice Captain Moji. Take him down, Richie. The giant lion's name is Richie, and the guy sitting on it is Moji, the vice captain of the buggy pirates. One man and one beast slowly approached Roman, their house-sized bodies casting a large shadow over him. Well, I should have given you a chance to surrender. Moji sneered from the lion's back, but I don't want another annoying guy besides Kabeji to compete with me for power, so, roar. A genuine lion's roar accompanied by a foul wind assaulted Roman at close range. Even Nami, who had retreated to the back, instinctively covered her ears. Richie, tear him apart. Following the sudden lion's roar were two millstone-sized lion paws, descending on Roman with a fierce sound. 8 dagger-like claws were about to disembowel him. Clang! However, with a crisp collision sound, the giant lion's paws suddenly stopped. They were held back by 2 hands. Although Roman wasn't exactly weak, he looked like a child wrestling with a giant compared to the elephant-sized lion. What? Even more surprising was that the giant lion was being slowly pushed back by Roman. Richie, bite him. Following the tamer's order, the giant lion lowered its head, using its third weapon, sharp teeth. It bit down on Roman, as if it would decapitate him in the next second. Humph. Roman silently fell backward, his back touching the ground. His legs curled up, compressing his body into a tight ball. Then, facing the gaping maw, he suddenly stretched out. Inch by inch, as Roman stretched his body, his vertebrae moved and pushed lightly. Each inch of movement straightened his body bit by bit. At the same time, the movement of his spine also drove the movement of all his bones and the stretching of his muscles, like a lever, transferring power from the ground, through his arms, back, chest, and finally to his legs. All his strength gathered in one place. This power burst forth, strong and vigorous, like a powder keg suddenly ignited. For a moment, Roman's entire body was like a skilled archer, his spine like a bow, his legs like arrows, and all his strength was unleashed in this kick. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant lion flew high into the air. In the stunned eyes of everyone, it drew an arc and then crashed heavily onto the roof. The massive impact caused the roof to collapse under the weight, leaving a huge hole and snap. Roman flipped up with a carp jump, still empty-handed, and patted his pants. You don't think? He glanced at the dumbfounded buggy pirates. That a mere 10 million bounty is worthy of a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, do you? Chapter 11, The Juggler Swordsman, Temporary Retreat. This. With one move, he had taken down the enemy's beast tamer vice captain, intimidating most of the pirates and making their gazes involuntarily fall on their own leader. Why are you looking at me? Although the clown buggy still had a blank expression on his face, he was already thinking of retreating in his heart. The opponent was clearly a master of hand-to-hand combat, and once given the chance, it would be a flurry of punches and kicks. This kind of opponent was the one he hated the most, whether it was raw strength or devil fruit abilities, they were all troublesome. Humph, that useless Moji. Kabeji, riding a unicycle, snorted coldly, drew the sword from his waist, and slowly rode out. I've already seen through your tricks. Buggy, sitting on the main seat, was stunned. Although he hadn't seen through anything, it didn't stop him from maintaining his dignity. Humph, not bad, Kabeji. You saw through the opponent's tricks so quickly, only a bit slower than me. Oh. Roman tilted his head, casually standing as he sized up the juggler swordsman in front of him. Then tell me, what are my tricks? Kabeji, who was slowly approaching on his unicycle, suddenly accelerated. The sword in his hand left a trail of afterimages as it slashed towards Roman. Of course, it's clang. Roman raised his arm to block the sword, but Kabeji, the opponent, used his other hand to pull down the scarf around his neck, puffed up his cheeks, and spat forward. Acrobatics, fire breath. A burst of flames spewed from his mouth. Although it looked terrifying, this kind of flame, produced by alcohol, was more about startling than actual lethality to these small experts. However, Roman's face turned serious as he quickly retreated, even beyond the range of being startled. As I thought, my guess was correct. While twirling the sword, Kabeji pointed at the serious Roman. Your ability is paper, right? That's right, I ate the paper fruit and became a paper man. Since he had been seen through, Roman admitted it openly. However, I'm curious, how did you figure it out? You know, up until now, I haven't actively used my fruit ability. After so many years as a pirate, Roman no longer underestimated anyone. But to be seen through so quickly. I'm not just a swordsman. Kabeji, riding the unicycle, pointed to his eyes. I'm also the lookout, and my eyesight is the sharpest in all of East Blue. Your skin may look normal, but to my eyes, it appears very fake, with no pores, no texture. Even the wrinkles and blood vessels are drawn. Combined with your invulnerability to blades and bullets, I boldly guessed that your body is covered with a layer of something. And the answer is paper. Wow, amazing. Long live Kabeji. Since it's paper, it must be afraid of fire? No wonder. So it's a devil fruit user. That's right, this was the first skill Roman developed. It was also his frequently used ability, because as a time traveler from a peaceful era, Roman was actually very afraid of death. Paper dance, iron armor. With the truth revealed, even Nami behind Roman first had a sudden realization, then a look of despair. It's over, it's over. Everyone knows what paper is afraid of, even a 3-year-old? He. Sure enough, after learning about Roman's ability, the pirates on the opposite side immediately improvised, lighting various Molotov cocktails and torches, filling the air with the smell of alcohol. Since we know your weakness, just surrender. Faced with the taunts of those small fry, Roman was not only not nervous, but even wanted to laugh. But before that, although what you said seems to make some sense, Roman looked at Kabeji, the chief of staff of the buggy pirates, who was riding a unicycle. That doesn't necessarily mean my ability is paper, right? It could also be a layer of iron, glass, or wax covering my skin. Devil fruits are full of surprises. To accurately know that Roman's ability was paper, it couldn't be determined by just a few words from the other side. Faced with Roman's question, Kabeji, who had just looked like Conan, now had a wandering gaze and unconsciously looked at the ground beside him. I see. Roman already knew the answer. It was the napkin I used to wipe my mouth earlier. You saw me create paper out of thin air, so you used the answer to deduce the cause. Even so, if the other side's captain wasn't a devil fruit user himself, Kabeji probably wouldn't have thought of devil fruits first, and thus deduced Roman's true ability. With such an obvious weakness, as long as everyone rushes in. A pirate holding a torch hadn't finished his boast when he fell backward with a cry. Maybe the previous fight gave you the wrong idea. With a clatter, 2 white crossbows appeared in Roman's hands. They automatically loaded, generated arrows, and then fired. Puff, puff, With a wave of his hand, a pirate immediately fell backward. And this time, standing a bit further away wouldn't help. The other side has long-range means, we can't even get close. This ability is simply invincible. Roman glanced around, wanting to see who was putting a debuff on him. Didn't they know that claiming an ability was invincible would stop all thinking? Don't panic, attack that cage. The clown buggy waved his hand, instantly spotting Roman's weakness. And that woman named Nami, take her down too. Hey, why me too? Nami, who was trying to blend in and pretend she didn't exist, was stunned. You guys fight each other, why involve me? Roman, protect Nami. She's our navigator? Wait, I didn't agree to that. But seeing the buggy pirates surrounding them with swords, guns, and torches, Nami could only tearfully admit. Yes, I am the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Sorry, Nojiko. Sorry, Aunt Belmere. I'm not doing this willingly, it's just a situation. By the way, are there really only 3 members in the Straw Hat Pirates? Hey, don't treat me like a do-it-all robot. Facing the pirates closing in again, this time targeting not only himself but also the burdensome Luffy and Nami, Roman couldn't help but complain. But, well, I should thank you. Facing the buggy pirates armed with weapons and torches, the crossbow in Roman's hand disappeared with a clatter. He raised his empty hands, palms facing the enemy. The paper I create becomes harmless if there's too much of it. Could it be? The first to react, Kabeji's face changed dramatically, retreating on his unicycle. Paper dance, sea of fire. Whoosh. Countless sheets of paper spewed from Roman's hands, flooding the entire rooftop like a wave. The soft paper was harmless, but if everyone had a torch. Help. Fire, fire. Water, water. In an instant, the entire rooftop turned into a sea of flames. The buggy pirates danced frantically in the fire, a scene both funny and terrifying, leaving the girl named Nami stunned until. What are you spacing out for? Run. With one hand carrying the cage holding Luffy and the other pulling the dazed orange-haired girl, they quickly left the burning area. As the saying goes, a fire on the roof, the chief falls in love with me. After all, his paper fruit was truly countered by fire? If someone recklessly pounced on him, water and fire are merciless. Without obtaining that thing, this obvious weakness couldn't be remedied for now. By the way, Roman turned to look at the despondent Nami he was pulling, thinking to himself. Wait, in my previous life watching the anime, wasn't Nami clever and unbeatable? Why is she like this now? Could she be a fake? Roman instinctively didn't consider that the only ones who could remain calm when facing a ruthless real pirate like him were people like Luffy and Zoro. Chapter 12, The Dog and the Old Man, Captain's Duel. After a wild dash, the 3 of them stopped on the main street of the small town. We escaped. Facing the panting Nami, Roman calmly spoke while seriously preparing a fitness plan for her. Even if you're our navigator and don't need to fight, your stamina is too poor. Who's your navigator? Facing Roman's suddenly cold gaze, Nami had to close her eyes and nod with tears in her heart. Yes, it's all my fault for holding you back. However, this guy named Roman is so strong. Facing the notorious buggy pirates, he came and went freely, seemingly invincible. And he ran all the way, holding her with one hand and carrying a big iron cage with the idiot captain inside with the other, without even breaking a sweat. Maybe, I can trick this guy into dealing with. Wow, look at this dog, it's not moving at all. Having escaped from the ropes during the run, Luffy, now out of danger, started his usual antics again. This time, his target was a dog by the roadside, just an ordinary village dog, squatting motionlessly in front of a small shop. Is this dog dead? Could it be a statue? Gomu no. 2 fingers Zen. He stretched his arm out of the cage, poking the dog's eyes with his index and ring fingers. Then, crunch. Ah, it hurts. Ah, this. Watching the heated battle between the man and the dog through the cage, Roman began to reflect again on whether he had fed Luffy too much. What an idiot. Nami, beside him, was also speechless at the man-dog war unfolding. But the more I think about it, the more I feel like I'm just an idiot too. She patted her clothes, took out a key, and threw it to the side of the cage. While you were fighting, I stole the key. The orange-haired girl pouted unhappily. Seriously, I didn't steal any treasure or navigation charts. Haha, great. Luffy, who had been AFK in the cage, cheered. This cage has caused me so much trouble. Humph, it's your own fault for being stupid. Roman snorted speechlessly, but considering she recruited a navigator. Picked up. Gulp. Ah, stupid dog, spit out the key. Luffy, be honest with me, are you sure you ate the rubber fruit and not the dumb fruit? Not only lowering his own IQ but also the IQ of surrounding creatures. Rubbing his temples, Roman sighed. Alright, let's have some dog meat hot. Hey, you guys, stop bullying Shushu. An old man wearing leather armor and protective gear, with a long spear on his back and glasses on his face, ran over angrily. So, you're the mayor of this small town. This dog is called Shushu. Then why is it squatting here? Faced with Roman's group's question, the old man sighed. This shop, the old mayor pointed to the small shop behind him, was opened by an old friend of mine and Shushu together. To them, this shop is their most precious memory. But the pirates have come. Nami asked in confusion, didn't the townspeople evacuate? Why leave this dog to guard the shop? Isn't your friend afraid it will be killed by the pirates? He is already dead. The old mayor sighed again. A few months ago, my old friend fell ill and went to the hospital, and then, so this dog has been guarding here, waiting for its owner to return. Faced with Nami's sentiment, the old mayor smiled. No, Shushu is a smart dog. It must know its owner will never come back. It's just that this shop is its most precious memory, so it keeps guarding here. As he spoke, the mayor covered his forehead, his voice trembling. What a foolish dog. Hey, old man, you're not much different, are you? Leaning against the shop door with his arms crossed, Roman lifted his eyelids. You came to check on the town at this time because you can't let go of it, right? In the end, you're not much smarter than this dog. Hehe. Faced with Roman's sarcasm, the old mayor smiled and shook his head. That's right, this town was built bit by bit from desolation by us, a group of refugees whose homes were destroyed by pirates. It carries our efforts, sweat, joys, and sorrows. So, as he spoke, he took off his glasses, and when he put them back on, his eyes were filled with determination. So, I'm old? I can't run anymore. If I have to die, I want to die in my own home. Roman. Luffy in the cage pressed his straw hat, a stark contrast to his usual carefree self. We're going back. He looked up, his eyes serious, as if he had become a different person. I'm going to beat that red-nosed guy. What a stubborn guy. As you wish. Roman stood up and stretched his muscles. Captain. Hey, you three young people should go take shelter. Seeing the three, no, two of them looking like they were about to start a fight, the old mayor hurriedly advised. And one of you is still locked in a cage. Snap. Roman, half squatting, grabbed the thumbthick iron bars of the cage with both hands, and then, crack. In an instant, Roman's arms bulged with veins, his muscles swelled, and his originally loose sleeves burst open. With muscles rippling, he forcefully bent the thick steel cage, creating a hole big enough for a person to crawl through. Done. Thanks, Roman. Freed, Luffy stretched his shoulders, looking excited and eager. Let's go beat up that red-nosed guy and his men. Sure. Boom. The old town mayor, dressed in leather armor, was so scared that he fell to the ground. Even though Roman was just a handsome, sunny boy, he possessed inhuman strength that could bend steel. Amazing? On the other side, Nami gained a deeper understanding of this boy named Roman. Such strength was already on par with those guys, right? If this straw hat wearing guy had the same strength. If she could trick them into coming to her hometown, maybe she could. But, looking at the two pirates who were ready to go back and mess with the buggy pirates, Nami's eyes flashed. Two pirates ready to act chivalrously, how stupid? I can't stand it. Alright. The old town mayor beside her also felt his long-lost blood boiling. As the mayor, if I don't protect the town, who will? I'll go too. Bang. Unfortunately, before he could finish his heroic speech, Luffy pressed the back of his head and slammed him into the door of a nearby shop. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Luffy, what are you doing? Before the fight even started, he knocked out an ally, instantly making the girl named Nami furious. If Roman wasn't beside her, she would have made this straw hat-wearing idiot taste her fist. Haha, this is a fight between pirates. Luffy turned to the dog at the shop entrance. Shusho, protect your owner's friend. We're going to take care of some business. Woof woof woof. Do you think a dog can understand what you're saying? Haha, the old man said Shusho is very smart. Luffy and Nami's bickering continued all the way, making Roman shake his head with a smile. This strange atmosphere, compared to the killing intent and greed before battles in the past. Not bad. Hehehe, I thought you had run away. In front of the ruins in the center of the town, a group of dark pirates faced the trio who had returned, their eyes almost spitting fire. Red nose. Luffy stepped forward, eagerly rubbing his fists. I've decided, I'm going to punch you away. Dead silence? Then. What did you say, Straw Hat Kid? Don't you know Captain Buggy hates it when people mention his red nose? Yeah, the red nose is the captain's taboo. When he hears it, he goes berserk. And what's wrong with a red nose? Isn't it still a nose? You're being appearance discriminatory. Red nose, red nose, red nose. The clown-like Captain Buggy, with veins popping on his forehead, waved his hands. With a series of thuds, the pirates who were jumping around just now fell to the ground. If you wanted to anger me, you've succeeded. A wave of fiery aura swept across the battlefield, and the boy named Luffy looked at the pirates on the ground with knives in their backs, his face full of anger. Casually harming your own companions, someone like you? Whoosh. In a flash, he suddenly rushed in front of the clown Buggy, his clenched fist launching the first attack. Is not fit to be a captain. Chapter 13, Splitting Apart, Rubber Resilience. Gomu Gomu no. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Gatling gun. With high-speed movements, his fists left countless afterimages in the air, surging towards Buggy like a wave, forcing Buggy to use his evasion technique. Bara bara no escape. Swish, swish, swish. The clown-like Captain Buggy literally split apart, his body breaking into pieces and scattering in all directions, swiftly avoiding Luffy's barrage of punches. He then reassembled nearby like a flying swallow returning to its nest. Damn it, why are you so familiar with my abilities? Humph, I'm not telling you. After a few probing exchanges, both captains found each other troublesome. Luffy was fast and tough, Buggy could split apart and had high evasion. The two were at a stalemate. Help the captain. Among the Buggy pirates, Moji, who had lost his lion mount, swung his whip, and Kabeji, riding a unicycle, also held a sword, ready for a 3-on-1 fight. But, swish, a figure blocked their way. Guys, don't be so unromantic. Roman, with a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, smiled wickedly. Let the two captains communicate alone. As for you guys, whoosh. He tilted his head to avoid Moji's whip, which was like an animal's tail, and blocked Kabeji's sword with his shield. Roman and the Buggy pirates' vice-captain and chief of staff clashed. Stay with me. Dash. Hey, who the heck are you? Captain Buggy, dressed as a clown, looked at the straw hat wearing, shabby-looking Luffy in front of him. I'm Luffy. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. Huh? Sigma, degree. That's hilarious. If you can become the Pirate King, then I must be a god. Enough talk, let's continue fighting. After introducing himself, Luffy rotated his arms. He had said he would knock the opponent out, and he would definitely do it. Hey, don't be so arrogant, rubber kid. Buggy held several short knives between his fingers, his face darkening. Being made a fool of by an unknown kid, even the usually uncompetitive Buggy was getting angry. Kid, rubber can't block blades, right? As he spoke, sharp blades popped out from Buggy's clown boots. It can't block. Bara no. Buggy made a throwing motion and suddenly flung his lower body forward. Two rapidly spinning legs, with blades on the tips of the shoes, whizzed out like a high-speed cutting wheel. Although it looked funny, the power was no joke. It kicked up dust and stones, cutting a long crack in the ground. Swish. Luffy jumped in place, choosing to dodge the lower body attack from above. But, I knew you would jump. Swish, 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 swish. The short knives in his hands shot out at high speed, instantly blocking Luffy's movements in all directions, and in midair, there was no place to leverage. Hehe. Facing the flying knives coming from all directions, Luffy just smiled confidently. His arm suddenly stretched out to grab a nearby building, pulling himself to the side and dodging the wave of knife attacks. My turn to attack, Gomu Gomu no dash. Pistol. A seemingly ordinary punch was thrown, but the fist crossed several meters in 0.1 seconds, completing a rotation at the same time. The force generated from the high-speed strike created a gust of wind, like a rolling python. Swish. However, Buggy, the clown, had already dodged Luffy's punch trajectory the moment it was thrown, although his clothes and hat were blown wildly by the wind. But, nice attack, but the extended arm is a weakness. The short knife in his hand suddenly slashed towards Luffy's extended arm. Watch me chop it. At that moment, Buggy's peripheral vision caught sight of the mist punch turning into a palm and grabbing the building behind him. As his pupils shifted, he saw Luffy directly kicking off with both feet. Gomu Gomu no dash. With the forward momentum from his feet and the kinetic energy from one arm retracting, Luffy turned into a blur and charged at Buggy. His other arm swung fiercely at Buggy's neck. Axe. Miss. This move was very powerful. It even made Buggy's head fly off. And with the strong momentum, Luffy crashed into the building behind, turning it into rubble with a loud crash. Bara no. Ha 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 muta. Such childish attacks can't hurt me. With his head falling, the clown captain named Buggy turned around. His bara fruit allowed him to split any part of his body at any time, making straightforward attacks ineffective against him. Boom! Luffy stood up from the rubble, adjusting his straw hat, and looked at Captain Buggy. What a headache, you're pretty good at dodging. Same to you, Straw Hat Boy. What a terrifying battle. Whether it was Roman dealing with the two leaders or the captains of both sides. Especially that Straw Hat. Luffy, who turned out to be a real expert. Although for the two fighting, this was just a warm-up and testing. For Nami hiding on the side, it was a battle between two non-humans. Every move carried immense power, and every punch and kick was a deadly strike. The surrounding buildings and streets were as fragile as building blocks in front of them. They were simply not human. It looks like Luffy still has a lot of fighting to do. Roman was fighting two opponents at once, yet he still had the leisure to pay attention to the battle on the other side. In reality, with his strength, defeating these two opponents wasn't difficult. According to the Marine's bounty, Roman, who could defeat the Silver Captain one-on-one, had a strength of around 25 million berries. After eating the paper devil fruit, his strength stabilized at around 30 million. Even though his devil fruit ability was exposed, causing the enemy to prepare countermeasures with burning items, Roman could still easily handle the buggy pirate's tamer and juggler swordsman, who didn't even have bounties over 10 million, even without his paper dance, iron armor. However, Buggy, I'll leave him to Luffy. Whether he really has Conqueror's Haki, or performs molecular disintegration by removing his gloves, or suddenly uses Bara no festival. In any case, Roman didn't want to face him. Such an unpredictable opponent should be left to Luffy. After all, he's the captain, right? No wonder I found this straw hat familiar. On the other side, the clown Buggy successfully discovered Luffy's weakness, which was the straw hat on his head. So, by attacking the weakness, he easily injured Luffy. Now, thinking he had victory in hand, the clown Buggy threw the straw hat pierced by a short knife to the ground and said unhappily, "That guy Shanks, we were apprentice sailors on the same ship back then. It was because of him that I ended up like this." After speaking, he spat on the straw hat at his feet. "Ha ha ha, you treat this ragged hat as a treasure. You." Waves of burning anger swept across the battlefield, interrupting Buggy's reckless actions. Luffy was furious. "A man like Shanks, and you say you're his brother." Whoosh. Luffy, leaving a trail of afterimages, lunged at the smug Buggy. Bara no. Bang. However, the attack with his hand was just a distraction. Luffy's real killer move was a hidden kick. He kicked Buggy's lower body, sending him flying and almost causing his brother to be destroyed on the spot. "You're not worthy." Chapter 14, Comedic Battle, Punching Buggy Away. Taking a moment to glance at the other side of the battle, Roman's thoughts condensed into two words. What the heck? Just now, Luffy and Buggy were fighting skillfully, countering each other's moves. Now, their battle mode was, "You dare to mess up my straw hat and spit on it. Don't wipe it on me. Shut up, it's your own spit." Buggy, lying on the ground, was being ridden by Luffy, who was wiping his beloved straw hat on him. The two instantly went from a high-level duel to a street brawl, making Roman's eyebrows twitch. "Come on, you two captains, can you be serious? This is a life and death battle, you can't kill each other like this." Ripping faces, glaring, spitting. The two of them, with their B-grade antics, were wrestling and trash-talking at the same time. "Don't say you're Shanks' brother. I don't care what your relationship with Shanks is, I can say whatever I want." "Don't say it. I will if I want to." Gomu no, nose-picking. Bara no, tickling. Two idiots? Roman stopped in his tracks, almost unable to resist turning around to beat these two guys up. Their presence was lowering the IQ of pirates to infinity. However, to the panting Moji and Kabeji, it looked like, hold on, he's almost done for. "Heh," Roman sneered. Ever since he knew he had crossed into the world of One Piece, he hadn't slacked off for a single day. While others drank and partied, he trained. While others slept soundly, he trained. While others played leisurely, he trained. Moreover, his body's natural quality was excellent, as if there were no bottlenecks. So even without a master to guide him, Roman's strength was still formidable. This level of combat intensity, he could handle it for a day and a night without any problem. However, Roman maintained a steady attack frequency, openly slacking off, not in a hurry to decide the outcome. He definitely didn't want to get involved in the fight between those two idiots, lest he also get affected by the dumb aura and become foolish. Got a bit too absorbed. On the other side, hiding behind a building, Nami was also snapped out of her daze by the chaotic fight between the two captains, realizing what she should be doing. Although the buildings were burned down, the buggy pirate's treasure would definitely be prioritized for rescue. So, huff, huff, huff. Finally breaking free from Luffy's entanglement, Buggy climbed up from the ground, glaring at Luffy's straw hat. "I'll tell you, the person I hate the most in my life is Shanks. Because he destroyed my dream." At the mention of the word dream, Luffy stopped his attack, seriously listening to Buggy's old story. Back then, Shanks and I were just apprentice sailors. But I was different from Shanks and the others on the ship. They didn't care about treasure at all, only their vague dreams. A real pirate among a group of dreamers, it felt as out of place as a lunatic among normal people. The purpose of sailing is treasure, and taking treasure is the greatest joy of being a pirate. That's the true essence of being a pirate. Shanks doesn't understand pirates at all. Far away in the new world, Shanks, yes, I'm an emperor of the sea, what do I know about being a pirate? So when we got a map of a treasure under the sea, I decided to go solo. But at that time, I didn't have my own ship, no crew. So, when our ship got a devil fruit, and no one wanted to eat it, I stepped up. "You ate that devil fruit?" Facing Luffy's question, the clown Captain Buggy smiled proudly. "Of course not. I just performed a trick in front of everyone, hid the real fruit, ate a fake one, and said it was just an ordinary fruit. I had it all planned out. Once I sold the devil fruit, I'd have the money to build my own ship, then recruit a crew and search for that treasure under the sea. But then, damn Shanks, he suddenly scared me from behind, causing me to accidentally swallow the devil fruit and fall into the sea. Although that guy saved me, it turned me into a man who can't touch water. I'll never be able to search for that underwater treasure again. What? So Shanks saved your life? After hearing about the grudge between the other party and his savior, Luffy nodded in realization. It turned out they were similar. You're focusing on the wrong point, aren't you? The point is that bastard ruined my dream. Forget it. After saying a lot, the gradually calming Buggy's body split apart, with his upper body floating in the air. Since I can't get the underwater treasure, I'll get all the treasures on the sea. Saying this, he turned his head towards the direction of the burnt ruins. Dare to touch my treasure. Whoosh! His upper body flew towards that direction at high speed. On the outskirts of the ruins, a girl named Nami was quietly trying to sneak away with a bag of gold, silver, jewelry, and coins. Even if it's a woman, I won't let her go. The sharp short knife in his hand pointed at the girl holding the treasure, and Buggy's shout and killing intent arrived simultaneously. Nami, put down my treasure. Just as Roman, who was taking it easy on the side, was about to make a move, Luffy had already taken the lead. Boom! Buggy's upper body, which was rushing towards Nami at high speed, suddenly fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, his eyes turning white, and snot and tears flowing simultaneously. Like a real mask of pain, because, damn rubber, you actually ambushed me. That's right, in front of Buggy's lower body left in place, Luffy had kicked him between the legs. The intense pain transmitted instantly, causing Buggy's upper body to fall to the ground, trembling all over. Hey, our fight isn't over yet. Luffy stood with his hands on his hips, a righteous expression on his face. At the same time, he turned to the orange-haired girl. Nami, put down the treasure. Otherwise, he won't let you go. I won't. However, the orange-haired girl fully displayed her money-over-life attribute, holding the treasure tightly with both hands. What I stole is mine. I won't let go. Hey. Buggy's upper body, lying on the ground, caught his breath and slowly floated up. A thief dares to be so righteous. Stealing it makes it yours? Is there no justice, no law? Do I need you to teach me? The girl named Nami sneered. These treasures were also stolen by you from others. If I can steal them, they naturally become mine. That makes sense. Luffy, on the side, nodded in realization, leaving Buggy speechless. However, fine, I'll kill you, then take it back, and the treasure will be mine again. Bara no. His upper body near Nami and his lower body near Luffy simultaneously split into many scattered pieces. Big chop. Clang. Buggy's body turned into countless flying pieces, skillfully dodging Luffy's follow-up attack. Then, haha, let's see how you hit me now. Well then. Buggy's head and hands holding the short knife flew towards the sneaking Nami, shouting, "Put down my treasure." Never. Looks like I have to step in. Roman, always keeping an eye on the other side of the battle, flipped his hand, and a paper-throwing knife appeared, ready to throw. But then, ha 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 ha. Buggy's flying head suddenly burst into laughter. Confusing everyone, Roman turned to look, his face darkening. It turned out that one of Buggy's dismembered feet was being tickled by Luffy. I can't. But the next second, Buggy's eyes bulged as he tried to hold back his laughter. Oh. Luffy was twisting a piece of skin on the foot 360 degrees. Don't go too far, rubber kid. Whoosh. Taking another deep breath, Roman felt that if this continued, the weather in the pirate world would warm up. The world is so beautiful, yet I'm so irritable. Not good, not good. Damn it. Are you here to fight or perform a comedy? Can you be serious for a moment? Do you deserve to be called pirates? Opportunity? No matter how funny the scene was, for the pursued Nami, it was a great chance to turn the tables. She immediately threw the huge bundle she was carrying at Buggy's flying head, but, smack. The strength gap was too big, and the so-called counterattack was just walking into a trap. Buggy's flying hand easily caught the bundle Nami threw. No matter how funny or absurd, the pirate captain named Buggy was a strong pirate with a bounty of tens of millions. On the other side, Luffy's eyes sharpened, and he immediately stopped playing and rushed over. Die. As Buggy's flying head spat out cold words, one hand grabbed the bundle, and the other hand's short knife fell from the sky, stabbing at Nami's. Boom! But just as Buggy and Nami's attention was on the treasure, the quickly arriving Luffy kicked Buggy's entire head into the treasure bag, sending both the head and the bag flying, saving Nami. I told you, our fight isn't over yet. When the dizzy Buggy got up, he saw Luffy with clenched fists. Don't get cocky. Bara. Buggy's head shouted. Reunion. Swish swish swish. Hands and feet instantly flew over, reuniting with the head. Except, where's my body? You mean this? On the other side, Nami tied up a bunch of wriggling meat chunks with a rope, including thighs, torso, and arms, all parts of Buggy's body. When Buggy's head got kicked and he fell into a daze, Nami quickly packed and tied up these parts. Ha, as expected of Nami. So, Gomu no. Facing the miniature Buggy, who only had his head, 2 hands, and 2 feet left, Luffy laughed loudly as his arms rapidly stretched backward. When they reached their limit, they suddenly snapped back. Wait a minute. Rocket. Boom, I'll be back. Buggy, who was sent flying by Luffy's Gomu no rocket, disappeared into the sky, and his long, distant scream made Roman start to question life. Why? The style used to be so normal. Chapter 15, Nami joins, a grim future. Let's go. After Luffy's fight ended, Roman quickly dealt with his opponents with a few punches and kicks. Then he called Nami to get ready to leave, and chivalrously helped her carry the bag containing the buggy pirate's treasure, making the orange-haired girl smile on the surface, but, for the sake of money, it seemed she had to continue playing along with them. Soon, the three of them arrived at the town's dock. Besides the buggy pirate's ship, there was also a merchant ship slowly approaching. Huh, Zoro, you actually managed to sail the ship here. Roman looked at the green-haired three-sword swordsman standing at the bow and stroked his chin. It seems I misunderstood your navigation skills. No, Zoro pointed his thumb backward. I wasn't the one sailing, it was these three guys. Master Zoro, look, we've reached the port. Can we leave now? Three bruised and battered pirates nodded and bowed to Zoro at the bow, and after getting his approval, they immediately jumped off the merchant ship without hesitation. Aren't these the three unlucky guys we passed by on the way here? Oh well, as long as we've safely reunited. Without waiting for the merchant ship to dock, Roman directly grabbed the bag of treasure with one hand and Nami with the other. Amidst the girls' hey sounds, he first squatted and jumped. Then, boom! A ring-shaped ripple exploded on the ground, causing bricks to shatter and the ground to tremble. The spot where he stood on the dock was left with two footprints spreading cracks in all directions. Roman and Nami's figures had already disappeared from the spot, flying towards the merchant ship like stones launched from a catapult. They landed on the deck with a loud bang, causing the entire ship to shake. Hey! After landing, the girl named Nami hadn't recovered from this fast mode of transportation when a pair of long hands grabbed the ship's rail. Then, the next second, Gomu no, whoosh, rocket. A figure wearing a straw hat flew into the air above the merchant ship with a snap, did a few flips to reduce the impact, and landed on the deck. Ha, Zoro, you were too slow. Not only did we find a navigator, but we also sent a guy named Buggy and his pirate crew flying. Oh, really? However, Zoro, with three swords style hanging from his waist, was concerned about another issue. Are the enemies strong? Are there any swordsmen? Not really strong, I guess. Luffy thought for a moment, didn't see any swordsmen, but there was a juggler. Then it's fine. The man named Zoro immediately lost interest and leaned against the ship's railing, closing his eyes to rest. Come on, Nami. Roman kindly patted the orange-haired girl's shoulder, almost causing Nami, who had just experienced flying, to collapse on the deck. You'll be in charge of steering the ship from now on. Finally, I can free up my hands to continue developing my fruit abilities. Instead of steering the ship all day. Roman, I'm hungry. Didn't you just eat at the buggy pirate's place? Don't think I didn't see. Nami clearly fed you. Just had a fight, my stomach is empty again. Facing Luffy, who was lying on the ground, Roman looked at Nami, who was steering the ship, and, you want me to cook? No need. Zoro's cooking skills are just at the level of not poisoning people. Roman thought it would be better for his stomach if he cooked himself. In the merchant ship's dining room, chew. So, we need to recruit a cook immediately. Roman, you're not cooking anymore. Luffy, looking shocked, dropped the meat in his hand onto the plate and threw himself onto Roman, wailing. No, Roman, your cooking is so delicious, I've never had anything so good. Don't wipe your tears and snot on me. Pushing the clowning Luffy away in disgust, Roman rubbed his temples. I'm curious what you used to eat, was it garbage? My cooking is at best average, and I need to free up time to train and develop my fruit abilities. By the way, I want to ask you all a question. Facing the serious-looking Roman, Luffy could only pout and sit back down to gnaw on his meat, while even Zoro and Nami sat up straight. Do you all really want to go to the Grand Line? In an instant, the three present had serious expressions. Then, I heard there are many master swordsmen on the Grand Line, said Zoro with a battle-ready look. If I want to become the world's greatest swordsman, there's someone I must defeat. There are countless pirates on the Grand Line, as long as we steal, take their treasures, said Nami with a money-grubber look, I can quickly gather 100 million berries. Roman, what are you talking about? And Luffy pressed his straw hat, for once not clowning around. I'm going to be the Pirate King. If I don't enter the Grand Line and find One Piece, how can I become the Pirate King? As expected. Roman nodded, then suddenly threw out a question. Do you all think I'm strong? This. Very strong. Zoro was the first to nod, his face full of fighting spirit. It's a pity you don't use a sword, otherwise I'd really want to spar with you. Roman, you're obviously very strong, we all know that. You're wrong, Luffy. Roman interrupted Luffy's words with a wave of his hand, seriously looking around. I'm very weak, extremely weak. What? Strength and weakness are always relative concepts. It's like the frog in a well. To small fish and shrimp, it's very strong. But to the world outside the well, how strong can a frog be? It's undeniably weak. You mean? Zoro, with his green hair, grinned, showing his white teeth, his eyes shining like a blade, almost beast-like. We are all very weak. Yes. Roman nodded without hesitation and continued. As everyone knows, the danger level of a pirate can be seen from their bounty. Although bounty doesn't completely equal strength, generally, the higher the bounty, the stronger the pirate. Roman looked around. You have no objections to this, right? Nods X3. After all, the three present were all people who dealt with pirates and understood the relationship between bounty and strength very well. Although there were fluctuations, a pirate with a bounty of 10 million would never be a match for one with 20 million. In my estimation, the bounties of the few of us here, excluding Nami, should be around 20 to 30 million. Amid Nami's muttering of why am I excluded, Roman dropped a bombshell. And on the Grand Line, pirates with bounties over 100 million are everywhere. Silence. Maybe you don't have a clear understanding of this. Zoro. Roman first looked at the green-haired three-sword-style swordsman. Can you cut through steel with your sword? Facing Zoro's shaking head, Roman tapped the table with his finger. On the Grand Line, swordsmen who can cut through steel are as common as carp crossing the river. And even if you can cut through steel, that's only at the level of a 50 million bounty. Nami, regarding the wealth of pirates on the Grand Line, to put it simply, I know several pirate crews that have their own countries. In other words, the girl's so-called 100 million goal, in front of those pirates whose wealth is measured in countries, is as laughable as a farmer imagining the emperor eating 2 buns for a meal. Wealth? Finally, Luffy. Roman ignored the two between them and these pirates with bounties of billions was indeed terrifying and unimaginable. If we enter the Grand Line, the most important things to watch out for are the Marines and the 7 warlords of the sea. Don't forget, we have a captain who wants to become the Pirate King. Roman glanced at the 3 of them and explained seriously. So, in general, the Marines are our biggest enemy. No matter if the Straw Hat Pirates have done anything a pirate should do, as long as they raise the skull flag, they are the Marines' mortal enemies? The Marines are under the world government, maintaining law and order in all the world's oceans in the name of absolute justice. They are the largest military organization in the world. The Marine headquarters, a nice lobby, and Impel Down together form the 3 great fortresses of the world. The current fleet admiral is Sengoku the Buddha, followed by the 3 admirals as the highest combat power, then the vice admirals, rear admirals, and commodores, all the way down to captains and lieutenants. Although there are some who rise through connections, most Marine officers' strength is still linked to their rank. Seeing the indifferent expressions of the trio, Roman patiently explained again. Don't use the Marine ranks in East Blue as a reference. Let me put it this way, a colonel from East Blue would be lucky to be an officer in the Grand Line, and most likely would have to start over as a seaman recruit. Even for us, with our current strength, we'd be at most majors in the Marines. And there are easily hundreds, if not thousands, of people with that level of strength in Marine headquarters. Hundreds of Luffies. Nami was about to exclaim how amazing that was, but the image that came to mind was hundreds of monkeys with straw hats chattering and clowning around. No, the picture is too beautiful to look at. Next is the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea, recognized by the world government as 7 great pirates with catastrophic destructive power and strength comparable to a nation. I can tell you very clearly, Roman stated seriously again, their strength is not exaggerated, they are literally one-man armies. No, you could even say that if it's just an ordinary army, facing them would be a massacre. Don't think about wearing them down, those monsters can fight for days and nights without breaking a sweat. The 3 were dumbfounded. It's not surprising that Luffy, Zoro, and Nami couldn't imagine it. In fact, until they actually encountered those monsters, they wouldn't be able to imagine that humans could be that strong. Although Zoro's master and Luffy's grandfather were true experts, these 2 guys either pretended to be weak or crazy, so in Zoro and Luffy's eyes, they were just weak teachers and crazy old men. As for Nami, a fisherman deserter from the Grand Line like Arlong made her think no one could defeat him, so how could she have a clear understanding of experts? In short, the 7 warlords of the sea are 7 famous great pirates recognized by the world government. They are Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, Empress Boa Hancock, Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote Doflamingo, Stepping Stone Gecko Moria, Knight of the Sea Jinbe, Sand Crocodile Crocodile, and Roman glanced at the green-haired 3-sword-style swordsman, Zoro, the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye Dracule my hawk. Oh, hearing this name, Zoro immediately looked eager and excited. I didn't expect him to have a title among the 7 warlords of the sea. So, there are 6 others as strong as him. No. Roman waved his hand, in my opinion, my hawk's strength is probably at the top among the 7 warlords. Then there's Kuma, Doflamingo, Hancock, and Jinbe. As for Moria and Crocodile, they are the weakest stepping stones. But even the stepping stones among the 7 warlords could defeat us with just one move. This was no exaggeration. Not to mention their current strength, even the Straw Hat Pirates in the original storyline, after many battles and improvements, relied on luck for about 70% of their victories against these 2 warlords. It was truly 70% luck, 30% effort. Sigh. Roman sighed as he spoke, because, judging by your expressions, you probably think I'm telling fairy tales or something shocking, right? Well then, Roman stood up and waved his hand, and the table in front of them and the chairs they were sitting on turned into sheets of white paper, almost causing Nami to fall on her butt. As for Luffy and Zoro, they had enough reflexes to avoid falling. Paper dance, arena, whoosh. Sheets of white paper covered the deck, mast, and railings, wrapping the merchant ship in a blanket of white. Devil fruits are all about personal development. Roman continued as sheets of paper flew from his hands, covering the ship. For example, my paper fruit. If an assassin ate it, they might develop abilities like paper person to slip through cracks, kami to dodge, or paper demon blade to enhance attacks. If someone who doesn't like fighting ate it, they might develop abilities like paper crane for scouting, paper clone for confusion, or paper Gundam for combat. Roman pointed to the paper on the ground. As for me, maybe because I am afraid of dying, the first ability I developed was paper iron. I can make the paper I create as strong as steel. Of course, the farther it is from my body, the weaker the ability becomes. But if it's just the size of this ship's deck, I can maintain the ability. Whoosh. More sheets of paper flew out, forming a sword and a shield in Roman's hands. So, don't hold back. Roman took a stance, facing Luffy and Zoro. Come fight me. If I win, you have to listen to me. Chapter 17, Training in Syrup Village. 1050. 1051. On the deck of the merchant ship, Luffy... opinion, haki is an extension of the soul. Observation haki represents perception, armament haki represents will, and conqueror's haki represents fate, aura, or something else. Roman shook his head. That stuff was too mysterious, he wasn't sure. In short, I don't even know the specific training methods for haki, so how could I use armament haki? As he spoke, Roman summoned a white paper hand from the cabin, holding a katana. Not Zoro's precious sword, but the cargo of this merchant ship. Although Roman and the others hadn't paid much attention, there was a huge fortune lying in the ship's hold, boxes of swords and flintlock guns. I just attached tiny triangular paper to the edge of the shield, like I'm doing now. As Roman deliberately amplified his ability, sawtooth-like paper appeared on the edge of his hand, which was shaped like a knife. Then, I make them move at high speed. Buzzing. With a low hum, these sawteeth moved rapidly on Roman's flesh, forming a great chainsaw. Then he aimed at the katana floating in front of him and slashed down with his hand. Clang! Sparks flew, metal clanged. The sheathed katana was instantly cut in half. TCH, it's just devil fruit ability, not a true swordsman. Facing Zoro's displeased words, Roman shrugged. Come on, I'm a devil fruit user, not a swordsman. If Luffy faced Roman's sword and shield, it was like facing two high-speed cutting chainsaw swords. Basically, touching them would cause injury, and blood would spurt out. Forget fighting, even dodging was extremely difficult. As for Zoro facing Roman, it was like encountering a steel fortress. Constantly clashing, continuously scraping, and finally collapsing from exhaustion. If you can cut through steel, you might have a chance to win. But clearly, Zoro didn't have that ability yet. Facing Roman, clad in paper dance, iron armor and carrying a shield, Zoro was helplessly knocked to the ground after striking countless sparks. He couldn't break through the defense, so how could he fight? Although, if the strength was enough, even without breaking the defense, it could shock the opponent. Although Zoro could barely break through Roman's paper dance, iron armor with a charged onigiri skill. Don't forget that even without his devil fruit ability, Roman's strength is still on par with Zoro and Luffy. So it was only natural that their sparring ended in their defeat. Speaking of which, using heavy weapons against someone like Roman, who has full body armor, would actually cause more damage. But Roman is very agile, and the paper armor and weapons he uses are almost weightless, making him truly swift and nimble. In short, a bet is a bet. Luffy and Zoro had to start training hard, sweating profusely, and saying goodbye to their usual antics, giving Roman some peace and quiet. Too hasty. This is a merchant ship, right? After enjoying a comfortable hot bath and washing off the sweat, Nami, sitting on a paper chair, started talking business with Roman. As for Luffy and Zoro, they were already sound asleep on the deck. Although this merchant ship is quite good, it's not suitable for sailing, right? As the name suggests, merchant ships are used for carrying cargo. They are large and stable but have the disadvantages of being slow and having poor firepower. If we go to the Grand Line, we need a ship that is light, fast, has some long-range firepower, and can maneuver easily among enemies. So, we need a specialized ship. And Nami, drying her hair with a towel, asked in confusion, isn't it wasteful to use fresh water like this? Hot baths are an extreme luxury for any crew on a sailing ship, even if this merchant ship has enough cargo space. Oh, don't worry. Roman waved his hand. I can provide a large amount of paper as fuel, and the fresh water is just a product of my seawater filtration. Ha. Because my paper has some biological properties, I can make it. Roman said, as a piece of white paper appeared in his hand. Function like a biological cell wall, and through reverse osmosis, it can purify fresh water from seawater. Sorry, I understand every word you said, but together it just. Nami clenched her fists, feeling annoyed as Roman looked at her with a you-know-nothing expression. If our strengths were swapped, I'd make you understand what cruelty is. In short, just consider it one of my devil fruit abilities. Roman stroked his chin. Let's call it paper dance, purification. Whatever makes you happy. Back to the point, we should get a new ship before entering the Grand Line. Roman nodded in agreement with Nami's suggestion. Just like the breaking waves he used to be on, the Silverlight pirates managed to escape danger several times thanks to that fast ship. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it was eventually destroyed by their own people. Roman sank that ship to the bottom of the sea, making it the final resting place for the Silverlight pirates. Yes, our next destination is Syrup Village, and hopefully, we can get a new ship there. Facing Nami, who was seriously studying the sea chart, Roman rubbed his temples. Syrup Village. Usopp's hometown, and the place where the Straw Hat Pirates would get their first ship, the Going Merry. He remembered that Usopp's childhood friend's family had a pirate undercover agent known as 100 Plans. What was his name? Knock? Or Kuro? Roman thought for a long time, only remembering that the guy had a signature move of pushing his glasses with his palm and had long blades on his 10 fingers. It seemed he was just a small fry. Great, when we get there, I'll just beat him up and get the ship reward. Wait. Roman rubbed his temples again, wondering if he had been around Luffy for too long, causing his IQ to drop so much. How could things be so simple and straightforward in the world? Go beat someone up and get a reward. Is this a game? And he remembered it was because Luffy and the others stumbled upon their secret meeting. Forget it, since I know who the problem is, things will be much simpler. Roman's eyes flashed. Being the bad guy is something he's best at. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, the timid boy reverts to old habits. Syrup Village. On the seaside hill. What a big ship. Look, those guys look so fierce. Are they pirates? What should we do, Captain Usopp? The one called Captain Usopp by the three kids was a boy with a headscarf covering his fluffy black hair and a long nose. He looked at the huge merchant ship below, his whole body stiff as he crawled backward. I just remembered it's nap time. I have a disease called if I don't nap, I'll die. Captain Usopp, pull yourself together. How can you be afraid of mere pirates? Who's there? As a cold, murderous voice came, the three kids hiding at the top of the slope turned and ran, leaving behind. Hey, you guys. No choice, at this point. You pirates, this is Captain Usopp's territory. The long-nosed boy stood up, facing Roman, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami who were slowly approaching. He pointed his thumb at himself and loudly threatened. Get back to the sea immediately, or my 80 million subordinates won't stand by and watch. Tisk, there's just a small hill behind you, how can it hide 80 million subordinates? Roman rubbed his temples, feeling exhausted at the thought of having such a person as a companion in the future. Thinking carefully, the truly reliable crew member should be Robin. Usopp's trick was similar to with a command, 800 axemen would rush out from behind the screen. I was seen through? It would be strange if it wasn't. Swish, we are pirates. A figure flashed, and a cold voice sounded behind Usopp. The arm lightly placed on his shoulder made half of his body numb. One wrong word, and your head will roll. Roman's finger lightly slid across Usopp's neck, instantly making the boy break out in a cold sweat, his legs shaking as if he had eaten the rubber fruit. But, snap. A pair of hands grabbed Roman's wrist tightly, and the trembling voice of the boy named Usopp said, I won't let you enter the village. Interesting. Roman's finger, which was pressed against Usopp's neck, slid to the side along his skin, while he added sound effects. Poof. Roman, he passed out. Eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth. No way. In a restaurant in Syrup Village. So, you guys are recruiting crew members and looking for a ship. After changing his pants, the fully revived Usopp eagerly promoted himself to Luffy, Zoro, and Nami. If anyone in this town has an extra ship, it would be Keia's family. She's the town's rich girl, with a mansion, many businesses, and a dozen servants. Unfortunately, her parents passed away a year ago, no matter how wealthy. Stop it. Nami interrupted Usopp, but he didn't mind and returned to the original topic. So, if you're recruiting, I can join too. He confidently pointed to himself. I can be your captain. No way, X3. Think about it. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? An annoyed Usopp looked at Roman, who had scared him unconscious. Do you think I'm a coward? No, Roman shook his head and said seriously. You're very brave. I apologize for what happened earlier. If it were me, facing an unbeatable enemy alone, I would have run away without a trace. How could I stand in front of them? Even after passing out, the boy named Usopp still held onto his wrist tightly. Honestly, Roman admitted he didn't have that kind of determination. Humph, even if you say that, I won't be happy. Are you possessed by Chopper? By the way, it's time. Looking at the clock on the wall, the long-nosed boy stood up. You guys eat first, I have something to do. Dash. Not long after the boy named Usopp left, 3 kids came looking for him. From their mouths, Roman and the others learned that the long-nosed boy went to tell stories to the girl named Keia, who had lost her parents. Well, bragging to cheer her up, so, great, let's go borrow a ship from the young lady. After eating and drinking, Luffy stood up and announced loudly, sorry, my companion. Roman, paying at the counter, pointed to his temple, with a you-know expression, making the owner give an awkward but polite smile. After finishing their meal, the 4 of them finally arrived at a mansion. After trespassing into the courtyard, they saw the boy named Usopp being scolded by a bespectacled butler. Wow, this. In front of Roman and the others was a typical shamed son-in-law scene. How noble is my lady, and you think you're worthy? Take the money and leave? 30 years of the East, 30 years of the West, don't underestimate a poor young man. This Syrup Village, not worth staying? Rebellion, just a pirate's son. Today, leaving this mansion, Syrup Village will have no place for you. Something like that. At this moment, if a group of pirates with bounties over 100 million shouted, welcome the son of the 4 emperors officer, that would be even more perfect. Roman, why are you smiling? Ahem, Roman shook his head, I thought of something happy. Well, although the content is similar, it's not so brutal and brainless. That bespectacled butler just said a few words, provoking Usopp to captured and executed by the Marines 3 years ago. But I happen to know, this guy faked his death to escape. Roman tilted his head towards the mansion they had just left, a strange smile on his lips. Unexpectedly, he hid here, gained the trust of the people around him in just 2 years, then killed the master. Next, as long as Miss Kaya dies of illness, he can inherit a large fortune and live comfortably for the rest of his life. Brilliant. Although Roman couldn't remember the plot clearly, pirates are meant to take the blame, right? Anyway, the guy was indeed plotting to seize Miss Kaya's inheritance. What? Could it be that Kaya's parents were? What evidence do you have? Facing the suddenly sweating Usopp, Roman shrugged. Evidence? Kid, did you misunderstand something? I am a pirate, not a marine. Why would I need evidence? Roman stepped forward and shoved the wanted poster into the panicked Usopp's hand. After all, that girl named Kaya has nothing to do with me. Even if there's a vicious pirate lurking around her, even if she dies right in front of me, what does it have to do with me? The reason I brought this up is simply because. Roman leaned down and whispered a few words into Usopp's ear. Just for fun. Chapter 19, Undermining the Enemy, Revealing True Colors. I apologize for what happened earlier. By the woods at the edge of the town. Roman clasped his hands together and sincerely apologized to the dejected Usopp. Let me heal your wounds as an apology. But I wasn't joking earlier. The butler beside Miss Kaya is 100 Plans Kuro himself. With someone like him around, it's normal for Miss Kaya to suddenly die at any moment. Maybe because he of having such a person as a companion in the future. Thinking carefully, the truly reliable crew member should be Robin. Usopp's trick was similar to with a command, 800 axemen would rush out from behind the screen. I was seen through? It would be strange if it wasn't. Swish, we are pirates. A figure flashed, and a cold voice sounded behind Usopp. The arm lightly placed on his shoulder made half of his body numb. One wrong word, and your head will roll. Roman's finger lightly slid across Usopp's neck, instantly making the boy break out in a cold sweat, his legs shaking as if he had eaten the rubber fruit. He lied so much usually, this time when he told the truth, no one believed him. Even with Kuro's wanted poster, he was accused of resorting to any means to frame him. Yes, that's right. Although the boy named Usopp was full of lies, he actually had 3 talents, shooting, engineering, and art. The wanted poster was mistaken for something he drew. With such talent, he could easily become a wealthy artist. Actually, proving whether he's really Captain Kuro is simple. Roman clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. I'll just cut him once. If he can dodge Roman's attack, he's definitely the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. If he can't, don't worry, trust my skills. There won't be any accidents where I kill someone. Hey, you said kill, right? So, do you have any other ideas? Faced with Roman's question, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and even Usopp shook their heads. Even if the butler was a ruthless pirate, who would believe what they said? They were facing a problem that couldn't be solved by beating, cutting, stealing, or lying. So, should we just ignore this? Absolutely not. Faced with Luffy's firm refusal, Roman spread his hands. So, you can't come up with a solution, but you want to handle this. Why not? Just listen to me. Usopp, really? In the backyard of the mansion, on the bed by the window, the frail girl Kaya, who had to stay in bed for a long time due to illness, flipped through the book in her hand but couldn't read a single line. Saying that Klydor is a pirate, and even taking out a wanted poster. This joke is too much. However, thinking of the boy who insisted on telling stories to comfort her every day, the anger on the girl's face gradually disappeared, turning into a warm smile. If Usopp can apologize to Klydor, I'll forgive. Kaya. A familiar voice brought the anxious girl back to her senses. She turned her head to look at the boy outside the window, surprised to put down her book. Usopp? Your injury, cough. Realizing she was acting too happy, the girl's face turned serious, and she earnestly advised. I know you and Klydor don't get along well, but you shouldn't. Good afternoon, Miss Kaya. A voice interrupted the frail girl's words. Roman, with a smile on his face, stood beside the bowed Usopp. And you are? My name is Roman, the handsome boy introduced himself, Torkavish Roman. A pirate. Well then, Miss Kaya. Roman raised his hand, and sheets of white paper flew out from his palm. Please cooperate. It's kidnapping time. The butler named Klydor had his own room. Today, first, that Usopp caused a scene with his wanted poster, and then he discovered that a group of rather powerful pirates was still wandering in the town, making him feel a bit uneasy. Should he postpone the plan? Bang! Bad news, Klydor. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a butler with sheep-shaped hair rushed in anxiously. He was the other butler of the house, named Mary. Miss Kaya has been kidnapped. What? Klydor, whose real identity was Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates, formerly, suddenly stood up. Seeing that his plan was about to succeed, the opportunity to cut ties with the past and become a respected gentleman was within reach. And now, what happened? Mary, who was grabbed by the collar, thought his colleague was just concerned about the young lady and immediately explained everything. It was Usopp. He colluded with those foreign pirates to kidnap Miss Kaya and wants us to prepare a ransom. Smack. Throwing the butler named Mary aside, the anxious Kuro turned around, grabbed a long, narrow suitcase from the room, and strode out. He wasn't worried about the owner here, Miss Kaya, but rather, damn it, I must find those pirates first. Otherwise, if someone else finds them first, they might take all the property to exchange for that sickly girl. Rushing out. However, this was a bustling town, so even in a hurry, the man named Kuro had to slow down, silently tracking his way through the calls of Mr. Clydor and Butler. Where are you going? Thus, he gave the butler Mary, who was desperately chasing behind, a target. Miss Kaya, please don't get agitated, it's bad for your health. In a clearing in the woods, Kaya was tied to a chair with long strips of paper, her mouth also taped shut. Facing Roman's words, the girl didn't feel scared but looked at Usopp, who was turning his face away, with a heartbroken expression. Beside her were Luffy in a captain's coat, Nami with an eye patch, and Zoro polishing his katana. Along with Roman's cold smile, the pirate aura was overwhelming. Don't worry, we just need a ship. Playing the bad guy role, Roman folded a paper crane while coldly smiling at the weak and angry girl Kaya. Once we receive the ransom, we'll naturally let you go. Roman, don't speak. Roman glared back at Luffy, who was making a bitter melon face, afraid that if he spoke, the serious atmosphere would be ruined. They're here. Soon, Roman's folding of the paper crane paused, as a figure emerged from the woods into the clearing. It was a man in a suit, with slicked back hair, round glasses, and a suit with a pattern that seemed to be poop. He was carrying a long briefcase in one hand and adjusting his glasses with his wrist. Miss Kaya, I'm here to save Clydor. No, Captain Kuro. Roman's words cut off the man's performance. Being able to find this place so quickly showed that he was agile and a skilled tracker, but now, with his heavy steps and panting appearance, who are you fooling? Although I'm curious why a pirate captain like you would hide in such a small place. 100 million berries. Roman held up one finger and shook it. Just give us that money, and we'll pretend nothing happened. Also, with a flick of his wrist, the paper crane in his hand magically turned into a dagger. And we'll release your lady. Roman placed the dagger next to the slender neck of the girl named Kaya, making Usopp almost draw his weapon on him. Silence. The man who had just been excited now had a dark expression. Huh? Captain Kuro, what do you mean? You can't bear to. Wait. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a man with sheep-like hair ran over, also in a suit. He looked like a butler from a wealthy family. Please don't hurt Miss Kaya. The panting sheep-headed man, hands on his knees, urgently looked at Roman and the kidnappers, not even caring about the accomplice Usopp beside him. Please give me some time, whether selling assets or borrowing from loan sharks, we will definitely get the 100 million berries. Splat. However, before the loyal sheep butler could finish, a few flashes of light, and he fell to the ground, bleeding from his chest. The attacker was. That money is all mine. The bespectacled butler, Captain Kuro, who had somehow taken out a weapon from the briefcase, raised his head. His eyes were filled with endless coldness and killing intent. Who allowed you to save that useless person? Chapter 20, the plot unfolds, solo kill of the black cat. Hehe. Facing the bespectacled man Kuro, who had 10 claws on his hands and was known for sacrificing teammates, Roman just pretended to be surprised. So, your briefcase contains weapons, not belly. It seems you don't care about your lady's safety at all. The dagger in Roman's hand had already left the neck of the delicate girl named Kaya. Now that the other side had torn off the mask, there was no need to continue the act. Oh dear, Captain Kuro. Roman stepped forward, standing in front of Kaya, who was still tied to the chair. With that murderous look, are you planning to kill everyone here? Of course. At this point, Captain Kuro, disguised as a butler, had no need to hide anymore. While the others were still in shock, he openly admitted it. Today, everyone here must die. Mary. A weak shout broke the silence, as Roman removed the paper tape from Miss Kaya's mouth. Clydor, how could you? You still don't understand, miss? The man with glasses and blades extending from his 10 fingers responded coldly. My name is Kuro, not Clydor. But, if you wanted money, the family's money was all yours. No, you're wrong. Because his hands were equipped with the 10 blades weapon, Kuro could only push his glasses with his palm. I want not only money, but also a peaceful gentleman's life. Although there was a little accident, it doesn't matter, miss. After I kill these meddlesome fools, I'll have Django hypnotize you to make a will, leaving your property to Clydor, which is me. The man directly revealed his plan, without any regard for the shock, disappointment, and disbelief on everyone's faces. Then I'll kill you, miss, and blame these tragedies on these foreign pirates. Of course, Usopp, as an accomplice, will also. Enough. Whoosh. The paper binding Kaya turned into real paper and fell away, and the girl raised her short-barreled flintlock pistol. Stop talking, Clydor. She pointed the gun at the man who had once accompanied her, laughed with her, cried with her, and cared for her like family. I didn't believe it at first, but now, leave here, or I'll shoot. It seems you've become stronger, miss. 3 years, do you know how I've spent these 3 years? Taking care of you, a little girl who still smells of milk, staying by your side all night when you were sick, serving you day and night as a servant. Once feared by many, Captain Kuro endured all this humiliation, reminiscing about his past hardships. The man named Kuro exuded a murderous aura, just to kill you. Bang. The short flintlock pistol in her hand fell to the ground, and the girl named Kaya lowered her head, tears falling like broken pearls. You bastard. Usopp angrily took a step forward, but was stopped by a hand. You have other things to do. Roman, who stopped Usopp, tilted his head towards the crying Kaya behind him, with a look that said go comfort her already. As for the fight, leave it to me. Roman walked towards Captain Kuro. After all, this was my idea, so I should finish it. Roman, what about us? Luffy, who was watching the show on the side, shouted discontentedly. There's only one enemy, not enough to share. 10 blades? That's not a swordsman. Go, Roman. You guys. The veins on Kuro's forehead bulged as he was angered by these disrespectful youngsters. Bold newcomers, daring not to take me seriously. What do you take me, Captain Kuro, for? Clang? Sparks flew as Roman and Captain Kuro's figures suddenly trembled. Nami was so scared that she tore off her decorative eye patch. So fast? If it weren't for their positions and the direction of their weapons, she wouldn't have even realized that the two, who were several meters apart, had already exchanged blows. Don't worry. Roman casually tossed something behind him, and a white paper crane landed in front of Luffy and the others, then slowly flew up. Luffy, your task is here. The paper crane I sent out saw a cat-shaped ship with a pirate flag on the northern coast. It seems our Captain Kuro invited some helpers. Roman pointed in the direction the paper crane was flying. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, the enemies on that ship are yours. Got it, leave it to me. Humph, I've polished my sword several times. Why me too? All the treasure on that ship is yours. With just one sentence, Nami, as if injected with adrenaline, dragged Luffy and Zoro, the two laborers, and followed the flying paper crane towards the north. Now then, Captain Kuro. Roman looked at the 100 Plans Kuro, who had been silent all this time. It seems you have confidence in your subordinates, but I've never had confidence in those useless people. The man opposite him silently adjusted his glasses with his palm. I only have confidence in my own strength. Even if they fail in the end, I can kill everyone. Facing Captain Kuro, who exuded endless killing intent, Roman just smiled slightly. Funny, I also. Whoosh! Captain Kuro's body suddenly blurred and silently merged into the air, while Roman, with 2 sailor knives made of paper in his hands, also moved at high speed, turning into a barely discernible shadow. Whoosh! In the eyes of Usopp and Kaya, they could only vaguely see 2 rapidly moving, completely blurred figures entangled with each other. There were thread-like glimmers of light moving in the air, extremely slow, yet seemingly extremely fast. Those were the afterimages left by the rapid swings of the blades. Every time a light swept by, the ground, trees, and rocks, all objects in the way were silently cut apart. Both of them fought at high speed, sweeping across the battlefield like a whirlwind. Then came clang, 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 clang. A series of clashes, with sparks flying everywhere, like thousands of fireflies suddenly dancing in the clearing of the forest. Crack, crack, crack. Countless cracks suddenly appeared in all directions, covering the entire battlefield. It was as if dozens of swordsmen had just fought here, with cuts and slashes everywhere, trees slowly falling, and leaves turning into fragments in midair. Then, the two reappeared, standing 4 meters apart, back to back. On the ground between them were black strips and blood, clearly indicating the outcome of the battle. Kuro, whose black suit was full of slits, turned around, and the white shirt under his suit began to spread with patches of red. He stared at Roman, who also turned around, with a grim expression, his Adam's apple moving. Devil fruit. That's right, Roman casually twirled the sailor knives in his hands, flicking off the blood. Don't talk about fairness. The passionate exchange of blows just now should have been evenly matched. However, the devil fruit ability is also my power. I don't want to hear any nonsense about fighting without my armor. Paper dance, iron armor. Captain Kuro, with his extremely high speed but not so impressive destructive power, might be great at bullying the weak, but against Roman's high defense, he was completely restrained. He could only scratch the surface. Huff, looks like I'll have to use that move. Captain Kuro lowered his head and spread his arms. However, in fact, he didn't have much hope of defeating Roman. Because his next move had too many flaws, he could only bet on whether his stamina would run out first or Roman's defense would give in. Spoon. Whoosh. As he decided to use his ultimate move, he immediately disappeared. Usopp rubbed his eyes and looked again, even checking the surroundings, but Roman, did Captain Kuro run away? Run. Roman pointed around. If you call this running, then yes. Splat. A large tree suddenly made a crisp sound and slowly slid to the side, and on its trunk, there were 4 smooth cuts that appeared out of nowhere. What's going on? Splat, splat, splat. Trees, the ground, even the ruins of the battlefield suddenly had wounds appearing out of nowhere. It looked like invisible blades had slashed through. Captain Kuro was nearby, attacking. But his speed was so fast that even Roman could only see a bit of afterimage. To others, he had completely disappeared. It was indeed a sharp skill, but what a pity. He could have trained himself to master a move similar to Soro from Marine Rokushiki, but he feared the sea and strong enemies, choosing to hide here for the rest of his life. Even so, he couldn't let go of his inexplicable pride and greed. But judging by his random attacks, he probably couldn't control it. As Roman was fully sensing his opponent, he suddenly felt a wind brush past him, and on the opponent's path. Oh no, Miss Kaya? With a thought, the chair behind the frail girl immediately moved like a living thing, about to cover her and form a defense. but, splash, blood splattered, drops of crimson fell on the face of the girl named Kaya, making her pupils tremble. Usopp. At the critical moment, no one knew how the boy named Usopp detected the enemy moving towards Kaya at a speed beyond human perception. In any case, he suddenly lunged forward, using his body to shield the delicate girl. It's just a small wound. Snap. Blood sprayed high from his entire back, but facing the girl in his arms, the long-nosed Usopp still managed to smile and tell a lie. Well done. Roman, who almost messed up, first let out a sigh of relief, then his eyes turned serious. No more playing around. Clap. He clapped his hands, and sheets of paper that had been prepared in advance floated up out of thin air. Paper dance, maple leaf hunt. Splash. With Roman's command, a large splash of crimson suddenly filled the air. The white paper sheets were dyed red, and pieces of flesh scattered all over the ground. As expected, this kind of high-speed movement that sacrifices everything is most afraid of break failure. If the opponent had chosen to fight Roman properly, it would have taken some effort. But since he used such an uncontrollable big move, Roman directly activated the prepared field skill. He just needed to set up sharp paper sheets in the air and wait for the opponent to crash into them. As for the result, the Captain Kuro who was turned into hundreds of pieces on the ground was the most obvious example. Speed that can't be controlled is nothing but a death sentence. Chapter 21, The Going Merry, Sniper. Yo, Luffy. After treating and bandaging the injured Usopp and the butler named Mary, and sending Kaya and the others back to the mansion, Luffy and the others returned. Why are you so late? I thought you would have finished quickly. Don't mention it. Nami sighed helplessly, holding her forehead. A certain idiot captain got hypnotized, causing me to get cut. Nami, with a bloodstain on her shoulder, sighed again. A certain idiot swordsman got careless and had 2 swords stolen, causing me to get kicked. This. Roman didn't know what to say for a moment. Originally, he thought that without Captain Kuro, the Black Cat pirates wouldn't be difficult to defeat. How did they end up in such a sorry state? Sorry, it's my fault X2. Faced with Nami's complaints, the captain and the swordsman had to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. If they hadn't been careless, the Black Cat pirates wouldn't have been a match for them. But being careless, it was a lesson for them, teaching them the unpredictability of human nature. Forget it, I'm not blaming you. Nami waved her hand. Roman, help me treat the wound. No problem, but with my current ability, I can only handle ordinary wounds. Roman nodded. If he wanted to achieve the expected mobile Izumi water effect, he needed to learn that move. But as a pirate, it wasn't easy. Ha ha ha, no, there was no kidnapping. Wrapped in bandages under his clothes, Usopp stood at the mansion's entrance, facing the townspeople holding pitchforks and kitchen knives, with a smug smile. I fooled you all, I was just joking. What? You rascal. Today we must teach you a lesson. Everyone, the girl Kaya, draped in a coat, stood beside Usopp, bowing her head to the angry townspeople. Sorry, actually it was. I told you, it was just one of Usopp's lies. It was just that Klydor resigned and went back to his hometown. I couldn't help but play a farewell joke on him. With Usopp's words, the townspeople's attention was immediately diverted. What? Mr. Klydor resigned? How could it be, such a good person? Facing the crowd who missed the bespectacled butler, the girl named Kaya lowered her head, her eyes welling up with tears again. However, a rough hand beside her held her fair hand, and when she turned her head, she saw Usopp's cheerful smile. That guy Klydor just went back to his hometown. So, please don't be sad. Hey, such a big thing, just pretend it didn't happen. You don't want to, Mary. No. The bandaged butler with sheep-like hair shook his head. It was Usopp's idea, right? That boy said it for the sake of the townspeople. I understand, I'll handle the rest. Mary, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Please, go ahead. People's constitutions are really different. In this world, there are frail types like Miss Kaya, and there are freaks like Luffy who don't even leave scars after eating a meal of meat. So a day later, the butler Mary, who had been slashed by Captain Kuro, was already energetically arranging the aftermath. Roman couldn't help but marvel if this butler Mary were willing to go out to sea and train, he could at least earn a bounty of millions. In Kaya's dining room, after a hearty meal, Roman, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami were. Click. Luffy, who had just pulled half a fishbone from his throat, was still in shock. To think it got stuck, looks like I need to train my throat. Normally, after eating, there should be a bone like this, right? Nami pointed to the complete fishbone on the plate, then looked at Zoro's clean plate, and Roman's. Are you even human? You really eat meat without spitting out the bones. Don't misunderstand, my fish was eaten by Luffy. Roman forked a piece of bread. He probably got stuck because he ate too fast, right? Faced with Roman's serious analysis, Nami couldn't retort. In your eyes, what are bones? Calcium tablets? Apologize to your digestive system? Everyone. The girl named Kaya pushed the door open and walked into the dining room. Is the food to your liking? Should I ask the chef to prepare more? No need, we're full. Patting his belly, Luffy greeted with a smile. Thanks, Kaya. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you. The girl bowed her head. Without Usopp and these people, her fate wouldn't have been pleasant. Kaya, is it okay for you to walk around like this? Facing Nami's concerned words, the frail girl smiled and shook her head. My illness is due to the grief of losing my parents. But with your help, and Usopp's, I need to pull myself together. Saying this, the girl clapped her hands lightly. I heard you need a ship capable of long voyages. Maybe I can help. Wow, 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 so cool. On the shore, a caravel-style ship with a skeletal structure and triangular sails, all steered from the central stern, was quietly docked. The bow was shaped like a sheep's head, looking very cute. 2 flags with sheep heads were also hanging on it. Sorry to keep you waiting. Standing on the shore was the butler named Mary. Although the design is a bit old, I designed it myself. Yes, you could tell from his sheep-like hair and the bow of the ship. This is a fast-sailing ship. I named it Going Mary. Wow, Golden Mary. Luffy happily raised his arms and greeted the ship. From now on, we're partners? Golden Mary. Huh? Luffy, it's not. Nami was about to correct Luffy, telling him the ship's name was Going Mary and not Golden Mary, but Kaya gently held her hand. It's okay, it's your partner now. So, the name should be decided by your captain. Golden Mary is a great name. On the other side, Usopp, carrying a large package, faced his 3 crew members, the 3 kids from the town who played captain games with him. Thank you for always playing with me, the great liar, but after meeting those people, I've decided I'm going to sea to become a real pirate. No way. Captain Usopp, don't you love this town? And what about Miss Kaya? The long-nosed boy suddenly asked. What are your dreams? To run a tavern. To be a carpenter. To be a novelist. The 3 kids answered without hesitation. The boy named Usopp raised his head, not letting the tears in his eyes fall. Yes, and my dream is to be a brave warrior, a famous pirate known around the world. Looking at his 3 crew members, Usopp said. So, we made a promise, we all have to achieve our dreams. So, with tears and snot running down his face, the boy named Usopp shouted to the sky. The Usopp pirate crew disbands today. Luffy, are we setting sail? Wait a moment. Facing Luffy's request, Roman nodded and gestured for Nami to start the merchant ship. Now that they had the professional Going Mary, it was time to consider what to do with the merchant ship. Huff, 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 huff. Amidst a series of panting sounds, the boy named Usopp appeared on the beach with a large bag on his back. Yo, Luffy, Roman, are you setting sail too? Of course. You're still going to sea, Usopp? The delicate girl Kaya walked over, making the long-nosed boy look embarrassed. I'm sorry. No need to apologize, Usopp. However, the girl just smiled. Actually, I had a feeling that one day you would become a man sailing the seas. Then, next time I come back, I'll tell you the stories of my adventures. They'll be 100 times more exciting than my tall tales. Facing Usopp's farewell words, Kaya still smiled and nodded. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Then I'll come aboard, Usopp. Standing on the Going Mary, Roman waved to the long-nosed boy. Aren't we already companions? Luffy, leaning on the ship's rail, said matter-of-factly, making Usopp's expression freeze. A few seconds later, am I the captain? No, X4. Miss, you wanted to keep Usopp here, didn't you? Yes, but... Standing on the shore, watching the Going Mary sail away, the girl named Kaya ran her fingers through her wind-blown light blonde hair. I can't make Usopp to throws his dream for my own sake. Let's go back. The two turned around. Mary, I want to become a doctor. Miss, you've set a great goal. Chapter 22, Sword Emperor and Sword Saint, see restaurant. 985. 986. On the deck of the Going Mary, Luffy and Zoro were doing squats with weights on their backs. Meanwhile, Nami was also training. Why do I have to join too? Facing the tearful Usopp, who was also training with weights, Roman lifted his eyelids. Do you want to fight me too? If you beat me, you won't have to listen to me. Forget it, I'm training from the bottom of my heart. A familiar scene. Ha ha ha. Nami, why are you laughing? That saying about friends is so true. Nami, who was also training, laughed as she looked at Usopp, whose legs were cramping. Hearing that you're worse off than me makes me happy. This friendship is too realistic. However, complaining was useless. After completing the training set by Roman, the others still had the energy to chat and laugh, but poor Usopp didn't even have the strength to turn over. This is not what I imagined. The pirate life should be about banquets, revelry, waves, and battles. Sweat more in peacetime, bleed less in wartime. While steering the Golden Mary, Roman also had to control two paper arms to steer a merchant ship behind them. He lifted his eyelids. Usopp, your physical strength is only 0.8 Nami level, which I didn't expect. Hey, what do you mean by 0.8 Nami level? Nami, who had just taken a bath, was not happy. Since when did she become a unit of physical strength? Because your physical fitness is the most representative of the average pirate level among us. Roman answered seriously. Otherwise, how about I change it to 0.04 Luffy? Forget it, that's too discouraging. But it doesn't matter, your potential should be more than that? Roman looked at Usopp. You probably just never had systematic training before, so you seem so weak. Start training to develop your physical potential now, and I believe you will soon surpass 1 Nami level. Enough, Roman. Stop using me as a standard unit. The days of sailing were actually not grand or exciting at all. Most of the time, it was just an endless sea, with no waves or other ships. And to prevent Luffy from fooling around, Roman made a detailed training plan every day to eliminate their excess energy. However, I think we need a pirate flag. Faced with Luffy's serious proposal, everyone, including Roman, nodded in agreement. After all, they now had 5 members. It was time to fly their own flag. Tada! How about this one I drew? Well, although it could still be recognized as a skull flag, but this guy, it's obvious he has no artistic talent. This was Usopp speaking the truth. No, from a certain angle, it can also be considered art. This was Nami, deep in thought. A pirate flag is supposed to be a symbol of intimidation. This was Zoro, speechless. This is more like kindergarten graffiti than a pirate flag. Roman rubbed his temples. If they really hung this thing, they could make the enemy laugh to death without even fighting. No, on second thought, maybe this was actually Luffy's strategy? Feigning weakness to the enemy. No, Roman shook his head. Luffy usually didn't have the brain cells to think about these things. Forget it, leave the drawing to me. As the only artist among them, Usopp took the brush without hesitation. However, it couldn't be said that it was badly drawn, but a skull with a long nose, a slingshot on one side, and a leg bone on the other. He even added a star effect. Bang, bang, isn't this drawing completely of yourself? Usopp, who was simultaneously punched by Luffy and Zoro, had to redraw the Straw Hat Pirate flag, which made everyone else look at him in a new light. Not bad at all. Hard to believe it's the same design. Comparing it with Luffy's drawing, it was like the difference between a seller's showcase and a buyer's reality. I'm not only good at drawing, but also at shooting. I can easily hit the target every time. After demonstrating by blasting a small rock protruding from the distant sea with a cannon. Great, from now on, you're our ship's sniper and artist. Luffy waved his hand, giving Usopp 2 positions. Hey. Roman looked up at a few paper cranes flying in the sky, one of which flew towards the small rock that Usopp had just blasted. After circling a few times, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Bad news, I guess. Faced with Luffy's choice, Roman nodded. The place you just blasted with a cannon, someone was resting there. You hit a bystander. Oh no. And the good news? Luffy and Usopp, looking anxious, asked. The good news is, those 2 people don't seem to be dead yet. Darn, just lost by a little bit. When Roman and the others turned around, a swordsman jumped out of the rubble of the rock, shouting for blood for blood. He was knocked down by Luffy in one move. Joseph, pull yourself together. After rescuing the other person, they found out that they were Zoro's former colleagues, and both were his fans, named Joseph and Johnny, the pirate hunters. However, one of them was unscathed, while the other had a pale face, and the wound on his stomach was even bleeding. But this is scurvy, right? It wasn't Usopp's cannonball that injured him, but what is scurvy? Faced with the trio's question, Nami had to explain. Scurvy is a disease caused by a lack of vitamin C in the human body. Long-term deficiency increases the fragility of capillaries, leading to subcutaneous and mucosal bleeding, medically known as scurvy. You just need to supplement with this. Roman had already brought out a glass of orange juice, giving it to the hunter named Johnny to feed to Yusaku. Fresh vegetables, oranges, and lemons can all prevent and treat scurvy, but if you have an unbalanced diet during long voyages, you'll end up like him, Roman said, glancing at Luffy. Especially you, Luffy. Only knowing how to eat meat, it's no wonder you'll get all sorts of strange diseases. This guy would definitely be a 3 high blood pressure, high blood sugar, high cholesterol, example in his previous life. Speaking of which, I'm hungry. Alright, I'll go cook. Roman rolled his eyes. Although he could control his paper hands to cook and improve his fruit proficiency at the same time, he couldn't help but complain. Honestly, the number of times I've cooked recently is almost as many as in my previous life. In the ship's dining room, Roman watched Luffy and the others, including the recently rescued Johnny and Joseph, devouring the food he had prepared. He touched his chin and once again doubted his culinary skills. It doesn't make sense. I'm not Lu Angxing, and I didn't put anything like poppy shells in it. Delicious. I bet you'd say it's delicious even if it were just potato stew, right? Roman no longer wanted to hear the opinions of these guys with iron stomachs. He tapped his plate with his knife and fork. I think we need to recruit a professional chef. A good chef can not only make delicious food but also balance nutrition and even subtly strengthen the eater's body. This is not a fantasy. In this magical world, many foods possess incredible powers that can give people real strength. Devil fruits are the best example. So, where can we find such a chef? In response to Zoro's question, Roman pointed his knife and fork at Nami. Of course, we should ask the person with the most sailing experience among us. As someone who has been active in East Blue for years, Nami should know where to find a chef, right? I do know, but Nami wiped her mouth with a napkin, thought for a moment, and took out a map. She pointed to a sea area. On our slightly northern route, there is a famous ship in this sea area called the Baratai. If we need a chef, we can check it out there. But I can't guarantee they'll be willing to join us. As she spoke, Nami's finger paused. Next to that sea area, on the land, there is an inconspicuous little village. Kokoyashi. So soon, the pleasant journey is about to end. Chapter 23, Chef Sanji and Demon Jin. We've arrived at the Baratai. With the report from Johnny and V, who had taken it upon themselves to do odd jobs, the Going Merry gradually approached a. This really is a restaurant. Roman looked at the 3-story restaurant like, ship? He couldn't help but comment. Is it because the nearby sea is too calm, and even a piece of wood can float? Or did the shipbuilding technology in this world use some kind of black magic to create such a bizarre? Forget it, as a devil fruit user, I shouldn't worry about whether it's scientific or not. As the Going Merry slowly approached, a marine warship appeared on the other side of the Baratai. Should we avoid them? The 2 pirate hunters, Yusaku and Johnny, hid by the ship's side, while Roman, Luffy, and the other pirates stood boldly on the deck. An unfamiliar pirate flag. On the warship, a marine officer with iron knuckles looked at Roman and the others. I am Marine Headquarters Captain Iron Fist Full Body. Who is the captain? Although he asked this, his gaze had already fallen on Roman. Compared to the other oddly styled guys, Roman seemed much more reliable. However, I am the captain. Luffy beside him introduced himself seriously. The pirate flag was drawn just yesterday. What? Another guy with a brain problem. The marine captain nodded, realizing it was a group of idiots who dared to call themselves pirates just by hanging a skull flag. Today is my day off, I'll let you go. If I catch you during my working hours, I'll throw you all in jail. After saying that, he took his female companion to the sea restaurant ahead for a meal, while snapping his fingers at the sailors on the warship. The usual rule. The so-called usual rule, when Marines encounter pirates but don't want to chase them, they fire a cannon as a deterrent to make them retreat. This also prevents others from saying they didn't fire a shot when facing the enemy. Hey, this is bad. However, Usopp, who didn't know these unwritten rules, panicked when he saw the cannon aimed at them. Their cannon is aimed at us. Boom! The cannon fired, and a cannonball the size of a human head flew towards the Golden Mary. Watch this, Gomu Gomu no dash. Facing the cannonball, Luffy jumped to the ship's side without hesitation, took a deep breath, and suddenly turned into a 3-meter-tall round balloon. Thud. The cannonball sank deeply into Luffy's chest, and after its kinetic energy was exhausted, it was immediately bounced back by Luffy. Here's your cannonball back. Not bad. A rubber fruit can be developed into various tricks. It seems Luffy is still reliable as a captain. Boom. Splat. Hey, Luffy. Where did you bounce the cannonball to? Oh no. Just a moment of inattention, and Luffy started fooling around again. The cannonball was indeed successfully bounced back, but the angle was a bit exaggerated. It hit the top of the sea restaurant next to them. Who did this? Soon, a group of chefs with knives and forks rushed out of the sea restaurant aggressively. Although they only had kitchen knives and forks, those human-sized utensils could kill fish and probably kill people too. It was him. X4. Luffy, who was collectively betrayed by Roman, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp, was captured by the chefs amidst a series of screams. Next. Well, since we encountered the sea restaurant. Roman touched his chin. Let's go have a meal. Agreed. After all, Roman always paid. Who wouldn't agree to a free meal? Let's watch the ship. Although Yusaku and Johnny weren't very skilled, they were reliable in handling things. This place is full of pirates, marines, and various people making a living at sea. If no one watches the ship, it might get stolen without us knowing. All right, Roman nodded. You two stay on the Going Merry and keep an eye on the merchant ship behind us. We'll bring you some food later. Sure, thanks, brother Roman. There's really a restaurant ship at sea. How do they even manage? Usopp asked while looking around as they walked. On the vast ocean, the law of the jungle was vividly displayed. A restaurant could easily encounter customers who intended to pay with bullets after eating. Oh no. As soon as the 4 of them entered, they saw a waiter in a suit, beating up a customer, and that customer was the Marine lieutenant who had just ordered them to be blasted, Iron Fist, whatever his name was. Hey, they even dare to hit Marines. We should. Usopp instantly chickened out. What kind of restaurant was this? It must be a pirate den. Don't panic. Roman waved his hand. Look, there are still so many people in the hall, and some of them running away just gives us more space. With that, Roman walked directly to an empty table, and the indifferent Zoro, the worried Nami, and the anxious Usopp had no choice but to sit down. Then, yo, isn't that Luffy? How did you go from Pirate King to waiter in just a few minutes? I'm so miserable, Roman. Wearing a straw hat and an apron, the out-of-place waiter Luffy naturally sat down. That head chef is the captain of this ship. He wants me to work here for a year to pay off my debt. How can this be? I still need to go to the Grand Line. Who told you to deflect cannonballs with no accuracy? Roman internally complained, suddenly furrowing his brow. Wait, maybe Luffy did it on purpose? He could infiltrate this restaurant and see their true nature, making it easier to recruit a chef. No, I must be overthinking. Rubbing his temples, Roman glanced at the naturally seated Luffy. He had to remind him of his current identity. I say, you're dressed as a waiter, right? Aren't you supposed to take our orders, serve tea, and such? Captain Full Body. At this moment, a Marine soldier covered in blood rushed into the restaurant. This made the Marine Lieutenant Full Body, who had just been beaten for putting bugs in his food out of spite, turn around. That Krieg pirate crew officer, escaped. Bang! With a gunshot, the Marine soldier at the door slowly fell, revealing a thin man behind him. He wore a grey and white coat with a red snake pattern on it, and his pants matched the color of the coat. Underneath, he wore a green shirt, and on his head, he had a patterned headscarf. After shooting down the marine messenger, the man stepped over the beaten Captain Iron Fist and casually found an empty table to sit at. Hey, this is a restaurant, right? Anything is fine, just bring me some food. Facing this man who practically had "I'm a vicious pirate" written on his face, a burly chef fearlessly approached him with a menacing smile and asked, "Sir, do you have money?" Click. The flintlock pistol in his hand was pointed at the burly chef's head. "Can I pay with bullets?" Bang! However, in the next second, the pirate holding the gun was punched to the ground. Even the chair he was sitting on shattered into pieces. "No money." The burly chef, who had put away his smile, coldly glanced at the man on the ground. A pirate without money won't even get leftovers. Bang, bang, bang. Punches and kicks. It was another scene of a chef beating someone up, but compared to beating the marine earlier, this time beating the pirate made everyone in the restaurant cheer loudly. "Get rid of him." "Nice one, chef." "Well done." Not bad." Roman's eyes flashed as he watched. This burly chef could even be a squad leader in the former Silver Pirates. But he would only be a squad leader with a bounty of a few million. Damn, what kind of chef is this? They're clearly all fighters. While no one was paying attention, the marine captain who had been knocked down quietly crawled towards the door, taking the shot marine soldier with him. "All right, everyone, please continue dining." After throwing out the troublemaking pirate, the burly chef turned and performed a disgusting curtsy. It seemed only such a chef could run a restaurant in these chaotic seas. Cough, cough. The man who had been thrown out like a dead dog felt a deep sadness in his heart. Who would have thought that the battle captain of the Krieg pirates, with a bounty of 12 million, the infamous demon Jin, would fall to such a state? Today might be his last day. Thud. A plate of fried rice and a glass of water were placed in front of him by the blonde waiter who had just beaten the marine captain. "Eat." "Ah, thank you, thank you. It's delicious." Facing the pirate Jin, who was swallowing his food mixed with tears, the waiter leaning against the side took a puff of his cigarette. "How foolish of me to sympathize with a pirate who has committed countless crimes. But giving food to the hungry is my life's creed, isn't it? Haha." Luffy, who was leaning against the window, grinned. "We've found a good chef." Chapter 24, Repaying Kindness with Hatred, the so-called betrayal. Thank you so much." After finishing the meal, the finally revived Jin was in tears. "Hey, chef. What's your name?" Luffy, who had jumped out of the window, stood beside them nonchalantly. "Join us and be the chef on our pirate ship." "My name is Sanji, the vice chef here." "I won't join your ship." However, the man with a cigarette in his mouth, blonde hair covering his left eye, and only his right eye and eyebrow visible, dressed as a waiter, refused Luffy's invitation without hesitation. "Because I have a reason I must work here. I refuse your refusal." Hey, listen to people properly. "What's the reason?" "I'm not telling you. Weren't you the one who told me to listen to you properly? I'll punch you." But, being men of the sea, the three of them soon started chatting. They talked about the sea, adventures, and dreams, even getting excited. The old man watching all this quietly from the third-floor window showed a nostalgic smile. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, "Luffy is missing again, did he cause trouble?" Facing Nami's concern, Roman cut a piece of bread and put it in his mouth. "No, my scouting paper crane is watching outside. Luffy is trying to recruit a chef." "That's good." Nami seemed to have no appetite, forcing a smile. "With Roman around, the Straw Hat Pirates will surely keep going." "What are you talking about?" Roman frowned, feeling strange about Nami's behavior. Could it be that time of the month for girls? He tried to recall the vague plot from over a decade ago. The clearer parts were Summit War, then Doflamingo, New World, and so on. The East Blue plot was too long ago. "Wait, I remember. You guys left me behind, eating delicious food here." Luffy, who had returned at some point, sat down at their table, grabbed a plate, and was ready to eat. "I found a good chef, I can invite him soon." Smack. However, before Luffy could finish his sentence, he was grabbed by the iron hand from behind, and the displeased voice of the chef named Sanji followed. "Aren't you a waiter? What are you doing sitting here? Besides, I won't become a pirate." "Because, isn't this a good opportunity?" An old voice came. It was the owner, head chef, and captain of the restaurant, an old man with one leg missing. "Go be a pirate." He looked at the blonde, curly-browed chef named Sanji. "This restaurant doesn't need you anymore." "What? You old geezer." Dash. Clang. No good, it's Admiral Krieg's pirate flag." In the sea restaurant, everyone was in chaos. If the comparison between the Golden Mary and the sea restaurant was like a chick beside a goose, then the pirate ship that appeared now was like a giant hunting dog. That's really exaggerated. Watching the giant ship slowly approach, Roman had to admit that the maritime technology of this world was indeed quite advanced. Such a creation, like an ocean liner, could actually be made of wood. However, wait, why does it look so tattered? Could it have been hit by a storm? Obviously, it doesn't look like it was man-made, does it? This giant ship, like a sea carrier, was now slowly docking next to the sea restaurant like a ghost ship. Just as everyone was uncertain and suspicious. Thud. The door was pushed open, and the man named Jin returned. But this time, he was supporting a tall man. "Ah." Admiral Krieg. We're doomed? From the exclamations of the bystanders, Roman and the others easily learned the identity of the newcomer. However, it seems Captain Krieg is quite unlucky. More than just unlucky, the giant ship outside was tattered, and Captain Krieg himself was half dead. Roman estimated that the man was about 2.5 meters tall, with light purple hair tied with a headscarf. He wore a loose shirt, under which the outlines of weapons and armor could be seen, black boots, and a large cloak. So scary. As the saying goes, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse? Even in such a sorry state, the 2.5-meter little giant still brought a wild impact to everyone in the restaurant. For example, I'll go to the bathroom. Nami, looking terrified, quietly retreated. Excuse me, could you give us some food and water? The tall captain, looking exhausted, was supported by Jin and weakly pleaded. I have money. I'll pay whatever it takes. Ha 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 ha. The burly chef, who had been scared just a moment ago, burst into laughter. Seeing the pirate who once dominated the East Blue in such a weak state, what was there to fear? Food and water? Don't even think about it. Call the Marines. Isn't that lieutenant nearby? This is his chance to get promoted and make a fortune. He won't miss it. Wait. Jin, supporting Krieg, shouted anxiously. We're customers? This time we have money, 10 times, 100 times more if needed. Humph, and then you'll recover and continue your rampage. The burly chef disdainfully pulled out a kitchen knife, a 1.5-meter long weapon. People like you, after eating, will definitely attack our restaurant. You won't get a drop of water. Bang. The tall pirate leader fell to his knees, prostrating himself, his head touching the floor. His humble plea echoed in the restaurant. Please, even just some leftovers will do. We'll leave quietly after eating, please. Captain, don't do this, you don't have to. Seeing their captain so humbly begging, Jin was moved to tears. What a scoundrel. Roman watched the scene unfold without a word. As these characters appeared before him, his distant memories gradually resurfaced, and the images in his mind slowly matched the real people. Krieg, a pirate who had long held the position of the East Blue's overlord. Arrogant, ungrateful, ruthless, even to his own subordinates, he was a thoroughly detestable person. He believed himself to be invincible, embodying arrogance, cruelty, and deceit. However, Roman didn't dislike him. At least as a pirate, he truly embodied what a pirate should be. Scheming, ruthless, obsequious, and tenacious. Not everyone, upon first entering the Grand Line, encounters the world's top combatant Hawkeye, gets casually slaughtered by him, loses over 50 warships and nearly 10,000 subordinates, and still has the courage to continue challenging the Grand Line. Whether he's a frog in a well or arrogantly overconfident, Roman at least admired this perseverance. But, bang, move aside. With a kick, the burly chef blocking the way was sent flying. The man named Sanji placed the food and water in front of Jin. Give it to your captain. Thank you, thank you. Watching the man named Krieg gulp down the food, the other chefs were furious. Sanji, are you crazy? To this man named Krieg, betrayal is as normal as drinking water. After he finishes eating, he definitely won't leave quietly. He will. Bang. In fact, it didn't take long. Just after swallowing the last bite of food, Krieg suddenly stood up and punched his savior Sanji, sending him flying. Phew, I'm alive again. Roman had long since stopped wanting to comment on the digestive systems of the strong in this world. However, nice restaurant, I'll take this ship. Isn't this betrayal a bit too fast? On the other side, on the Mary. Yo, Nami bro, you're back. Yusaku and Johnny, who were guarding the ship, looked at Nami as she jumped onto the deck and asked in confusion. Where are the others? Isn't that the Krieg pirates over there? Shouldn't we hurry and escape? They're watching over there, and they sent me to raise the anchor and set sail. While directing the 2 third-rate pirate hunters to raise the anchor and turn the ship, Nami agilely searched the deck, collecting inconspicuous paper cranes. These were Roman's creations, usually just normal paper cranes, but if needed, they could become Roman's eyes. Poof. A match struck, and the leaping flame fell onto the paper cranes, engulfing them in a blazing fire. Nami bro, what next? Stand at the bow, I'm going to change clothes. Faced with Nami lifting her clothes, Yusaku and Johnny couldn't understand why their bro was changing clothes now, but they instinctively turned around, and then, push, splash, splash. Goodbye. The Golden Mary, with its anchor raised and sails unfurled, made a nimble turn and sped away across the water. This. Hurry and notify the others. While they're watching the show, I can easily slip away. Ha ha ha, what a big haul. On the departing Golden Mary, the girl named Nami turned the helm. She could navigate the sea with her eyes closed. I didn't expect Roman's ship to have so much money. Over 30 million berries, what a profit. The goal of 100 million has been achieved. The girl looked up, smiling. You should be happy, Nami. As she smiled, tears began to fall. I'm sorry, Roman, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp, who just joined. You're not the liar, I am? The girl lowered her head, biting her lip hard, letting the tears fall on the deck. The next time we meet, will you still consider me, who stole your ship, your money, and betrayed your trust, as a companion? Chapter 25, Hawkeyes arrives, world's number 1. Now, I declare, this is my ship. In the sea restaurant, the revived Krieg loudly ordered everyone. Finish your last meal quickly and get off my ship. Heartless and greedy. Truly a pirate's demeanor. Oh, right. I have a group of subordinates on that broken ship over there, about 100 who haven't starved to death. The tall man Krieg pointed at the chefs present. Go, prepare 100 meals for me. Faced with these absurd demands, the chefs naturally refused. And they weren't weaklings either, but combat chefs who dealt with pirates every day, so the chefs immediately drew their weapons and charged. The result? A bunch of rats, dare to defy me. Bang 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 bang. In just a few minutes, no, a few seconds. The battle was over, and the fallen chefs proved with their actions that the man named Krieg dared to call himself the ruler of East Blue for a reason. So after the restaurant owner brought out 100 meals, Krieg left a satisfied remark. If you don't want to die, leave this place. Dash. I'm sorry. Mr. Sanji. I'm sorry. On one side was the leader, on the other was the benefactor. In the messy restaurant, only Jin, torn between loyalty and gratitude, knelt in pain. The leader promised me he wouldn't attack here. It's okay, no need to apologize, Jin. The blonde man Sanji, lighting a cigarette, stood up. Feeding the hungry is a chef's duty, but if that person becomes an invader after eating, the man named Sanji tapped his heel, I won't let him go either. Krieg, I'll take you down. Brother Zoro, Brother Luffy, Brother Roman. Something's wrong. On the other side, Yusaku and Johnny, who had just swum up from the sea to the sea restaurant, anxiously found Roman and the others who were watching the scene. The ship, the treasure, everything. Don't worry, Roman flipped his hand and handed them 2 white paper towels. Wipe your face and speak slowly. Huff, huff, brothers. Nami, she took the Going Merry. And I saw her take the money from the other ship too. Oh no, Roman didn't react immediately. If it's gone, it's gone. What's the big deal? Hey, Roman, how are we supposed to sail without a ship? Usopp, who cared the most about the Going Merry, was the first to lose it. To him, the Going Merry was not only his first ship but also carried his longing for his hometown. Isn't there another one over there? Roman nodded his chin. That's right, Nami took the Going Merry, but the unnamed merchant ship they had been using before was still docked on the other side. But the money on that ship was also stolen by Nami. It's just money, we can always find a way to earn more. What a joke? When have you ever heard of a dignified transmigrator worrying about money? Besides, Roman believed that as long as he continued to develop his fruit ability, competing with Guild Tesoro for the world's richest title wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, not everyone was as generous or open-minded as Roman. Darn, I thought she had become honest recently. I was careless. This was Zoro, looking furious. It's over, it's over. If Krieg brings people to take over this ship, and we can't escape quickly, we'll definitely be thrown into the sea. This was Usopp, looking desperate. Roman. As the captain, Luffy didn't express an opinion but pressed his straw hat. Can you track the Going Merry? Yeah, Roman's paper cranes. No, I can't sense any of my paper cranes. Before Usopp could be happy, Roman poured cold water on him. Nami must have dealt with them. It's over, it's over. But, Roman changed his tone, I can try to locate Nami herself. She injured her shoulder a while ago and used my healing paper band. Speaking of which, when Nami asked for treatment that time, she specifically covered her other arm. Good, Roman. Luffy raised his head seriously, full of the authority of a captain. Start the merchant ship and chase after Nami. Forget her, what's the use of bringing back a thief? Zoro waved his hand. To him, the most unforgivable thing was betrayal. The ship is what's important. For Usopp, the Going Merry was the most important thing. No, I just want her to be our navigator. Faced with Luffy's resolute statement, Zoro had to cover his forehead. All right, what a willful captain. No problem, leave it to me. Roman also nodded. I'll bring her back. Yusaku, Johnny, Roman turned to the 2 third-rate pirate hunters. Help get that merchant ship over there moving, we will. Swish. Suddenly, a light flashed. This light was not conspicuous, yet it reached the sky and the sea. It had no color, yet it seemed to contain every color. Before Roman could even react, it had already sliced through Krieg's warship, which was docked like a giant cruise ship. Then it disappeared into the horizon as if it had never appeared. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the giant ship, like a castle, was split in 2. Everyone was captivated by the spectacle of the ship splitting apart, except for Roman, who frowned and looked at the sea. A straight line appeared on the sea, with waves surging on either side, as if even the invisible sea water was split. Amazing? In the face of such power. Ah, it's that guy. Captain Krieg, that guy has caught up. He destroyed our 50 warships. It's him? Roman looked at the man sitting on a raft in the midst of the slowly collapsing giant ship. With hawk-like sharp yellow eyes, a short beard, a black hat adorned with white fur, a burgundy-patterned shirt, a black coat, white pants, and black boots. A cross hung on his chest, and a giant cross was strapped to his back. Roman knew, that was his sword, the world's strongest black blade Yoru, Dracul my hawk. The world's greatest swordsman. No need for any fancy introduction, just a simple and straightforward world's greatest. Phew. Although I knew we would encounter him here, but without even a glance, just the sight of him sitting on the raft slowly approaching made Roman want to turn and flee. This was no longer a matter of strength, but a different level of existence. Ah, it's over, it's over. What did we do to offend you? Why are you chasing us to the death? Faced with the wailing and confusion of the Krieg pirates, the man on the raft calmly uttered 4 words. Killing time. No, 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 it must be that the Krieg pirates discovered your black history of rowing with a black sword, so they were silenced, right? What a sharp sword. While Roman was complaining inwardly, Zoro had already untied the headband from his arm and tied it around his head. This meant he was going all out. This person. 3 swords style? It's Pirate Hunter Zoro. It must be said, compared to the world's #1 Hawkeyes, the name Pirate Hunter Zoro was much more famous in East Blue. Aren't you quite free? While everyone was stunned by Hawkeye's overwhelming presence, Zoro had already stepped forward, pointing his Wado Ikemonji at the man on the raft. Fight me. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, Absolute Difference, Swordsman's Oath. Pirate Hunter Zoro. He's a master, maybe he can. That guy, Sanji, standing in the restaurant, frowned. Wasn't he the waiter Luffy's companion? Zoro. What? Facing Zoro's eyes full of fighting spirit, Roman opened his mouth but only said 3 words. Be careful. Taking a deep breath, Roman walked stiffly forward. Maybe only he truly understood the terror of Hawkeyes here, while others just felt an inexplicable awe. Roman, where are you going? Facing Luffy's question, Roman waved his hand and walked away from the crowd. I'm going to get the medical kit. Dash. Pathetic. Weakling. Facing Zoro's challenge, the man named Mihawk stood up. If you consider yourself a swordsman, the gap between us should be obvious. What gives you the courage to challenge me? Arrogance? Or pure ignorance? With Wado Ikemonji in his mouth and holding his 2 swords, the man named Zoro took his stance. This is my dream. This is the dream I promised to a dear friend. Facing Zoro, who was exuding fighting spirit, the man opposite him just took off the cross on his chest and opened it. It turned out to be a small knife. A small knife that would be great for peeling, filleting fish, or cutting food and roasting meat. But, its purpose should definitely not include fighting? Are you looking down on me? Facing Zoro's angry question, Mihawk calmly replied. Sorry, this is already my smallest knife. Good thing he didn't bring a nail clipper, otherwise. Don't blame me if you die. With a roar, Zoro suddenly charged, his 3 swords shining with a cold light. The battle began. Dash. This. It only took a few seconds for Roman, who could fly, to fetch the medical kit. However, when he returned, the scene was already. Zoro was being beaten miserably by a small knife, and his chest had even been pierced by the opponent. The man known as Hawkeye remained spotless. It was like an adult playing with a child. No, it was more like Ultraman playing with a child. Why don't you retreat? Facing Zoro, who was almost pierced through the heart, Hawkeye's cold yellow eyes showed a slight ripple. I don't know, but I feel that if I retreat, many important vows and things will be lost. That's failure. Then I can't retreat even more. Interesting, rather than failing, he'd choose death? Hey, don't be foolish, Zoro. Luffy, who was enduring it, Yusaku and Johnny, who were being held down by Luffy on the deck, and Roman, who had a serious expression. They all stared intently at the 2 fighting, or rather, their companion, Zoro. How could you possibly beat Hawkeye? Very well, it's been a long time since I've met such a strong person. Hawkeye took a few steps back, put away the small knife he was playing with, and drew the huge black sword. Yora. State your name. It was clear that he acknowledged Zoro. Not his strength, but his determination as a swordsman. Rorono Zoro. Come, I'll end you with the world's greatest black sword. Facing Hawkeye's declaration, Zoro silently crossed his 3 swords in front of his chest, then. 3-sword style secret technique, 3000 worlds. Hawkeye, normal attack. The 2 figures flashed past each other, and the result was crack. Except for the Wado Ikemonji in his mouth, the 2 katanas in Zoro's hands shattered into pieces on the ground. Lost, it doesn't matter. He never thought he would lose. Covered in blood, Zoro's mind recalled the promise he made with a little girl when he was young. And Roman's serious words, facing those masters, we would be killed in an instant with just a glance. Is this the power of the world's greatest swordsman? Roman, you were right, I was a frog in a well. Clang? The Wado Ikemonji in his hand suddenly returned to its sheath, and the man named Zoro turned around, spreading his arms to face the enemy? What do you mean? Facing Hawkeye's question, Zoro raised his head proudly, his face fearless, even smiling. A scar on the back is a swordsman's shame. Well said. The huge black sword flashed, and Zoro's chest splattered with blood. Not as skilled. Zoro. Swoosh. Whoosh. Using his extended arm, Luffy suddenly lunged at the man named Hawkeye. His clenched fist was full of anger. However, the opponent calmly sidestepped, causing Luffy's attack to miss. Are you the swordsman's companions? Whoosh. As Luffy attacked, Roman also leaped to Zoro's side, grabbing him and kicking back. The white wings on his back spread out, carrying them both backward. Don't worry, he's still alive. Originally ready to attack, Luffy immediately turned to look back. Roman. No vital organs were hit. While quickly treating the wound, Roman's words calmed the furious Luffy. The sword wound across Zoro's chest looked terrifying, but it miraculously avoided all major blood vessels, nerves, and tendons, making it a true flesh wound. Such exquisite swordsmanship could only be achieved by the world's best, right? My name is Dracule Mihawk. The man, putting the black sword back on his back, looked at Zoro, who was being treated by Roman. Know yourself. Know the world. Become stronger, Rorono. After saying this, he turned gracefully, lightly leaping onto his small raft and sitting down. In the years to come, I will be waiting for you on the throne of the world's strongest. Try to surpass me. Is this the demeanor of the strong? Kid, what is your dream? Hawkeye glanced at the boy who had just attacked him and the straw hat on his head. And the one who just saved him, 2 devil fruit users? Pirate King. Faced with Luffy's unwavering answer, Hawkeye did not mock him for overestimating himself but nodded seriously. This is a difficult path, harder than surpassing me. I don't care, I will definitely become the Pirate King. Hey, Luffy. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, being bandaged by Roman, Zoro raised his last sword, Wado Ikimonji. Can you hear me? I lost. If I can't even become the world's greatest swordsman, it will make you uneasy, right? Hey, don't talk. While quickly cleaning the blood and stitching the wound, Roman calmly stopped Zoro. The wound will split open. I will never lose again. However, Zoro, with tears streaming down his face, continued to shout. Until I defeat him, I will never lose again. What an idiot, winning or losing, just to be worthy of being Luffy's Pirate King crew member. No, it's Luffy's trust. Roman's hands paused while bandaging the wound, then continued, letting Zoro keep shouting. What do you think? Pirate King. Arrogant words echoed on the battlefield, making the surroundings fall silent. Then, he. Luffy grinned cheerfully, I have no objections. Nice team. Hawkeyes nodded coldly. I look forward to meeting you all again. Dash. Zoro's injuries have stabilized, but Hawkeyes left gracefully, leaving behind a mess. After the bandaging was done, Roman looked at Luffy. I'm losing the sense of direction from Nami's bandages. Are you sure you don't want to leave with us? No, I still have something to take care of. It was clear that Luffy wouldn't give up on recruiting a chef. And the Krieg pirates were eyeing the sea restaurant hungrily. This place would soon be in chaos. With Zoro just heavily injured and Usopp not suited for a brawl, so, alright, I'll go after Nami with Zoro and Usopp first. Roman didn't hesitate, using a paper stretcher to carry the injured Zoro to the nearby merchant ship. I'll bring Nami back, you focus on convincing the chef to join us. Of course. Chapter 27, North Sea Fisherman, Sinister Plot. Hey, isn't that Nami? On the Golden Mary, nearing the coastline, a figure suddenly jumped onto the deck from the sea. This was a fisherman with a mouth like a trumpet, 6 arms, a simple and honest appearance, and multiple strands of silver-gray hair on his head, looking like a starfish. Hey, Haki. Nami nodded at him. This octopus fisherman named Haki was one of the officers of the Arlong pirates, and the only fisherman Nami didn't particularly dislike. Because, Haki, what are you doing here? Oh, I just sent some human guests away and saw your ship. By the way, Nami, since you're back, come to Arlong Park. We have a new officer. We're having a party all day today. A fishman party, but, a new officer? Might as well check it out. Alright, I'll dock the ship and change clothes at home first. Sure, I'll use my octopus pot to send you over. Haki, this octopus fishman, was quite easy to get along with when not fighting. Simple-minded and straightforward, he was like a big kid. Unfortunately, he followed that guy. Nami clenched her fists, her teeth grinding, but eventually relaxed. Don't be angry, Nami, the orange-haired girl muttered to herself. You've saved up 100 million berries. Soon, very soon, your wish will come true. Sister Nojiko, I'm back. Welcome home, Nami. In the orange grove north of Kokoyashi village, there was a small house. This was Nami's home, the only place where she felt at ease. You don't look very happy. Did the operation fail? Being sisters, the woman in the room immediately noticed something was wrong with Nami's mood. Although they were called sisters, Nami's orange hair and the other's light blue hair clearly showed they weren't blood-related. In fact, they were both war orphans, adopted by their foster mother Belmir, who brought them into this world. Their mother was killed by Arlong when they were young to protect them. No, this time was a big success. I met a group of interesting people. Nami sat down and picked up an orange from the table, peeling it. Oh, tell me about it. As Nojiko with light blue hair also sat down, Nami began to recount her encounters, starting from meeting Luffy in the small town, then facing the buggy pirates, Roman's rescue, the acting in Syrup Village, Usopp joining, and finally arriving at the sea restaurant. Luffy is a carefree guy, always shouting about becoming the Pirate King. But at critical moments, he always manages to grasp the key points. Zoro is a three-sword style swordsman whose dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman. But Roman often mocks him for not knowing his limits. Usopp, he loves to brag. He talks about becoming a man, but he's actually a coward. As they chatted, Nami's face was full of smiles. And then there's Roman, who always has a stern face and even made us a detailed training plan. As the orange in her hand was almost finished, the story came to an end. Calling him a pirate, I think he's more like a marine instructor. After the story ended, the room fell into silent stillness. Sister Nojiko, you've met some great companions, Nami. Drip, drip. Don't cry. Nojiko reached out to wipe Nami's tears and patted her sister's orange hair. Girls don't look good when they cry. But I deceived them. Even though she was used to lying as easily as eating and drinking, this time, Nami, known as the cat burglar, felt an empty sadness from her successful operation. A sadness that made her tears fall uncontrollably. If those people are as good as you say, Nojiko smiled and comforted her sister as Nami protested, they will surely forgive you, right? Yes, Sister Nojiko is right. Luffy has no concept of money, Zoro only cares about practicing his swordsmanship, and as for Roman, I'll just steal money from other pirate crews to pay him back. Nami smiled through her tears. Once I buy back Kokoyasi village. Knock, knock, knock. Nami, it's time to go. The voice of the octopus fishman Haki came from outside, making Nami stand up. I'm going to see Arlong. See you later, Sister Nojiko. See you, Nami. As Nami, now changed into different clothes, happily ran out of the house, Nojiko's smile faded. My poor Nami. Your dream, do you really think Arlong will keep his promise? Joyful, feasting. A banquet of wine and meat. But the participants were all half human, half fish, making it look like a scene of demons dancing wildly. Ha 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 Nami, you're back just in time. In the seaside building known as Arlong Park, the tall captain of the Arlong Pirates, wearing a checkered shirt, shorts, and slippers, with a leather hat, laughed and waved at Nami as she walked in. Come over, meet our new companion. A new officer? Are there other fishmen in East Blue? This is Captain Kansong. Arlong pointed to a middle-aged fishman next to him who was focused on drinking. He was a fishman with bright red skin. If it weren't for the fishman's distinctive gills and fins, he would look like an old fisherman with unusual skin color. This is our surveyor Nami. Arlong specifically explained to Captain Kansong, although I hate humans, Nami is an exception. Thanks to her, we can dominate this sea area. A human girl. The middle-aged fishman named Kansong took a sip of his drink and nodded to Nami. I have no prejudice against humans. After all, I was the only fishman on my previous ship. He raised his bottle towards Nami from a distance. A toast to you, our future companion. Humph, I don't want to accept a toast from a fishman. However, Nami just snorted and turned her head, but then, today, I do feel like drinking a lot, bring the wine. Shahahaha, Captain Kansong, don't mind her. A capable girl must have a big temper. No problem. The middle-aged fishman named Kansong shook his head. Leader Arlong, I am now a lone wolf, no longer the captain of the flame pirates. Please don't call me Captain Kansong, just call me Kansong. Shahahaha, what are you saying, fellow? As long as you want, I will help you rebuild the flame pirates immediately. Although I, Arlong, love money, if a fellow needs it, I won't hesitate to spend any amount. Thank you. This is why Kansong, despite disliking Arlong's way of treating humans, still sought refuge under him. Although Arlong is a notorious villain to humans, he is a caring fellow to fishmen. Since I've joined leader Arlong, there's no need for a pirate crew. After taking another gulp of wine, the bright red middle-aged fishman looked up, his eyes blood red. As long as I can find the silver pirates and avenge my brothers, my life will be at leader Arlong's disposal. Good. Your enemies are my enemies, leave it to me. Shahahaha come, drink. Arlong's laughter echoed over the banquet, indicating his very good mood. This fishman named Kansong is a super rare dark-colored cardinal fish among fishmen. He can absorb phosphorus-containing organic matter from food and store it in his body. When encountering enemies or ships, he can spit fire from his mouth. Moreover, this fire can even burn underwater, making him a formidable warrior in the sea. In addition, he is skilled in fishman karate and was once the captain of the famous flame pirates in the North Sea, with a bounty of 35 million berries. His strength is on par with Arlong. If his pirate crew hadn't been wiped out by the silver pirates, he wouldn't have sought refuge under Arlong. Speaking of which, the silver pirates seem. Arlong looked at Nami, who was unusually drinking with the other fishmen at the banquet, his eyes flashing. So happy, could it be? Hachin. The tall Sazhark fishman Arlong waved, signaling the octopus fishman Hachin, who was eating takoyaki, to come over. You, go find those human guests from earlier. Tell them, the kitten is fat. Yes, Arlong. The simple-minded Hachin had no objections and immediately turned and jumped into the central pool of the banquet with a splash. This pool was connected to the outside ocean. And Arlong, sitting grandly in his chair, just stroked his chin. Heh, did you gather it so quickly? Nami, I'm growing more and more impressed with your abilities. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Tears of Despair, Reinforcements Arrive. Ha ha ha, you bunch of idiots. Aren't you drinking water every day? How come you're down after drinking alcohol? Seeing Nami, who had knocked down several fishmen in a row and was a bit drunk, the officer named Chu frowned. Arlong, do you want me to teach her a lesson? No need. However, Arlong, lying on the chair, lazily waved his hand. I hope she can still laugh so happily later. Hey, Arlong. Even Nami, who had an amazing tolerance for alcohol, was a bit tipsy after knocking down several fishmen in a row. She carried the wine bottle to the boss here, Arlong. Looking at this enemy, she wished she could eat his flesh and drink his blood. But she had to hide her hatred deep in her heart. Arlong, do you keep your word? Ha ha ha. Of course, my word is absolute truth. I know what you want to say, Nami. 100 million berries, and I'll sell Kokoyasi village to you. Money is a good thing. Money is the most reliable thing, I've never doubted it. If there's anything more reliable than money, it's my fellow fishmen. Oh, Captain Arlong. Long live Arlong. Amidst the fishmen's revelry, Nami turned and walked away, leaving her words behind. Don't forget your promise. Walking on the way home, Nami looked up at the sky. It was just an ordinary sky, but today it felt especially clear, blue sky, white clouds, and When I buy Kokoyasi village, I'll come find you guys. If you don't mind. No, I still owe you money. Even if you mind, I'll go to sea with you to repay the debt with work. Without me, you'd definitely sail the ship into a whirlpool. In the girl's cheerful steps, the white clouds in the sky seemed to turn into a straw hat, then into three swords style, then into a serious face. However, Marines? Hey, what are you all doing around my house? If there was anything Nami hated the most, it was definitely the fishman Arlong. And if there was something that occupied the second place on her hatred list, it would be the Marines? If it weren't for these useless guys, how could her village have been ruled by Arlong's fishman pirates for 8 whole years? Squeak, squeak, I'm Colonel Nezumi of the 16th Marine Branch. The visitor truly lived up to his name, with a rat-like appearance, shifty eyes, and a sharp face. Are you the criminal named Nami? What do you mean? Criminal? Facing a group of armed Marines, Nami sneered. Ah, that's right. I'm a pirate, and a member of the Arlong Pirates. I'm indeed a criminal. The girl crossed her arms, showing the Arlong Pirates tattoo on her shoulder to the Marines. Hey, Marine scum. If you touch me, Arlong won't let you off. You understand that, right? How ironic, in this corner of the East Blue, it had come to the point where the Marines feared the pirates. Squeak, squeak, pirate, no, I didn't receive such information. However, Colonel Nezumi on the opposite side just gave an evil smile. I'm here today because I received information that there's a thief here. I heard you stole a lot of treasure from the pirates, and since you're a pirate, I won't make things difficult for you. But the stolen goods should be handed over to our marine government for safekeeping. What did you say? For a moment, Nami was completely stunned. I said, the money you stole, it's all ours. Search. With Colonel Nezumi's order, the Marines immediately began ransacking the place, digging through everything. They were more violent than pirates, and even more openly. Thief. When Arlong was killing people, you didn't care. When Arlong enslaved more than 20 villages and towns around here, you didn't care. And now, you come to deal with me, a thief? Do you know that money? That money is what Nami used to buy our village from Arlong. Among the villagers watching, a scarred policeman stood up. His words made Nami pause. Mr. Genzo. Nami, we all know. The whole village knows how much you've suffered outside to free us from Arlong's control, and now, the scarred policeman turned angrily to the so-called Marines. Do you think you have the right to take this money? However, even so, squeak, squeak, what Arlong? What pirate? I don't understand what you're saying. Or are you saying that everyone in this village is a thief? Do you want to be executed by our righteous Marines on the spot? Colonel, we didn't find anything inside. Then search the area? That's 100 million berries, not a grain of rice. 100 million berries. In an instant, Nami understood everything. You were sent by Arlong. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Don't slander us. What Arlong? I don't even know him. He. However, the smug expression on the other party's face had already revealed everything. Damn it, you guys. How dare you become the pirates' lackeys, you? How dare you slander the Marines? Facing the enraged villagers, Captain Nezumi just snapped his fingers. Fire. Bang, 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 bang. You, how could you? Seeing the villagers around her injured and falling, Nami was completely stunned. Squeak, squeak. Someone only asked me not to harm his surveyor, but didn't say anything about the others. The man named Captain Nezumi bent down and whispered in Nami's ear. You better be sensible, or I won't hesitate to slaughter this little village. Arlong? Do you really want me to hand over Kokoyasi village to you? Arlong? Fine, bring me 100 million berries, and I'll let go of that village and give you your freedom. Arlong? No matter how long it takes, no matter what means you use, 100 million berries, I will definitely keep my promise. Bang! Arlong. The gates of Arlong Park were flung open by Nami, and she stared fiercely at the tall fishman lying on the chair, the one who killed her foster mother, enslaved her village, and now wanted to take away her. Ha, isn't this our surveyor? Smack! An enraged Nami grabbed Arlong's collar and gritted her teeth as she questioned. Did you call those Marines? Didn't you say you would keep your promise? Didn't you say that as long as I gathered 100 million berries? However, smack! A giant hand grabbed Nami's throat and lifted her into the air. What Marines? When did I break our agreement? Tell me. Lying on the chair, Arlong, with a mouthful of sharp teeth, lifted Nami high with one hand. Oh dear, could it be that your money was confiscated by the Marines? That is truly unfortunate. The fishman named Arlong laughed hypocritically, his laughter particularly arrogant. But a promise is a promise. As long as you don't put 100 million berries in front of me, I can't give you Kokoyasi village. Despicable, shameless. Ha 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 ha, say what you want. Or, are you finally ready to abandon those villagers and run away alone? Snap. With a slap, Nami knocked away Arlong's arm and ran out of Arlong Park. Behind her was the uproarious laughter of the fishmen. Arlong, your plan is really vicious. But if Nami really abandons the villagers and runs away, ha 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 ha, she won't. For the sake of that village, she will continue to save up another 100 million berries? Then we'll harvest again. Ha 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 ha. Dash. Roman, there's a marine warship over there. Facing the sneaky Usopp, Roman shook his head indifferently. Ignore them. I can feel that my bandage hasn't moved for a long time. As the merchant ship slowly docked, Roman, Usopp, Usaka, Johnny, and even Zoro got off the ship. So Hawkeye's definitely held back, otherwise, how could Zoro be up and moving so soon? This way, following the sense of the paper bandage, Roman and the others arrived at. What happened here? The place was a mess, with pits and holes everywhere. Many people had gunshot wounds. At the location where Roman sensed the bandage, a house with its door and windows shattered, as if swept by a storm. Who are you? A woman with light blue hair, clutching a wound on her waist, walked over. Seeing Roman and his group, her eyes flickered. We're looking for someone named Nami. You're Roman, right? However, the blue-haired woman immediately identified Roman, not because he was particularly handsome, mainly because the long-nosed Usopp and three-sword-style Zoro behind him were too recognizable. I am. If you're here to collect money from Nami, you'll be disappointed. The blue-haired woman pointed to the mess around them. The Marines just took all the money. Marines, robbing money. Those two words don't match, do they? But money isn't important, people are? Roman waved his hand. Can you tell me what happened here? Fake. Everything is fake. Returning to the village like a walking corpse, Nami collapsed at the entrance, kneeling on the ground. Arlong. She suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into her shoulder. Pfft. There was the tattoo representing her as a member of the Arlong pirates, now it looked more like a slave brand. Arlong. Clang. With a metallic sound, the dagger in the girl's hand was caught by a palm. Roman. Nami turned her head, seeing a familiar face. What are you doing here, if you want money? Luffy said he only wants you to be our navigator, and told me to bring you back. And you? Facing the girl with tears streaming down her cheeks, Roman answered without hesitation. I only kill. You guys. Alright, don't say anything more. I've learned everything I need to know from your sister. Sheets of healing paper bandages flew from Roman's palm, wrapping around Nami's shoulder. Whatever you have to say, wait until I've finished killing. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, The Coin of Fate and Killing Intent. Squeak, squeak, I can't stop laughing. In the waters near Kokoyashi village, aboard a warship representing justice, dirty laughter echoed in the cabin. 120 million berries, being a thief is really profitable. Colonel Nezumi of the Marine Branch, true to his name, looked at the small hill of gold, silver, treasures, and pearls in front of him, his yellowish eyes reflecting a greedy shine. Almost makes me want to become a thief myself. Squeak, squeak. Ha ha ha. Colonel, you're joking again. The other officers in the cabin laughed along. The boss laughed, so why shouldn't I laugh? Would I dare not to laugh? What does it matter how good that thief is at stealing money? Didn't our righteous Marines easily confiscate the stolen goods? Yeah, the colonel has connections. If there were a few more thieves like this in the East Blue, we'd be rich just sitting here. But colonel, an officer picked up a belly from the pile of treasures. Most of this money is covered in dirt and blood, and it's all tattered. Squeak, squeak, it doesn't matter, money is money. This is all the money that poor little girl saved up over 8 years, believing that freedom would come, working hard and diligently, like a fool. You can't despise it. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, what's going on outside? The noise from the sailors outside made the smug Colonel Nezumi frown and twitch his mustache. Those useless fools? I gave each of them 100,000 berries, what more do they want? He nodded towards an officer, signaling him. You, go check it out. The officer nodded and walked out, but as soon as he opened the cabin door. Hey, what are you doing standing there? The officer who opened the door stood motionless at the entrance, making Colonel Nezumi unhappy. But no matter how unhappy he was, he couldn't punish him, because a corpse wouldn't respond to punishment. Bang! The officer who opened the door fell straight back, his eyes wide with astonishment, a white throwing knife embedded in his forehead. Judging by the deeply embedded blade, he was clearly dead. Who? What? What's going on? I heard you all laughing just now. In a calm voice, a handsome young man stepped over the officer's corpse and walked in. Hope you can keep laughing. What? How dare you? We are Marines. Do you want to go against the entire Marine? Swoosh! With a flash of the blade, the officer who had been shouting moments ago had his head sent flying into the air. Well, I'm a pirate. Roman's cold gaze swept over, making these bullies feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It's only natural for pirates to kill Marines. Swoosh? Spare. No. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Roman's figure swiftly moved through the cabin, and before the officers could even finish their pleas for mercy, their heads had already fallen. In the crisscrossing flashes of the blade, they turned into a pile of meaningless meat chunks. Don't kill me. I'm a Marine captain. Captain Nezumi, who had fallen to the ground, was trembling like a mouse encountering a cat, retreating continuously until he hit the cabin wall. Faced with Roman's cold gaze, he didn't hesitate to kneel and beg for mercy. Bang, bang, bang. In a series of kowtows, Captain Nezumi cried and pleaded. Please spare me, sir. I'll do anything you want if you let me live. I can help you gather information within the Marines, cover your tracks, and point out the routes of merchant ships. A complete scumbag, a disgrace, trash. Walking past the small mountain of treasure in the center of the room, Roman casually picked up a gold coin. All right, I can spare you. Thank you so much. Faced with Captain Nezumi's expression of relief, Roman raised the gold coin in his hand. Don't rush, let's play a game. Although paper currency berries are the world's common currency, the kings of various countries are fond of issuing gold coins with their own portraits, so This gold coin has a flower on one side and a portrait on the other. If it lands on the portrait, you live. If it lands on the flower, you die. Let fate decide your life or death. This. A 50-50 chance? But in this situation, Captain Nezumi had no room to bargain, so he could only grit his teeth and agree. All right. Crack. However, Roman simply pinched the gold coin with his thumb and forefinger, bending it in half. Ding. A gold coin that would always land on the flower was thrown in front of Captain Nezumi, along with Roman's cold voice. Go ahead, toss it. But the fate of the weak is always in the hands of the strong. This? You despicable. Captain Nezumi, trembling all over, looked up, his face still showing the remnants of narrow escape, and his yellow-brown pupils filled with despair. Oh, isn't this what you just did to our navigator? Swoosh. With a flash of the blade, the marine captain named Nezumi was split into two neatly cut in half. His last thought was that thief's companion. Hey, you outsiders, move aside. A group of villagers holding pitchforks, kitchen knives, and iron pots angrily confronted Zoro and Usopp, who were blocking the road. This is Kokoyashi Village's business, outsiders. Swish. A figure descended from the sky. Although he looked like a handsome young man, the white wings on his back and the smell of blood around him immediately made the excited villagers wary. People of Kokoyashi Village. Roman retracted his wings and looked at these people using tableware, kitchenware, and farm tools as weapons. If you rush to Arlong Park like this, you're just going to your deaths. None of your business. Should we just keep watching Nami risk her life out there for us? We've been dragging Nami down, might as well end it today. Outsiders, you are Nami's companions, right? A scarred policeman stepped forward. We apologize on behalf of the whole village for Nami stealing from you. The policeman bowed his head, and the villagers behind him also bowed to Roman and his group. Please take Nami away. She's a kind girl, she did it for our village. So you plan to fight with these things? Roman pointed to the small knives tied to wooden sticks and the iron pots modified into shields. Frankly, you were planning to die, weren't you? Please don't stop us. No, Roman waved his hand, interrupting the plea. I won't stop you, but you need new weapons. Brother Roman, not far away, Yusako and Johnny were carrying several large wooden crates. These crates were the cargo from Roman's merchant ship. Although they were weak, they had strength. Good, Roman waved his hand, and white paper flew over, forming crowbars to open the crates, revealing new long-barreled flintlock guns and sharp, oiled swords lying quietly in the straw. Take these weapons. Roman grinned, a very bloody smile. If you're going to die, at least take a bite out of the enemy, right? Dash. Hey, Roman. On the way from Kokoyashi Village to Arlong Park, Zoro spoke casually. Those villagers, even with weapons, 5 of them couldn't handle one ordinary fishman. So, why let them add to the casualties? Roman interrupted Zoro. That's what you wanted to say, right? Yes. You're right, but Zoro. Roman looked back at the gradually distant Kokoyashi village. This is a chaotic era. Being weak isn't scary. What's scary is not having the heart to become strong. We can help them kill all the Arlong pirates, but if another cat pirates or dog pirates come here, should we come back from the Grand Line to save them? People must rely on themselves, that's the most correct thing. After saying this great truth, Roman turned to Zoro and Usopp with a slight smile. Although I said that, the strength gap between the fishmen and the villagers is too big. How about this? Before the villagers arrive, let's see who can take down more fishmen. How about it? This is also why he wanted to go ahead. Interesting, I'm in. Behind Roman and Zoro, who were exuding killing intent while chatting, was Usopp, whose legs felt like jelly. Even so, he kept up with the two in front of him. Chapter 30, Unexpected Strong Enemy and Countering Abilities. Crack, crack, crack. A series of lights flashed across the gate of Arlong Park, and the thick gate shattered into various geometric shapes, scattering on the ground. Who are you? Facing the angry and shocked fishmen near the gate, the answer they received was a flash of blade. Splat, splat. Roman and Zoro walked into Arlong Park from the left and right, and behind them, 2 fishmen slowly fell to the ground. What? You dare to cause trouble in Arlong Park? Take them down. Wait a minute. Although a cautious officer told them to wait, these idle fishmen, perhaps used to bullying ordinary people, rushed at Roman and Zoro without hesitation. Many of them were even unarmed, attacking with bare hands. Splat, 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 splat. In a series of sounds of blades cutting through flesh, the so-called fishmen, who were supposed to be physically superior to humans, were no different from dead fish in front of true masters. Ah, my comrades. Trash is still trash. Roman flicked the blood off his sword, the clean weapon now pointed at the tall figure who had just jumped up from his chair. Hey, are you Arlong? Who are you? What are you doing on my turf? Facing Arlong's dark and angry question, Roman calmly replied. We are pirates, from the Straw Hat Pirates. As for why we're here, thinking of Nami crying and hurting herself on the ground, Roman's face darkened. You made our navigator cry. What kind of ridiculous reason is that? Your navigator. Despite Arlong's rough appearance, he was actually cunning and sly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to collude with the Marines for 8 years and even avoid Luffy's grandfather's wild hunt, becoming a tyrant in this corner of the East Blue. We don't even know. Could it be? The fishman named Arlong frowned, thinking of a possibility. Are you the unlucky fools Nami tricked? There are two mistakes in your words. Roman gripped his two knives and strode towards Arlong, ignoring the surrounding fishman. First, Nami didn't deceive us. Second, meeting Nami was not an unlucky thing for us. Roman, who was striding forward, stood in front of Arlong. Although he wasn't short, he seemed small compared to Arlong's 2.6-meter frame. However, battles are never just about height or strength, but... Third, you shouldn't have. Let me get this close? Swoosh. Roman's two knives suddenly slashed upwards towards Arlong. It was as if he was performing two quick draw techniques simultaneously. The speed of the sailors... right? A girl's tears. Well then. Give me, boom. Roman once again charged at the fishman named Kansong, the wind cutting his face like a knife. His eyes only saw the rapidly enlarging opponent, and die. Paper dance, Great War Lance. The paper flying from his arms wrapped into a giant lance, piercing the air, piercing the distance between them, like a drill aiming at Kansong. Its momentum was like a dragon, swift as a shooting star. But useless. A mouthful of sky blue flames greeted him. Indeed, it was useless. As a well-informed captain, Kansong knew that Roman's devil fruit ability was to create paper, which would only be defeated in the face of his flames. Boom! However, from the suddenly exploding flames in front of him, a fireman lunged out. Smack! A flaming hand grabbed Kansong's throat before he could react, and another flaming hand grabbed his wrist, the immense strength pressing the fishman captain to the ground. Don't you like flames? Roman's voice came from the fireman, and compared to his usual calmness, the youthful passion and madness finally appeared in him. Then I'll let you burn to your heart's content. Let's see who gets burned first. Paper dance, sea of fire. Boom, boom, boom. The paper Roman created with all his might instantly turned the two of them into a blazing torch. No, it should be called a sea of fire. The soaring flames arrogantly radiated light and heat in all directions, even forcibly separating the chaotic battlefield. Ah, fire. Run. Water, water, give me water. Facing the blazing flames spreading from the two of them, the fishmen were all shocked, retreating in panic, fearing being caught in it. On the other side, Roman, you. Gritting his teeth, Zoro faced the six-armed octopus swordsman Hachin, who was entangling him tightly, his eyes fierce. Get lost. I won't let you. Onigiri. Crack. In a sudden burst of power, Zoro's attack shattered his opponent's 6 katanas into pieces, then, tornado. Splat, 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 splat. Poor Haki was instantly covered in blood and sent flying into the air, while Zoro's figure rushed towards Roman without hesitation. Roman. Among the Kokoyashi villagers, Nami watched Roman engulfed in flames, tears streaming down her face. She had shed more tears in these few days than in the past 8 years combined. Even with the blazing fire in front of her, she still charged forward without hesitation. Ha 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 ha, see that, Kansong. Roman laughed wildly in the flames, as if the fire around him was just a festival celebration. One side couldn't avoid it. One side charged forward. One side was fearful. One side was worried and crying. These are my companions, my current companions? Such great companions are mine, and you have nothing. The captain of the Flame Pirates and the battle captain of the Silver Light Pirates, both had lost everything in the past. But one found a place to belong, with heartfelt companions. And the other, you won. Kid. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Final Battle with Arlong, Power of Companions. Roman. You guy. Facing Zoro and Nami who ran to his side, Roman stood up and grinned. I'm fine. Well, Roman was now charred all over, looking like a perfect suspect in the Conan world, far from fine. But, good, good, good. With 3 gridded goods, the fishman leader Arlong finally decided to take action. Zoro and Nami stood beside Roman with their weapons, and also, ha 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 cough. Outside Arlong Park, the heavily injured Usopp also walked in, leaning against the wall. I took down that long-nosed, perverted fish. Facing Usopp's thumbs up, Roman, looking like a non-lucky person, also gave a thumbs up. Well done, Usopp. Indeed, well done. Roman wasn't surprised that Zoro could defeat an officer, but Usopp taking down an officer was unexpected. Alright, so you don't put us great fishmen in your eyes. Arlong was about to explode with anger at the arrogant attitude of these guys, but today, he was destined to be even more furious. Ha 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 ha, noble fishman. Roman laughed up at the sky. With Kansong defeated, he could finally use his fruit ability without worry. Sheets of paper flew out, wrapping around him to avoid the embarrassment of being naked. At the same time, a sword and a shield fell into his hands, the knife pointing at Arlong's proud nose. The so-called noble. Is it the noble that fetches high prices in the Sabayati slave market? Human, you're courting death. Oh, what? Did I hit a sore spot? Roman took a few steps forward to confront Arlong, cold sarcasm spilling from his mouth. People in the East Blue don't know your true nature, but do you think no one knows? The so-called fishmen are nothing more than rare commodities fought over by pirates and slave traders on the Grand Line. What? This? The surrounding villagers of Kokoyashi village were stunned. The fishmen who had oppressed them for 8 years, who had occupied more than 20 villages and towns, who were invincible and unstoppable, were actually noble fishmen? Are you trying to make me laugh? A race that gets captured and made into slaves, how could they? Shut up. Swish, swish, swish. Here it comes. Several cold flashes shot towards Roman at a speed far exceeding bullets, causing Roman, who was full of sarcastic remarks but secretly focused, to tense up. He immediately raised his shield to block the path of those bullets. Thud, thud, thud. In a series of sounds, Roman's shield easily blocked the opponent's fishman karate, water shot. The so-called fishman karate, water shot was a technique that shot water like bullets. Not only was it as damaging as bullets, but it was also very stealthy. However, paper absorbs water, and right after the water bullets came a giant mouth opening at a 90-degree angle, with teeth like 2 rows of daggers. Crunch, The sharp teeth bit down hard, instantly taking a large chunk out of Roman's shield. But, swish. As he forced the opponent back with a slash, Roman sneered. Don't casually eat things created by other people's abilities. Slash. The shield that Arlong had bitten off suddenly expanded into a hedgehog in his mouth. Although it was just paper mimicking a spiked ball, it was enough to hurt the soft tissues of the mouth. With a hedgehog in his mouth, Arlong painfully retreated a few steps, then angrily reached into his mouth and pulled out his entire jaw along with the spiked ball. Swoosh. Kid, I'll make you die a horrible, horrible death. Arlong's face darkened as he pulled out his entire jaw, along with the spiked ball stuck in his mouth. He crouched down, gathered his strength, and prepared to charge. Then, with a sudden burst of power, shark on darts, using his powerful physique, Arlong shot towards Roman like a torpedo. His proud, steel-piercing nose was his most lethal weapon. Good, just what I was waiting for. Paper dance, maple leaf hunt. Rustle. A row of sharp paper suddenly grew from the ground, standing like a forest of blades in front of Roman. And if viewed from the front, this thin paper trap would be almost invisible. But, splat. Arlong's eyes suddenly changed as he flew at high speed. He stomped hard on the ground to break, sending dirt and stones flying, and dragged out 2 deep grooves in the ground. At the same time, he crossed his arms in front of him. Crash, crash, crash. Although Arlong didn't end up killing himself like the former Captain Kuro, he was still cut by several paper blades. Roman, already in a dominant position, didn't let up and charged with his sword and shield. Roman's sword flashed, and his shield blocked and deflected. But Arlong, with his height and long arms, and muscles as strong as steel, could withstand Roman's chainsaw mode sword and shield, suffering only superficial wounds. It seemed evenly matched. On the other side, Zoro, who was blocking the last karate fishman officer, glanced over and raised his eyebrows. The battle between Roman and Arlong was too fierce, causing sand and stones to fly, walls to crumble, and the ground to crack. As the strongest fighters on both sides, Zoro had just taken a hit from Mihawk and was in a weakened state. Their victory or defeat largely determined the outcome of this battle. So, Brother Arlong, take down that human. Fishmen are the strongest. The villagers of Kokoyashi village were not to be outdone, cheering loudly. Go, big brother. Cut down that fishman. Roman, go for it, bang. After another clash, Arlong took advantage of the moment when Roman was pushed back and suddenly crashed into a tall building nearby. The sturdy bricks shattered like tofu in front of him, and he immediately rushed inside. Of course, he wasn't running away, but what a huge weapon. It was a 3-meter-long great sword? No, it was more like a saw. Shahahaha, human. Taking out the weapon from the room, the tall fish man named Arlong's eyes had turned golden yellow. It was the look of a king when enraged. I'll cut you into pieces with Zanpaku. He swung the 3-meter-long weapon at Roman, and the fierce sound of it cutting through the air was like a high-speed jet roaring past. One slash even left a long cut on the floor, but, snap. A foot wrapped in paper stepped on the back of the Zanpaku blade, and Roman's mocking voice followed. Who do you think you can cut with this big saw? Although Roman hadn't specifically developed abilities like Kami to enhance himself, the paper fruit still greatly improved his dodging ability. The violent attack's wind alone could automatically push him away. Arlong suddenly lifted the blade, but it was firmly stepped on by Roman. It seemed like Roman had the upper hand, and victory was in sight. The villagers' faces slowly turned into smiles, gradually becoming cheers. Well done. Finish off Arlong in one go. Finally. Great, almost messed up. Roman breathed a sigh of relief, ready to finish off. His vision blurred, and his well-trained body suddenly wobbled. Hey, why do the people around look so shocked? Why is Zoro's face changing? Nami, what are you shouting? His foot slipped, and Roman's whole body tilted. Opposite him, Arlong, with a face 7 parts ferocious and 3 parts relieved, swung the huge Zanpaku at Roman. Must block. Although Roman immediately raised his shield to his chest, his whole body felt as if it had suddenly lost its bones, limp and weak. With a jolt, he was sent flying by Arlong's slash. Crash. It was like being hit head-on by a speeding train. Golden stars filled his vision, and Roman was sent flying through the air. A burning, metallic taste surged up his throat. As intense pain radiated from his back, he heard a series of crashing sounds, indicating that some building had suffered. Cough, cough, what is this? Sliding down from the shattered wall, Roman half knelt on the ground and touched his face. His hand came away slick with blood. Roman. He couldn't see it himself, but everyone else could. Roman had wrapped himself in paper like a mummy, and red-black blood was slowly seeping from his 7 orifices. This, could it be? Roman staggered to his feet, his gaze falling on the charred Kensong. Ha 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 ha. Having landed a hit, Arlong didn't rush to attack but laughed wildly instead. See that, weak human. Kensong's flames are laced with poison. You've been fighting him for so long, the toxins should have already invaded your internal organs. He pointed his huge sawtooth sword at Roman, who was holding his temples and shaking his head, his mockery evident. You're finished. Careless. But I have indeed weakened, Arlong. But that doesn't mean you, a small fry, have gotten stronger scared by the food in Impel Down and running to East Blue, you trash. I'll kill you. Whoosh. The huge sawtooth sword swung down, splitting the wall in half. But Roman had already. Flying? You can't escape. Bang, bang, bang. Roman had barely formed paper wings to hover when Arlong jumped up and slashed wildly. The two fought their way up the building until, near the top, Roman finally couldn't hold on and was sent crashing into the building by Arlong's slash. Damn, we need to help. That room is. Roman, gripping her three-section staff, Nami gritted her teeth. She could do nothing but watch her companions fight for her. This feeling. Crash. Jumping into the hole Roman had made, Arlong looked around the room and put away his huge sawtooth sword. This was Nami's workspace, filled with sea charts of the nearby waters. Actually, lying on the other side of the room, Roman lifted his head to look at the tall fishmen in front of him. One was severely injured, the other still had most of his strength. Personally, I don't hate fishmen. Now you want to beg for mercy. Facing Roman's words, the fishman named Arlong sneered. I know the grudges between fishmen and humans, the sun pirates, Fisher Tiger, the celestial dragons. I know it all. If you were fighting the celestial dragons and their lackeys in the new world, maybe one day we could be friends, but... Roman slowly stood up, leaning against the wall. A great man once said, the strong get angry and draw their blades against the stronger, the cowardly get angry and draw their blades against the weaker. Roman lifted his head, staring into Arlong's eyes. Even with red-black blood still seeping out, there was no fear in his eyes. Running to East Blue to bully ordinary people? Fishman Empire? Even self-deception has its limits. Any vice admiral from the Grand Line could wipe you out as easily as crushing a bug. Are you done with your last words? Arlong gritted his teeth, but his trembling lips betrayed his fear. He knew that his so-called Arlong Empire was nothing but a soap bubble. So, I'll kill you, then I'll kill those people down there, and then I'll kill Nami. Why are you laughing? Ha ha ha. Even though he couldn't stand up, Roman laughed heartily. Today, you won't kill anyone, because you're going to die here. Ha ha ha, how are you going to kill me? Arlong didn't mind exchanging a few more words with Roman. To him, it was just the barking of a defeated dog. With your body that can't even stand straight, or with those useless people down there. That's right, with 6 broken ribs, a fractured left hand, and poisoned, not to mention the 100% burns on my skin, those are just minor issues. It seemed like he was at the end of his rope. Nami. Roman's voice echoed from the top of the building, resounding across the battlefield. Lend me your strength. While everyone else was confused, Nami covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face once again. Ha ha ha, Nami? Nami. In the top room, Arlong laughed so hard he bent over, but when he wiped the tears from his eyes, his face turned vicious. Nami's strength is that your final counterattack. That's right. Roman reached for a map on the table and waved it. Do you know what this is? A map. Wrong. Roman, who was already at the end of his strength, grinned, his white teeth like a wolf's. The answer is paper. Paper dance. A declaration echoed in the top building of Arlong Park. It was Roman's voice. Deathstorm. Whirl. A whirlwind. A whirlwind connecting heaven and earth. A high-speed rotating whirlwind appeared at the top of the building, and then, the entire Arlong Park began to disintegrate from the top floor in the whirlwind. In the high-speed rotating whirlwind, a tall figure let out a tragic scream. Ah! We fishmen are the... Shut up. Thud, 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 thud. The massive whirlwind spun downward like the sword of a war god, cutting the tall Arlong Park into a pile of rubble, and a figure slowly emerged from it. Roman. Although his entire body was wrapped in white paper strips, there was no doubt about his identity. Brother Arlong. Where's Arlong? No, impossible. As the fishman stood in despair, trembling all over, Roman slowly reached out and caught a map that floated in front of him. Your Arlong is right here. Yes, his flesh and blood were smeared all over this map. Only a red stain remained. Roman. Facing the orange-haired girl who was crying and laughing at the same time, Roman just gave a proud smile. I said, killing is my job. The scene before him went black, and the boy named Roman fell forward, caught by a pair of soft arms. Yes, leave it to me. Chapter 33, Non-Human Physique Celebration. Severe burns all over the body, broken ribs and arms, multiple internal bleeding. It's a miracle he's alive. The good news is, his body is slowly expelling the toxins. Who treated your injuries before? Facing the old and unfamiliar voice, a group of familiar voices echoed in his ears. Roman. X4. All right, it seems you need to recruit a ship doctor. A gentle something brushed against his cheek, causing Roman to slowly open his eyes. You're awake. In the voice of surprise, the blurry colors in front of Roman began to gather, forming a familiar face. Nami. Roman opened his mouth, but his throat was as dry as a desert. Here, drink some water. Before Roman could say anything, Nami carefully helped him up, placed a pillow behind him, and handed him a cup of warm water. Thank you. Gulp, gulp, gulp. I'm the one who should be thanking you. The orange-haired girl looked at the man in front of her, whose entire body had no intact skin. To others, Roman might look like a monster now, but to Nami, he was an undeniable hero. Compared to the Roman who always had a stern face and seemed perfect in everything, this Roman made Nami feel. Don't worry, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. My injuries aren't so bad that I need someone to take care of me, right? Although he was severely injured inside and out, Roman knew that what would be fatal to an ordinary person was, for him. As long as I don't engage in strenuous activities, I can walk right now. But your appearance. Nami lowered her eyes. Although most men at sea didn't care much about their appearance, Roman's severe burns made him look like a ghost, far beyond mere disfigurement. Oh, you mean this? Roman raised his hand, revealing red cracks beneath the charred skin, as if a solidified magma. Yes, it does look a bit bad, but... As Roman closed his eyes, he focused his attention on his arm, then... Paper dance, molting. Rustle, rustle. The charred skin peeled off like paper, revealing the white skin underneath. It was so white that the small blue and purple blood vessels beneath the skin were visible. Yes, 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 as expected. Roman nodded in satisfaction. The devil fruit was indeed magical. As long as one's imagination was big enough and they had the stamina and energy to push the fruit's abilities, many incredible things could be achieved. Swish. Lifting the blanket, Roman got out of bed and closed his eyes to fully control his fruit ability. Paper dance, regrowth. Crack, crack, crack. Roman's entire body, covered in red dead skin, began to swell, crack, and peel off with a series of cracking sounds. As the charred skin fell away in pieces, a new Roman was revealed. With fair skin, an inverted triangle physique, and muscles full of power, his six-pack abs looked like a vest, and his slender arms, though thin, gave off a sense of explosive strength. The room's light shone on Roman's well-defined muscles, giving them a golden hue. Drip. The sound of drool brought Nami back to her senses, and she quickly turned her blushing face away. Roman, you're not wearing clothes. Oh, sorry. Roman patted his forehead, and with a rustling sound, sheets of paper flew out. They formed a simple suit on his body, allowing Nami, who was secretly peeking, to breathe a sigh of relief while a sense of disappointment welled up in her heart. Paper dance, clothes. What a pity. By the way, how did the battle at Arlong Park end? Although he could stand here, which meant the humans had won, there was a difference between a hard-fought victory and a complete triumph. It went smoothly. Nami stood up and smiled as she recounted to Roman. After you passed out, the fishmen went crazy. They even summoned a mountain-sized sea monster from the ocean. At that moment, Luffy Sanji appeared from behind the sea monster and took it down with one move. The ordinary fishmen were no match for them and were quickly defeated. Is that so? It seems Luffy successfully recruited a chef. Great. Finally, I don't have to cook anymore. Roman touched his good-as-new appearance. Although his internal fractures and toxins hadn't fully healed, just being able to stand up so quickly after being burned to a crisp. What an inhuman constitution. Dash. As night fell, the sea remained calm. The grand banquet in Kokoyasi village continued. Those who had endured humiliation and hardship lived for this day of unrestrained laughter. There was revelry everywhere, laughter everywhere, bonfires, dancing. It didn't matter if you danced well or not, as long as you immersed yourself in this sea of joy, celebrating the hard-won freedom and the end of their enslaved fate. The entire Kokoyasi village offered songs and wine to the heroes. You guys. When Roman walked out of the infirmary, he saw the three severely injured guys in front of him. Smoke, wine, meat. Great, the trio of beautiful swordswomen bringing meat was complete. Weren't you all supposed to be seriously injured? Roman glanced around. Luffy and Sanji had first dealt with the Krieg pirates, then immediately rushed to Kokoyasi village. They should have been covered in wounds, but now, they looked completely unscathed. Even Zoro, who had taken a slash from Hawkeye's, seemed to have no trace of the injury across his chest, drinking from a huge mug. Does everyone in this world have high-speed regeneration and wound-healing passive abilities? Roman's doubts persisted until he saw the bandages on Nami's shoulder and the bandages all over Usopp's face, and he nodded. Understood, I had forgotten that every main member of the Straw Hat crew is a tank. Speaking of tanks, Roman looked enviously at Luffy. Trained by Garp from a young age to develop Seimeikiken, eating version, and having eaten the rubber fruit, he gained incredible stamina. Many experts and bosses were worn down by him. He's practically a bug. Well, I guess I have no right to complain about them. Nami-san. As soon as Nami appeared, the blonde man in a suit named Sanji rolled over. But when Nami slightly stepped back and took Roman's hand, Sanji's face turned serious, and he bowed. Sorry for the interruption. Then he gracefully turned around and went to shower Nami's sister Nojiko with attention. This. Sanji's character seems a bit. You all continue eating and drinking. I'll take Roman for a walk. This. Roman looked up at the crescent moon in the sky, wondering what the point of a walk at this time was. But, well, let's just treat it as rehabilitation exercise. With Nami leading the way, Roman was led by her through the gradually thinning crowd until they disappeared. Soon, an orange grove appeared before them. Here. Roman remembered clearly, this was Nami's family's orange grove. But now they were heading not towards Nami's house, but towards the sea. Belmir, your daughters have grown up. A voice came from ahead, making Roman instinctively lighten his steps, then realizing he didn't need to be so cautious anymore. They're just like you. Splash. The sound of liquid being poured echoed quietly in the moonlight. Nami has found companions she can laugh and cry with. They've avenged you and freed us from our shackles. The sacrifices we've made are too many. All we can do is live on with a smile. The middle-aged man talking to himself turned around, his stern face relaxing. It's Nami, and this is Roman. It's no wonder the scarred middle-aged policeman hesitated. After all, the scene of Roman being burned by flames was too deeply ingrained in everyone's mind. In less than a day, a completely unscathed Roman was standing in front of him. It's me. Roman saw the confusion in his eyes and explained, "It's my devil fruit ability. Although I look healed on the outside, my body is still a mess inside." "I see," the scarred policeman nodded in satisfaction, whether marveling at the wonders of the devil fruit or, "Nami, come see Belmir." "Yes, Uncle Genzo." The scar-faced policeman named Akin stepped aside, revealing a small mound with a cross behind him. This design made it easy to guess. Is this the grave of someone named Belmir? If we consider what he just said, it should be Nami's mother, kid. While Nami went forward to place offerings at the grave, the scar-faced policeman Genzo whispered to Roman as he passed by, "Nami is going to sea with you to become a pirate. If you make her cry, I won't be able to kill you. Do you understand?" I understand. Although it was a threat with no real intimidation, Roman still nodded seriously. "I don't have a habit of making my companions cry, so don't worry." "That's good." After the policeman Uncle Genzo left, Nami quietly finished her memorial and walked up to Roman, looking up at the boy under the moon. "The moonlight is beautiful, isn't it? TL/N, you know what it mean, isn't it?" "Roman, although I know you don't care, I still want to sincerely say thank you again. Thank you for avenging my mother, thank you for breaking the shackles on me, and in the days to come, please take care of me. For a lifetime." "Of course." Facing the girl's strange words, Roman nodded and answered without hesitation, "We are all crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates." "Pfft. Why are you laughing?" "Nothing." Nami first walked past Roman, then turned to look at the boy with a thoughtful expression, her smile growing brighter. Let's go back. Chapter 34, Infrastructure Strengthening and Alliance Formation. Move aside, move aside." Luffy, carrying a huge log, dashed past, shouting in the wind, "I'm definitely the king of brick movers." Seeing Luffy's energetic trips between the construction site and the logging area, the other workers were infected by his enthusiasm. "Everyone, keep it up. Haha, Nami's friends are really enthusiastic. With their help, we can build a fortress in a few days, not just a few weeks. This world has no excavators or large construction machinery, but in terms of efficiency, it doesn't lose to Roman's previous life. The key lies in the physical abilities of people in this world. Luffy, as a powerful all-purpose tool, goes without saying. Zoro's speed in cutting down trees with one slash can make even the bravest bears dare not speak out, and Sanji can kick giant rocks like soccer balls. With them around, it's much faster and more efficient than any machinery. Anyway, as Roman would say, before he fully recovers, it's a good opportunity for the trio to do some rehabilitation training. And the so-called not fully recovered Roman is currently. That's the outline of the alliance I propose. In the largest building in Kokoyasi village, which was the village chief's house, Roman sat at the head of the conference table. On his right was the scarred policeman named Genzo, and on his left was Nami, who was taking the meeting minutes. Behind him, like guardian deities, stood Yusaka and Johnny, each gripping a sword. At the long conference table sat 20 people, each from different villages and towns that had been under Arlong's rule. By the way, before Roman and his group arrived, the neighboring town of Husha had just been destroyed by Arlong's gang for failing to pay the population tax. Half of the population was massacred, and the survivors were now gathered in Kokoyasi village. "I've said my piece." Roman looked around, his calm gaze carrying no threat, yet no one dared to meet his eyes. Of course, this was the man who had single-handedly crushed Arlong to dust. It was like sitting with a tiger, no, a T-Rex. Who agrees, who opposes? After a moment of silence, Roman's words were met with unanimous agreement. Whether sincere or not, none of the leaders of the villages and towns that had been under Arlong's rule dared to voice any objections to Roman's plans. "Very well, then we'll proceed as I've outlined. As for the details of daily maintenance, military expenses, and material transactions." Roman stood up and stepped aside. "The rest of the meeting will be handled by the village chief of Kokoyasi village. Is this really okay?" Walking out of the village chief's house, Roman thoughtfully stroked his chin in response to Nami's question. "It's better than doing nothing, right? This world is in a turbulent era, whether it's called the Great Pirate Era or the Great Age of Exploration. Behind the hero's revelry lies the blood and tears of ordinary people. When heroes draw their swords, it brings 10 years of disaster to Blue. Maybe Roger had his reasons, maybe he was just following his heart, or maybe he was just playing a joke on everyone. But regardless, when the Pirate King declared, 'Do you want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it. Go find it.' Grand Line? I left everything in the world there. It set the stage for the world's turmoil. For the strong, it was the start of a dream. But for most ordinary people, it was the beginning of a nightmare. We'll soon set sail for the Grand Line. Before that, we need to ensure that Kokoyasi village has the ability to protect itself. Heroes can't be relied upon, as they are destined to wander the seas in their quest for justice. The Marines can't be relied upon, as too many unjust people have infiltrated the cause of justice. So, I've formed this alliance of 21 villages and towns to give the people here some strength. With the 100 million berries you provided as startup capital, and the weapons from my ship, we can form a militia and build a coastal fortress. That should be enough to deal with ordinary pirates. Of course, if they encounter experts like Roman, Luffy, or even someone like Kuro who excels at bullying the weak, an army of ordinary people would still be very weak." "Yusaka, Johnny." Roman turned to the 2 third-rate pirate hunters behind him. "So, have you considered my previous proposal?" "A brother Roman." We still want to be pirate hunters. Don't be silly. Roman rubbed his forehead. I'm not trying to stop your dreams, but with your haphazard swordsmanship. How to describe Yusako and Johnny? In terms of bounty, their endurance is at the million belly level, but their swordsmanship is still at the 2.5 million level. To put it bluntly, they're hack and slash types. Yet, despite their lack of skill, they insist on going out to sea every day. They always lose by just a bit. Take your time to refine the swordsmanship I taught you, then pursue your dreams. Although Roman always claimed he only knew a little bit of everything, his little bit was far beyond what most pirates could achieve in a lifetime. So his swordsmanship was more than enough to give Yusako and Johnny a significant boost in strength. Yes, to solve the problem of Kokoyashi village lacking experts, Roman had to persuade these two tanky swordsmen to stay. With Yusako and Johnny's strength, combined with the well-armed militia, they could defend themselves in the East Blue as long as they didn't encounter someone like Krieg. You've noticed, right? With your haphazard swordsmanship, you're just fodder for real experts. Staying in Kokoyashi village, you can help Nami protect her family and improve yourselves. Roman deliberately smiled. Or are you planning to take my swordsmanship and run? That's impossible. Don't joke, brother Roman. What we're going to do next is dash. Great, manpower, weapons, experts. Once the coastal fortress is completed, we'll have the strength to resist ordinary pirates. Roman thought as he walked. Leaving after doing good deeds is fine, but this is Nami's hometown. Roman didn't want to suddenly see news like Kokoyashi village destroyed in the papers. Self-reliance is the right path. As for the Marines, although he couldn't remember clearly, Roman knew that Luffy's grandfather was in the East Blue at this time. He even created the classic Axe Hand Morgan incident. With his position and authority in the Marines, he would definitely closely watch over his grandson. So, the Marines, I'll leave to that old man. Although Vice Admiral Garp seemed unreliable most of the time, he was never ambiguous about major issues. This was very similar to Luffy. Roman, what did you just say? Facing Nami's question, Roman waved his hand. Nothing, let's go check on the progress of those guys at the construction site. Although it's fine to have them help with construction, we're pirates, not builders. Staying too long isn't good for anyone. Very good, place those stones over here. Raise the logs. Dig half a meter deep here. When Roman and Nami arrived at the construction site, the outline of a fortress had already taken shape, and the foreman was, Usopp, how's the progress? Well, the main building will be completed in at most 2 days. Don't forget, Usopp is a truly multi-talented person. After Roman provided the main structure, he quickly drew up the building plans and directed everyone in the construction. Great, once the main project is completed, the alliance will also be established. With the courage of Kokoyashi village to fight against the fishmen and the weapons provided by Roman, ordinary pirates would not be their match. In that case, in 2 days, we'll be ready to set sail. Luffy, what do you think? Sounds good. Chapter 35, Setting Sail. Marine Bounty. Outside Kokoyashi village, the outline of a fortress had already been built. Given time, it could grow into a protective structure, but before that? Hey, Roman, where's Nami? Faced with Luffy's question, Roman rolled his eyes. If you ask me, who should I ask? Don't you know it takes girls an hour to get ready to go out? No, X3. Clearly, none of you have any luck with women. Look at Usopp. No. Usopp shook his head. Kaya never goes out. Alright, just wait patiently. Roman rubbed his temples. Without Nami, are you going to sail the ship? Aren't you afraid of steering the Going Merry into a whirlpool? You sail it. X4. Me? I have something to say. Hey, set sail. The dock was filled with villagers from Kokoyashi village seeing them off. Meanwhile, Nami was sprinting towards them from the village, shouting for them to set sail as she ran. What does Nami mean? In response to Usopp's question, Roman shrugged and looked at Luffy. What do you think, Luffy? She told us to set sail, so of course, we set sail first. With the anchor raised, the Going Merry began to slowly move away from the shore, and Nami rushed towards the crowd seeing them off. Nami, wait a minute. We still have many thanks to say. At least let us. However, before the villagers could express their farewells, Nami had already skillfully weaved through the crowd. Amidst the chaos, the girl pushed off the dock with all her might, her slender figure soaring high and landing on the already departing Going Merry. Roman. Catch me. In a flash, Roman, who had been steering the ship, had to dash over to catch Nami, who almost missed the deck. His face darkened. What are you doing? You shouldn't have any trouble jumping this distance, right? Is it because you haven't trained enough? However, the girl in his arms just laughed heartily, leaving Roman puzzled. One by one, wallets fell from Nami's arms, and she sheepishly stuck out her tongue at Roman. Sorry, I accidentally took a bit too much. What should be said at a time like this? Forget it, just smile. Everyone. Nami waved to the villagers on the dock with a mischievous smile, holding a stack of berries from the wallets. Take care. Dash. You little rascal, how dare you? XN. Nami is really something else, said Usopp enviously. Be careful, or she'll sell you off someday, said Zoro seriously. Nami-san is so charming, said Sanji with a thumbs up. Laughed Luffy. I've decided, I'll increase her training by 20%. Roman thought to himself. When in doubt, solve it with muscles. Meanwhile, the dock was in an uproar. My wallet. You little thief cat. Come back here. However, as the Going Merry gradually sailed away, the angry commotion turned into, take care. You can always come back at any time. We're all very grateful to you. When parting, you should face it with a smile facing the gradually receding homeland. Nami let the sea breeze blow through her orange short hair. She looked towards the direction of the orange grove. I'm leaving, Belmere. I have already met a group of the best companions. Clap, clap, clap. Roman clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the companions who were still reminiscing about their farewells. All right, it's time to make up for the training we've missed. With that, Roman started squatting, standing up, jumping, squatting again. His movements were so fast that he left after images. Hehe, Roman, let's see who can finish 100 sets first, Zoro said, raising an eyebrow, full of fighting spirit. Ha ha ha, no wonder things felt strange these past few days, Luffy said with a grin, pressing his straw hat with one hand and placing his fist on the ground with the other. It turns out we were missing Roman's training. Well, I'll start too. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Luffy, doing one-handed push UPS like a high-speed pile driver, turned into a blur, his features indistinguishable, with only his iconic laughter echoing on the deck. Ha 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 ha, I'm definitely going to be the king of exercise. How many kings do you want to be, you guys? Sanji's cigarette fell from his mouth in shock as he watched the enthusiastic training of his companions, beginning to doubt whether he had boarded a pirate ship or accidentally entered some kind of devilish muscle training room. Ha, this is Roman's idea, Nami said, shrugging as she started her own training. According to him, we're all too weak. So we need to hurry up and get stronger. Is that so? Sanji, unbuttoning his suit jacket, also got interested. Then I'll join in too. Report, Vice Admiral. Marine 16th Branch, Ship 16-1, from the branch captain down to the lowest rank, no one survived. On a very distinctive ship, a Marine headquarters captain was solemnly reporting the investigation. But his report was directed to an elderly man with a tall, broad, and muscular build. He wore a doghead hat that covered his face, making it impossible to see his expression. Behind him, a Marine Justice cloak with black and red shoulder pads flapped loudly in the wind. A powerful aura emanated from him, however. Vice Admiral Garp, are you listening? Vice Admiral, maybe he's asleep. A newly arrived officer cautiously asked, and the reporting captain pulled down his hat, giving his colleague a stern look. Be confident, remove the maybe. What should we do now? Holding a stack of evidence, the captain was also troubled. It wasn't that they couldn't find the culprit, but rather, let me see. A large, knuckled hand took the papers from the captain. The elderly Vice Admiral named Garp had somehow woken up. As he read through the documents, he became more and more alert. Then, ha 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 ha. His wild laughter caused the Marines to feel as if their bones were creaking, as if they were bearing an invisible weight of 1,000 pounds. Well, who would have thought the branch Marines had such business partner? Collaborating with pirates, splitting the profits 30-70, doing nothing and making the East Blue a land of peace and prosperity, and even managing to amass a large estate. Brilliant. As Garp Vice Admiral spoke, the pressure on the ship grew heavier, and the air was filled with creaking sounds. The weaker sailors couldn't handle it and fainted. Vice Admiral, Garp Vice Admiral. The nearby colonel, increasing his volume, finally brought the tall Vice Admiral back to his senses. He looked at the sailors who had fainted under his aura and frowned in dissatisfaction. If they can't even withstand a little aura, how can they become Marines? Well, you can't say that. How many people in this world can withstand your serious aura? The colonel sighed, but now wasn't the time to discuss this. According to the information we've gathered, the person responsible is the former combat captain of the Silver Light Pirates, the counter-attacker Torkavishroman. As for the reason, the colonel glanced at the documents in Garp Vice Admiral's hand, which clearly showed the culprit's motive. However, this Roman has now joined the newly formed Straw Hat Pirates, and the captain of this pirate crew is. The colonel glanced at his superior again. Named Monkey D. Luffy. Ha ha ha, that brat has gone to sea too. Seeing his superior's proud expression, the colonel felt very tired. How should we handle this matter? Monkey D. Garp Vice Admiral. Monkey D. Garp, Monkey D. Luffy. Even a blind person could see there's a problem, right? As Garp's direct subordinate, the colonel with the hat certainly knew his superior had come to East Blue to visit his grandson. But he just wanted to throw the picture in his hand at his superior's face and say, look at what your grandson has become. Forget it, it's not worth it. Torkavishroman? Facing the fact that his grandson had become a pirate, Garp still had the leisure to consider other issues. Sounds familiar, could it be? Ha ha ha, this must be an order from that Straw Hat Luffy. Just leave it to the headquarters to handle. Why should I care? The old man casually waved his hand, showing his haki. Grand Line, Marine Headquarters. Marine Secretary Branyu, no, Marine Colonel Branyu, placed 3 wanted posters on the table. 15 million for Clown Buggy, 17 million for Admiral Krieg, 20 million for Fishman Pirates Arlong. These 3 pirate crews, each with bounties over 10 million, were all taken down by this. His hand slapped the brand new wanted poster on the wall behind him, showing Luffy with a bright smile and a straw hat. The newly emerged Straw Hat Luffy took them down. The branch was helpless against them. First bounty at 30 million? Although the amount isn't high, it shows the problem of the emerging generation of pirates. So, we must nip evil in the bud. With Colonel Branyu's passionate speech, the officers loudly agreed, "Justice." Only the Marines on the Grand Line have a semblance of what justice should be. However, the officers fell into deep thought as they looked at this strangely familiar name. Monkey D. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Logtown, Preparation for Shopping. Ha ha ha, we've become wanted criminals. Holding the newspaper Nami bought from the newsbird, along with the wanted poster inside, Luffy laughed while scratching the back of his head. And with a bounty of 30 million berries. Look, I'm in the picture too. Sanji was speechless at Usopp's words. But it's just the back of your head at the bottom of the wanted poster. What's there to be proud of? Please be serious, our heads are being targeted. Nami covered her forehead, beginning to feel Roman's pain. With such a high bounty, even pirate hunters and marine headquarters will take action. Now is not the time for us to be carefree. We'll charge straight into the Grand Line. Luffy said with great enthusiasm. All right. X2. Usopp and Sanji, now on the same page, raised their arms and cheered, causing Zoro, who was resting on the other side, to open one eye. Everyone, there's land at 2 o'clock. On the other side, Roman, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, slowly spoke. Several paper cranes were flying around the Going Merry, as Roman was training his scouting abilities. Meanwhile, a white armored figure stood at the helm, maintaining the direction of the Going Merry. Needless to say, this was also Roman's fruit ability. Paper dance, paper crane. Paper dance, white knight. Not leaving a single moment for rest. Zoro glanced at Roman, who was training his fruit abilities even while resting, wondering why he was so diligent. Forget it, if you can't understand it, don't think about it. If he wanted to become the world's greatest swordsman, he couldn't afford to be less diligent than a fruit ability user. He got up and continued training. That should be Logtown, the town of beginnings and ends. Nami, who was carefully studying the map, found their coordinates and also mentioned the famous landmark. Logtown is where Gold Roger was born and also where he was executed. That's why it's called the town of beginnings and ends. And it's also the last town before the Grand Line, so, facing Luffy's eager expression, Nami smiled and tilted her head. How about it, want to take a look? Of course. Dash. Wow, this is Logtown. It looks so prosperous. Even though it's the last town before the Grand Line, the streets were bustling with people. This, of course, is because. Listen up, everyone, the Marines here are not. I want to see the execution platform. However, before Roman could finish his sentence, Luffy had already dashed off. I'm going to check out some good ingredients. This was the enthusiastic Sanji. I need to replenish some equipment. This was Usopp, who relied on gadgets in battle. I have some things to buy too. This was Zoro, touching the lone sword at his waist. I'll lend you money, with double the interest. This was undoubtedly Nami. The Marines here are very. Forget it, Luffy's already gone. Roman was genuinely troubled and could only release a few paper cranes to search for Luffy from the air. At the same time, he pulled out a stack of belly. All right, everyone gets 100,000 belly for expenses. Roman, where did you get so much money? Could it be? What are you thinking? Roman's face darkened as he looked at the group with expressions of I can't believe you're that kind of person. Do you think I can already use my devil fruit ability to make fake money? Besides, you guys have no sense of money. No, Nami has an excess sense of money? I didn't charge Kokoyashi village for the weapons on my ship, but I didn't give them away for free to other towns. Seeing the confused faces in front of him, Roman waved his hand. Anyway, do you want it or not? Yes. X4. Nami, don't you have money yourself? I have things to buy too. After distributing the expense money, the group split up. And Roman, how about this outfit? Nami stepped out of the fitting room in a mink coat, tight corset, and fur skirt, leaning against the door with an air of nobility. Very good, it suits your temperament perfectly. And this one? Nami posed in a red cheongsam, her smooth leg line and the windmill orange tattoo on her shoulder adding a touch of wildness. Ah, so elegant, my dear customer. And this one? Fantastic. And how about this one? Very good. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Sitting nearby, Roman couldn't help but ponder these philosophical questions. Why did he agree to accompany Nami shopping? Isn't working out on the ship more enjoyable? Do I look good, Roman? Ah, good, you look good. Humph. Customer, these clothes. I don't want any of them. Watching Nami storm out angrily, Roman, who was folding paper cranes, snapped back to reality. Seeing the shopkeeper's disappointed face, he casually pointed to one of the outfits Nami had tried on. I'll take this one. Wrap it up for me. All right, customer. Dash. Meanwhile, Zoro, I want to buy 2 swords. Here's 100,000 belly. Tisk, only 100,000. 100,000 belly was actually quite a lot, but weapons were always in short supply in this world. After all, a single weapon could create more wealth. So, the swords on that rack over there are 50,000 each. Pick any one you like. Zoro wasn't annoyed by the shopkeeper's lazy tone. After all, these were just temporary replacements. If necessary, Roman could use his abilities to create better swords. Thinking back, he should have chosen 2 swords from the ones Roman sold. Wow, is that sword? A voice interrupted Zoro's thoughts. It was a girl with glasses and a checkered shirt. But more importantly, what are you doing here? Zoro's eyebrow twitched. If you asked why, this girl named Tashiji looked exactly like the girl Kuna he had made a promise with in his childhood. If he hadn't attended Kuna's funeral himself and witnessed Tashiji's swordsmanship just now, Zoro might have doubted his own memory. I'm here to pick up my sword, Shijir, which is being maintained at this shop. She adjusted her glasses and looked at the sword Wado Ikimonji at Zoro's waist with an eager expression. This is one of the 21 great grade swords. I can't believe I get to see it here. Ah, is that so? Facing this familiar face, even Zoro, who only cared about swords, felt a bit overwhelmed. As they talked, Zoro gradually learned that this girl named Tashiji was dedicated to collecting famous swords. Don't get it wrong, she wasn't a collector. She just didn't want to see these famous swords being used by bad people to gain fame and kill indiscriminately. What a naive person. But only bad people need weapons. The weapon shop owner grumbled unhappily. Ever since that smoker of yours came here, my business has plummeted. Captain Smoker is not a smoker. He maintains the peace here. Yeah, all I know is that he's driving my shop out of business. This girl, is she a marine? Oh, by the way, if you're choosing a sword. It was clear that the girl knew a lot about swords. She picked out one from a pile of 50,000 belly swords. This is the Sandai Kaititsu, right? Incredible, such a fine sword for only 50,000 belly. Yes. Facing the girl's curiosity, the weapon shop owner was sweating. This is a priceless treasure. Its predecessor, the Naidai Kaititsu, is one of the great grade swords. The Shodai Kaititsu is one of the supreme grade swords. No way. Seeing Zoro take the sword, the sweating weapon shop owner shouted in a fit of conscience. That sword can't be sold. It's a cursed sword, right? However, Zoro had already drawn the katana named Sandai Kaititsu, his calm voice interrupting the shop owner's words. No, Zoro denied the weapon shop owner's words, I can tell. To ordinary people, things like aura, killing intent, and malice might seem intangible, but to a skilled swordsman, these are very real. Especially for Zoro, as a swordsman, this sword appeared to him with an ominous red and black aura entwined around the blade, accompanied by faint wails. Yes, the weapon shop owner nodded. The swords named Kaititsu are all fine swords, naturally sharp, but they are also cursed swords. Every swordsman who has used a Kaititsu has met an untimely death. Even those who were completely unaware didn't live long after picking up these swords. For a time, these Kaititsu swords were even used as assassination tools given to targets. As weapons meant for killing, they ended up killing their own masters. I originally wanted to get rid of it, but I was also afraid of that inexplicable curse. Sorry, I didn't know this sword was so terrifying. Faced with the shop owner's horror story and Tashiji's bowing apology, Zoro just smiled proudly. Great, I like it. I'll take this sword. Hey, are you an idiot? If you die using this weapon, it'll be like I intentionally killed you. Then let's see if the curse of the cursed sword is stronger, or if my luck is stronger. With that, Zoro tossed the Sandai Kaititsu into the air, letting it spin rapidly. Swish. Then he suddenly extended his arm, placing it in the path of the falling blade. If I lose, it means I'm just that weak. Your hand will. Faced with the panicked shop owner and the frightened Tashiji covering her mouth, Zoro calmly closed his eyes. Then, swish. The spinning cursed sword fell around Zoro's arm, not even touching a single hair. I'll take this sword. Thud. The cursed sword named Sandai Kaititsu fell to the floor, the entire blade silently embedding itself into the floor, demonstrating its sharpness, but in the face of Zoro's luck, no strength. It could only submit obediently. Thump. The girl named Tashiji was so scared she fell to the ground. Bang. The weapon shop owner was also so frightened that he crashed into the shelf behind him. What confidence and dominance. Alright, there's one more sword. Wait. The weapon shop owner, who had gotten up, rushed into the back room and came out holding a black lacquered katana with a cross-shaped pattern. This is the shop's treasure, one of the 50 skillful grade swords, Yubashiri. A fine sword indeed, but I don't have that much money. No need for money. As the old saying goes, a treasured sword for a hero? It's been a long time since I've seen a swordsman with eyes like yours. Instead of leaving this sword here with me, it's better to be with a hero like you. That was terrifying. My legs are so weak I can't even stand. Watching Zoro leave with 3 swords, Tashiji, still sitting on the ground, couldn't help but express her genuine admiration. Chapter 37, Facing Death with a Smile, the Division of the Bureau. I'll take all of these. Women are really like the sea. After receiving the clothes Roman bought, the now sunny Nami happily went to another clothing store and bought a bunch of everyday clothes for both men and women. According to Nami, if she didn't prepare, Luffy and Zoro would wear the same clothes for a lifetime. In response, Roman seriously discussed with her the issue of clothes being strengthened by their owner's haki over long periods of wear, which earned him a roll of her eyes. By the way, Roman, do you want to pick out a few items too? I don't need any. Roman shook his head directly. I can use my ability to make any clothes I want. So, if your devil fruit ability fails, no, strictly speaking, you've always been practically naked, right? When you put it that way, it kind of makes sense. Roman touched his chin and then seriously pointed out the flaw. But the paper I create with my ability doesn't disappear even when it encounters seawater or sea stone. So at most, it's just a special material for clothes. Your point doesn't hold. Whatever makes you happy. Rendered speechless by Roman's straightforwardness, Nami waved her hand, signaling him to follow. The air has changed, the pressure is dropping. It looks like there will be a storm soon. Roman, looking up at the sky like Nami, was puzzled. Are we not looking at the same sky? And does your body come with a built-in barometer? Forget it, I'll leave the weather and navigation to Nami. Roman, find the others, we need to get back to the ship quickly. Got it. Except for Luffy, who had run off first, everyone else had a paper crane from Roman following them, just in case they couldn't be found at a critical moment. No need, Roman said with a strange expression, pointing to the intersection ahead. The others will be here soon. Oh. Zoro, with 3 swords at his waist, Usopp and Sanji carrying a giant elephant tuna, and Nami walking ahead with Roman carrying a huge package behind her, all met at the crossroads. Where's that kid Luffy? Usopp shrugged at Zoro's question. Didn't he say he was going to see Gold Roger's execution platform? This is the execution platform square. Everyone. Roman put down the clothes package he was holding and rubbed his temples, pointing ahead. Please tell me that's just an illusion. X4. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji all turned their heads or looked up, following Roman's finger, and then, what? No way. Hold on. Why is Luffy being held down on the execution platform, about to be beheaded? Roman looked at the few paper cranes flying above Luffy, his vision darkening, and he almost fainted. His paper cranes could only follow simple commands when he wasn't focusing on them, but Roman had set all the paper cranes to alert him immediately if the target encountered a battle, but there was no feedback at all. Forget it, the priority now is rescue him. Without a word, Zoro and Sanji rushed towards the execution platform in the center of the square. Roman also directed a few paper cranes to fly quickly towards the clown captain holding the sword, ready to behead Luffy, intending to buy some time. At the same time, he spread his white wings and soared into the sky. Roman, Zoro. As they approached quickly, the clown's iconic red nose face enlarged rapidly. It's Buggy? Too bad, you're too late. The sharp sword aimed at Luffy's neck and fell swiftly. With Buggy's strength, even Luffy's rubber fruit couldn't withstand such a fatal attack. Damn it! How could this happen here, as long as we reach the execution platform? Compared to Zoro and Sanji, who were caught in a crowd of pirates on the ground, Roman, who was flying, was much faster, but, damn, it's too late. Even if Roman flew faster, he couldn't match the speed of the falling knife, and those paper cranes were just scouting tools, flying around Buggy but unable to delay or distract him. The blade gleamed like snow. Life and death were decided in an instant. Facing the onlookers, pirates, and the rapidly approaching Roman, Zoro, and Sanji, Luffy smiled brightly as always. Sorry. If I die, don't. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you kidding? How can the Pirate King die here? Splat. The blade fell, blood splattered. Warm liquid dripped onto Luffy's neck, making him belatedly turn his head. What he saw was a blade pressed against his neck, and a pair of hands that were gripping the sword tightly. Blood was continuously flowing from the base of the thumb, and from the wrists down, there were sheets of fluttering white paper. What the heck is this? A paramecia-type elementalization? In midair, still some distance from the execution platform, Roman's mind went blank as his wrists turned into sheets of fluttering white paper. He didn't know whether to be happy or angry. In that instant, he had instinctively reached out to grab the falling sword, and his hands had appeared on the execution platform through the surrounding paper cranes. This. Zoro, Sanji, Roman, the first to come to his senses, shouted loudly. Just maintaining this elementalization that exceeded his abilities was rapidly draining his stamina and energy, not to mention that Buggy's knife, though comical, was not something that could be easily caught by hand. If it weren't for Roman's own strength and the paper iron armor wrapped around his hands, it wouldn't just be blood flowing now, his hands and Luffy's neck would have been cut open together. Well done. Good job, Roman. Although they didn't know what method Roman used to stop the opponent's knife, it was clear that Luffy was still alive. While everyone was stunned by this turn of events, Zoro and Sanji leaped from the crowd towards the execution platform, and then, three-sword style, tornado, neck meet. The swirling blade wind and the fierce upward kick instantly destroyed the entire execution platform, turning the place where two people had once faced death with bright smiles into countless fragments. And, ha ha ha, I survived. That was Luffy, who had escaped, patting his straw hat with a grin. Roman, who had landed on the ground, didn't know what to say. He felt that following such a captain, he would definitely die young from a brain hemorrhage one day. Thanks, Roman, Zoro, Sanji. Stop talking. With such a big commotion, let's run quickly. Roman looked at his reattached hands, the wounds already bandaged by himself, but his heart was filled with mixed emotions. After training elementalization for so long without any progress, he had suddenly mastered it in such a situation. Should he thank Luffy for this? No, absolutely not. It just means he hadn't trained enough, which gave him the energy to mess around. If it doesn't kill you, train until it does. Nobody move, this is Marines. Roman remembered that there was a Logia-type expert among the Marines here. So, Luffy, head back to the ship. Let's go. As the Marines surrounded them, the panicked bystanders, the defiant pirates, and in the midst of the chaos, Luffy, Roman, and the others took the opportunity to run towards the harbor. At the same time, the sky began to pour down rain, and the gentle breeze blew the raindrops into a slanting sheet. In the Marine squad that had been lying in ambush, an officer saluted and reported to his superior. Captain Smoker, due to the rain, the muskets can't be used. Is that so? The man had short silver hair, wore a large coat with the word justice on the back, and had goggles around his neck. The open coat revealed his chiseled muscles, and he had 2 cigars in his mouth. Humph, don't worry. Betting on my reputation as White Hunter Smoker, I won't let you pirates leave this place. Chapter 38, Chasing the Storm, Discussing Dreams. Ha ha ha. Bang, what's so funny? You almost scared us to death, you know. Facing the furious Roman, Luffy, who had just been punched, could only respond meekly, yes, yes. But he quickly changed the subject. Where are Nami and Usopp? They took the things they bought back to the ship first. Talking about serious matters, Roman calmed down from the chaos Luffy had caused. Nami said there will be a storm soon, so she and Usopp went to watch over the ship. It would be terrible if it got blown away. Roman's merchant ship had been dismantled to build a coastal fortress after leaving the weapons in Kokoyasi village. With Roman's cautious nature, he didn't want the ship's owner to find Kokoyasi village one day. So now, they only had the Going Merry to sail. And those Marines behind us. Roman didn't need to turn around. He focused on the paper cranes he had left in the square to understand the situation. Luckily, Buggy's crew took the fall for us. Otherwise, we'd be facing the Marines now. However, those guys were already trapped in smoke and were about to be captured. Hurry, hurry, there's a troublesome guy behind us. Roman's urging only piqued the curiosity of the meat, wine, and smoke trio beside him. What troublesome guy? Given Roman's strength, if even he had a let's get out of here expression, the person behind them must be. It's the town's Marine Guard? Headquarters Captain White Hunter Smoker. Captain. Wake up, you guys. Roman's forehead veins bulged as he looked at their disdainful faces. I've told you many times, that's the headquarters? Headquarters? Not the useless East Blue branch. And that Smoker is a Logia devil fruit user. Stop. A figure and voice standing in the middle of the road interrupted Roman's lecture, causing Sanji to suddenly speed up. Ah, beautiful. Roronozoro. However, the bespectacled girl blocking the road ignored the hard-eyed Sanji and took a sword-drawing stance against Zoro. I didn't expect you to be a pirate. You tricked me, I won't forgive you. Hey, then try me. What did you do to that girl? Clang? 2 katanas clashed fiercely, and even the pouring rain couldn't hide the sparks flying. You guys go ahead. Zoro said, and Luffy quickly grabbed the furious Sanji, who was shouting, how dare you hit a lady, and they sped past the 2. Roman nodded from behind. Once in battle mode, Luffy was actually quite reliable. But although it was called a battle, in reality, after a few moves, the Marine sergeant named Tashigi was easily disarmed by Zoro and pinned against the wall with his sword. Until I become the world's greatest swordsman, I won't lose to any swordsman. The cold 3-sword style swordsman said, sheathed his sword, and turned away. Goodbye. Great, as long as Zoro doesn't get lost, he's also very reliable. There's someone ahead. Roman, in the middle of the group, looked up and saw a man with silver gray hair, smoking 2 cigars, blocking their way. Although he looked like a villain, his coat revealed that he was a Marine. Move aside. Facing the rapidly approaching Luffy, the man simply waved his hand, and a white smoke suddenly enveloped them. Before Luffy could react, the smoke, like a living creature, instantly bound him in place. Even though it was just intangible smoke, it was strong enough to hold Luffy, who had the strength of 1,000 pounds. Damn it. Seeing Luffy in danger, Sanji rushed forward. His legs, capable of shattering rocks, kicked fiercely at the opponent. Shoulder meet. Then, splat. The fierce kick passed through the man's cheek without any resistance. The silver-haired man, whose face was half dispersed, just glanced coldly. Annoying lackey, get lost. White smoke bomb. Boom. With just a simple punch, Sanji, who was unprepared for the Logia devil fruit, was sent flying. Sanji. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Luffy, barely freeing one hand, punched back, but his fist also hit nothing but smoke. Whoosh. From the smoke beside him, the silver-haired man suddenly solidified. He grabbed Luffy's head from behind and slammed it into the ground, drawing his weapon while taunting. You're worth 30 million belly. Is that all you've got? Your luck has run out. Swish, swish, swish. A series of sharp projectiles cut through the rain, aiming at the silver-haired Marine. He disdainfully blew out a puff of smoke. Useless. Poof, poof, poof. The arrows passed through him, but the wounds were just dispersing smoke. As long as he elementalized, such attacks were useless. Paper dance dash. But Roman's attack was meant to force him into elementalization, because then, windmill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The giant paper windmill created by Roman's ability spun rapidly, creating an artificial whirlwind that blew the elementalized smoker backward, dispersing the white smoke. He had to de-elementalize in midair and stab his weapon into the ground to stabilize himself. Who are you? I can't let you harm my captain. Roman glanced at the freed Luffy and Sanji, and Zoro, who was catching up from behind. He tilted his head towards the harbor. Run. Huh. My windmill won't last long in the rain. With that said, the trio turned without hesitation and ran. Run. Humph, your companions have abandoned you and fled. In the blink of an eye, the trio were just tiny dots in the distance. Hehe, you don't need to worry about that. Just as Roman was considering how to escape, a familiar voice came from behind, gradually fading away. Gomu gomu no. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Sure enough, in the next second, snap. A hand grabbed the back of Roman's collar, and then, rocket. Oh, MF. Whoosh. Roman experienced being a human cannonball in an instant, unable to even curse as his collar tightened around his throat. The scenery around him began to blur as he was dragged at high speed, his long scream trailing in the wind. Luo ffyyyyy. Ha 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 ha, the great escape. Dash. Well, although this experience wasn't very pleasant, I have to admit it was effective. Amidst the wind and waves, the Going Merry cut through the sea, moving forward. On the deck, Roman rubbed his chin, seriously considering whether Luffy's movement method could be popularized. No, we definitely don't want to experience that. Nami and Usopp were not interested in Roman's human cannonball style of movement. Look, the lighthouse ahead. Beyond that is the Grand Line. As Nami explained, Sanji brought over a wooden barrel from the side. Since we're here, let's have a ceremony. Placing one foot on the barrel and stating their dreams was an old pirate tradition when setting out. Well, Roman, come over. Facing Luffy and everyone's smiling faces, the usually serious Roman also smiled, letting the white knight paper puppet take the helm. He walked to the empty spot left for him, placing one foot on the barrel. Thud. I will become the Pirate King. I will become the world's greatest swordsman. I will find the All Blue. I will draw a map of the entire world. I want to become a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp, why does your dream suddenly have a different style? Facing Roman's teasing, Usopp shouted, none of your business. So, everyone looked at Roman, who was the first crew member Luffy invited and the most serious and reliable person on this ship full of surprises. But, Roman, it's your turn. Facing Luffy's words, Roman thought seriously for a moment, then smiled. My dream is to see all of your dreams come true. TCH, what kind of half-hearted dream is that? Facing Usopp's teasing, Roman looked up at the dark, rain-filled sky, but laughed heartily as if he saw a clear, sunny day. Ha 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 ha. It is a half-hearted dream, isn't it? How about I change it? How about we all reach the end of the world together? Hey, do you think this is a store where you can exchange things? Can't I? Ha 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 ha. Dash. Nice companions. At the top of the lighthouse, a figure in a cloak stood in the wind and rain, their eyes filled with relief as they looked at the distant, lively Going Merry. Nothing can stop a man from setting sail. Go, Luffy. Go and stir up a storm. Chapter 39, Recalling the past, the legend begins. Do you think my dream is random? Roman spread his hands, looking at the others on the deck. But there's no helping it. Dreams and such are usually deeply connected to one's past. Whether it's idols, friends, parents, or benefactors, whether it's power, knowledge, or dreams, people inherit them from generation to generation. You all have precious memories, but my past. Roman, the past is already. In this world, tragedies are everywhere. Nami took a step forward, thinking about how to comfort Roman, but he raised his hand to stop her. You misunderstood, Nami. My past, I should say, was very happy. Then why are you acting all deep? Facing the expressions of "Are you kidding me?" on his companions' faces, Roman shrugged. How should I describe my past? A normal family, a normal life, a normal daily routine. Every day, if I wanted to eat something, I just made a call, and it would be delivered to my door. Referring to delivery. Every day, if I wanted to watch something, I just moved my fingers and it appeared in front of me, whether it was novels, anime, or opera. Referring to a smartphone. If I was bored and wanted to exercise, I could follow a coach, an instructor to train, boxing, sports, shooting. Referring to online fitness YouTuber. Hey, that's not normal at all, is it? Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and Usopp couldn't help but complain. In this chaotic world, even nobles, no, even royalty might not have such treatment, right? Every day was peaceful and uneventful. The worst injury I ever had was accidentally cutting my finger. As for battles, death, and such, I only saw them on TV and in newspapers. Looking at the so boring expression on Roman's face, everyone couldn't resist the urge to punch him. Is this what they call not knowing how good you have it? With such a background, it's already. In short, that's what my past was like. Although I had many wild daydreams, they were just dreams. And then, I inexplicably ended up at sea as a pirate. Because of the various books I read out of boredom and the martial arts I learned for fun, I barely managed to get by as a pirate. Bro, your bounty is in the millions, and you call that just getting by? What does that make us, apprentice sailors? Except for the thick-skinned Luffy, the others were at a loss for words. Because I have no deep regrets, I don't have any dreams. Roman summarized his transmigration. Punching the 4 emperors, kicking the 3 admirals. I've thought about it occasionally, but I have no grudges against them, so there's no motivation. At most, it's a fleeting thought. Nami, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji exchanged glances. Got it? This Roman is just a bored noble. Anyway, I really envy you guys. Roman finally got to the point. You have goals to strive for all your lives, and you're unwavering. I really envy that. Compared to you, I'm just a drifter. But today is different. Roman spread his arms as if embracing the world. I want to see the moment your dreams come true. It might be laughter, it might be tears, it might be melancholy, or it might even be emptiness. But I really want to see it with my own eyes. Yes, if you had to say it. This was Roman's dream. Hehe. Roman, you've been saying things I don't understand. Luffy pressed down his straw hat and looked at Roman with a bright smile. So you want to see One Piece too? Decided, I'll make your dream come true. Alright, Luffy, that's one way to understand it. Roman shrugged, and talking about the past seemed to lighten him up a lot. Always holding on to past secrets while opening up to others is a bit ridiculous. But, I've learned a lot from books, like Revolutionaries, The Five Elders, The Void Century, and even One Piece and the Blue Sea. I also. Roman deliberately dragged out the word also, and seeing Luffy and Sanji's faces pleading don't spoil it, he suddenly became serious. I also don't know. We'll beat you up, believe it or not. Ha ha ha, just kidding. I'm not an encyclopedia. Dash. In the cabin, a group of people sat together, with a nautical chart from Buggy's pirate crew spread out on the table. The entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain. A mountain, X4. Although it's hard to believe, if the position on the chart is correct, the entrance is indeed at the reverse mountain ahead. Are we supposed to crash into the mountain? Facing the four confused faces and Nami's uncertainty, Roman knocked on the table. Not crash into the mountain, but prepare to climb it. Up ahead is the Red Line, where the four seas meet through canals. The powerful currents of the four seas push the seawater up to the mountain top, then merge into a single flow down, which is the starting point of the Grand Line. Roman began to use his book knowledge to explain to the group. The entire Grand Line circles the world, so, wow, look, it's come over there. Usopp leaned against the window, looking into the distance. Then why do we have to take this bizarre route? Zoro asked. Why don't we just go around to the south? The answer lies in that calm sea. That's the calm belt. The Grand Line is sandwiched between two areas called the calm belt. The so-called calm belt, as the name suggests, has no wind. Sailing ships can't move an inch there, but more importantly, Roman pointed to where Usopp was looking out the window. Even though the sea they were in was pouring rain, not far away it was calm and sunny. Outside, the paper puppet White Knight was steering the ship in a raincoat, and the reason the Going Merry had deviated from its course to come here was, of course, Roman's doing. No matter how much I say the Grand Line is dangerous and powerful, you all have no concrete concept. So, boom boom boom, with a thunderous sound, the entire Going Merry began to rock up and down. Like a poor leaf in a stormy sea, when they finally steadied themselves, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji rushed outside. Then, what the heck is this? X4. 3 stunned faces. Because poor Usopp had already fainted with foam at his mouth. In the calm sea next to the Going Merry, a group of hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters. Giant sea beasts surfaced. Just their bodies above the water looked like a series of rolling mountains. The Going Merry, carrying Roman, Luffy, and the others, looked like an ant next to these sea beasts. So small that it couldn't even attract their attention. Calm belt specialty, giant sea kings. Behind the stunned trio, Nami clinging to the door in tears, and the fainted Usopp, Roman slowly walked out. Now you understand why everyone obediently follows the Grand Line. Roman. Turn around, turn around. Stop talking. Bro, big brother. Even the fearless trio were scared out of their wits. In front of these hundreds or thousands of meters long beasts, fists and swords were useless, not even worthy of a scratch. And if these beasts just turned over, the only outcome would be to be buried at the bottom of the sea. Without them saying anything, Roman had already commanded the White Knight to steer the Going Merry in an arc. Touring the edge of the calm belt was just to show them the terror of the Grand Line, not to really court death. But without Roman, who knows if Luffy and the others would have courted death by running into the giant sea king's nest. Alright, let's head to Reverse Mountain. Grand Line, here we come. Chapter 40, Laboon the Whale, Crocus. Wow, that's the Red Line. It's covered by clouds, you can't see the top. Roman looked up at the towering red curtain that reached the sky, his eyes flickering. So, if we climb over the Red Line now, Roman turned to look at the others on the deck. We can directly reach the New World. And Roman just happened to have the ability to cheat and enter the end of the Grand Line in the shortest time. That's no fun at all. Facing Luffy's complaint, Roman just shrugged. Of course, I was just saying. Not to mention whether I have the stamina to leap over the Red Line, just the fact that the New World is full of pirates with bounties in the billions could get me killed at any moment. Ha ha ha, the fun of sailing is fighting all the way through. One has to admit, Luffy often hits the nail on the head. Abandoning shortcuts and leveling up along the Grand Line is the wise choice. There's an entrance ahead. Be careful, we're being pulled in. In the towering Red Line ahead, a river appeared on the mountainside, with rushing water flowing towards the summit. This was the entrance to the Grand Line. Oh, I've heard that half the people who get here don't make it. Sanji looked at the waterway on the slope ahead. If the ship couldn't stay on the correct current, it could easily veer off course and crash into the Red Line. Leave it to me. This was Nami's moment to shine. Only she could accurately navigate the currents beneath the ship to avoid a collision. Then I'll help too. Roman spread his arms, and sheets of white paper flew out from his arms, forming wings on either side of the Going Merry. Paper dance, horizontal wings. Great, this will minimize the chance of the ship being thrown off course by the turbulent currents. But even the most experienced navigator, Nami, had never experienced something like climbing a mountain with a ship. Careful, we're in. With Nami at the helm and Roman stabilizing the ship, despite the raging waves and stormy weather, the Going Merry successfully entered the Grand Line between the Red Line. As the rushing currents propelled the ship upwards at high speed, the scenery around them flew by until, oh, I see the Grand Line. Luffy, sitting on the sheep head at the bow of the Going Merry, shouted as the ship reached the summit. Looking out, they saw a shimmering, endless ocean. This is the greatest sea in the world. We're here, charge. As they reached the summit, the waters from the other three seas converged, pushing the Going Merry downwards. Once they exited this waterway, below would be, what's that, a mountain? Whoa, but in front of the rapidly descending Going Merry was a towering black mountain. That's not a mountain, that's a whale. So magnificent. Oh, such a big whale. Facing the excited Luffy and the others, Roman covered his forehead, unable to watch. Have you not considered that if we crash into this giant whale at this speed, the ship will be destroyed and we'll all die? Roman, think of something. X5. What do you think I am, a magic pocket robot? Despite saying this, Roman was prepared for such a scenario. After deciding to join Luffy's crew, he had always considered how to survive in various extreme environments on land, sea, and air. Don't ask, it's because of love. Clap. With a clap of his hands, sheets of white paper flew from Roman's clothes, thousands of them, all gathering at the stern of the ship. Paper dance, parachute. The sheets of paper formed a giant parachute at the stern. Though it was called a parachute, it was actually a drag chute, like the ones used on space shuttles in Roman's previous life. It sounded high-tech, but actually, it's just a sturdy umbrella. But anyway, under the deceleration of this giant paper umbrella, the speed of the Going Merry, which was rushing down from the mountain top, kept decreasing rapidly. By the time it approached the sea level, it had almost come to a stop. Great. Crack. The decelerated Going Merry crashed into the black whale that was as big as a mountain, and the sheep figurehead at the front broke off. But compared to the previous potential shipwreck and loss of life, this was much better. Turn right, let's go around. Just as Roman was about to steer around this big guy, Luffy jumped onto the ship's rail with a thud. You broke my special seat. Hey, don't. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Wham! The extended fist suddenly smashed into the giant whale's eye, perfectly demonstrating the saying don't poke the bear. Are you an idiot, X5? Nami, Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji all burst into tears. As expected of the Pirate King, he can easily make the mighty Zoro cry. Calm down, calm down. Roman, who was steering, didn't even know what he was saying anymore. As long as I develop a golden spiral with paper, using friction to affect the surrounding speed field, controlling water and air to move according to the golden spiral, I can break through time and space and travel back to before meeting Luffy. A rocky science. Glance. The eyeball, several times larger than the entire Going Merry, turned to look at the little thing that had just attacked it. Bring it on. Wham! Shut up, X3. Facing Luffy, who was kicked onto the deck by Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji at the same time, Roman wished he could rush up and give him another kick if he wasn't holding the helm. Hit him, we don't need this captain. Do you even check the level before starting a fight? Then, watch out, it's sucking in water. As the giant whale opened its mouth, the Going Merry, which wasn't even a fraction of one of its teeth, was sucked into its abyssal maw without any resistance. Swish, swish, swish. Sheets of paper flew out, quickly binding everyone on the ship. Then, let's leave it to fate. Roman was tired, Roman couldn't get up again, Roman started to go with the flow, under the blue sky and white clouds. What do you think? Facing Zoro's question, Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked around. What do I think? I think we've been swallowed by a whale. Ha ha ha, aren't we alive and well? This was the eternally optimistic trio. As for the others, Usopp, who had fainted again, had a peaceful face, even holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. It would be perfect if there was a suicide note. Mom, I want to go home. Giant sea kings, giant whales, being swallowed whole with the ship. Nami, who was on the verge of tears, already started missing Kokoyashi village. Roman, look, there's a small island over there. In response to Luffy's shout, Roman had already used paper to create a sun chair, lying on it like a slacker. I'm not Roman. I'm just a slacker. Just let me idle here. Starting a big dragon at level 1, rushing the tower with the ship. Can't carry, don't want to play, goodbye. Is this not an illusion? The trio with strong hearts had calmed down, pointing at the old man lying on a sun chair on the small island. And what about this? It was a sturdy old man, wearing a beach shirt, beach shorts, and slippers, sitting under a coconut tree on the island reading a newspaper. Facing the Going Merry, he just glanced slightly, his eyes behind the glasses were exceptionally sharp. Hey, what are you looking at? If you want to fight, we have cannons. Facing Usopp's trembling threat, the old man just coldly said one sentence. I advise you not to. It could be deadly. Oh, who are you saying will die? Facing the battle-ready Sanji, the old man just calmly said one word. Me. You're talking about yourself. This is saying the most cowardly words in the most arrogant tone? Forget it, don't be impulsive. Zoro indicated that Sanji, with his temper, shouldn't be the one to negotiate. Let me handle it. Sir, could you tell us who you are and where this place is? Facing the friendly Zoro, the old man lying and reading the newspaper snorted. When asking others, it's polite to introduce yourself first, right? You're right, for the sake of information, endure it. My name is Crocus, I'm the lighthouse keeper of Twin Capes, 71 years old, Gemini, blood type Ab. Didn't you just say everything? Can I cut him? The tricked Zoro immediately revealed his true nature, exuding killing intent, making Luffy pat him on the shoulder. Forget it, don't get angry. Crocus. Roman, lying on the side pretending to be a slacker, had a flash in his eyes. This name, although just a lighthouse keeper seems ordinary, Roman knew this old man had another extraordinary identity, the Pirate King, Gold Roger's ship doctor. Well, it's time to take action. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, The Promised Cape, Vivi appears. Trespassing on someone else's territory. The old man put away the newspaper and stood up. Do you think this is a mouse's stomach? Indeed, we were swallowed by a whale. Nami, who had recovered, looked around thoughtfully. No wonder, I was wondering why the clouds in the sky hadn't changed. I painted them. Then, why is there light? It's a plant called glowing moss, which parasitizes the whale's stomach walls. The old man pointed to the sea surface. Well, actually, it was the whale's stomach acid, far away where there was a huge iron door. That's the exit over there. Once you pass through it, you can. Boom! The violent shaking interrupted the old man's words, making his face turn serious. Wait for me here. After saying that, without waiting for Nami, Luffy, and the others to react, he jumped into the sea, the stomach acid. What do we do now? As everyone looked at each other, the Going Merry slowly turned around. Don't just stand there. Come and row. Long oars were thrown onto the deck by the White Knight, and Roman, who was steering, looked at the three laborers with annoyance. Get to work. We'll wait for that old man to open the door at the exit. Being lazy is not an option. In this world, there's no future for slackers. Didn't you see, Arlong was once a fishman officer fighting on the Grand Line, but after slacking off in East Blue for 11 years, he became useless. There's no wind here, so we have to row manually. It's up to you guys. The Going Merry was a seagoing ship, weighing at least dozens of tons. Fortunately, the three laborers were all strong monsters, so rowing the ship wasn't a problem for them. However, this shaking, what's the whale doing? It's ramming into the red line. Roman answered irritably, didn't you notice the dense scars on its head before? Why is it ramming into the red line? Facing Usopp's question, Roman, who was steering, rolled his eyes, maybe it's feeling down. Soon, the violent shaking gradually stopped, and the Going Merry arrived in front of the huge iron door. If the old man was right, opening this door would, bang! On a platform above the huge iron door, a normal door was violently opened, and two figures rolled out from inside. Ah, we're falling? Splash, splash. A man and a woman flailed as they fell into the sea, the whale's stomach acid, but there was another figure. Ah, beautiful lady, I'm here to save you. Who else on the Going Merry would act like this besides Sanji? The others watched calmly, so after Sanji rescued the blue-haired girl and the man with a crown. Who are these two? And they're carrying a cannon. Could they be bounty hunters? As everyone casually examined the oddly dressed man and woman, the old man's angry shout came from the small platform above the iron door. As long as I'm here, I won't let you harm Laboon. We didn't. Luffy and the others were bewildered, just short of denying it with it's not me, I didn't do it, don't accuse me, when the iconic villainous laughter came from behind them. He he he. Ha ha ha. Now we're inside the whale's stomach. If we just make a hole in the stomach, we can. As they spoke, the two people who had just been rescued picked up their rocket launchers and fired 2 rockets at the wall near the old man. Don't even think about it. At the critical moment, the old man leaped in front of the rockets. With 2 loud bangs, he fell down, smoking. Ho ho ho, if you want to protect this whale, go ahead. Ha ha ha, we're going to make it our town's food supply. Bang, bang. The villainous-looking man and woman had just struck a pose when Luffy knocked them both to the ground with a single punch each. Well, I couldn't help but hit them. While everyone else's attention was on the 2 clowns, only Roman noticed the old man who had been blasted into the water and climbed back out. Crocus. Heh. Taking a cannonball to the face without even damaging his glasses, and he claims he doesn't know Haki? This whale's name is Laboon, and it's an island whale. Because Luffy stopped the 2 people who intended to harm the whale, the old man explained the situation. These 2 thugs were after Laboon because its meat could feed a town for years. But I won't let them succeed, not only because Laboon is my friend, but also because of a promise. A promise, a simple word, but it carries countless dreams and stories. Many years ago, a group of pirates from the West Blue passed through here. They were more like a musical group than pirates. As the old man told the story, Roman, Luffy, and the others learned about it. Their ship was damaged when they entered the Grand Line, so they stayed here for a while, and we became friends. Laboon was too small to follow them into the Grand Line, so they left Laboon here, promising to return after circling the Grand Line. But that was 50 years ago? 50 years? So, that's right, that pirate crew has been buried by the Grand Line. And Laboon, over the years, has grown from a small whale into a true island whale. It can't swim back to the West Blue through the Grand Line to see if its companions have returned home. Actually, with Laboon's intelligence, it probably knows that its former companions are most likely long dead. But, it just can't accept it. So this giant whale named Laboon is blocking the entrance to the Grand Line and constantly ramming into the Red Line. Yes, and all I can do is use medicine to calm it down. Clang, clang, clang. As the huge iron gate opened, a waterway appeared in front of the Going Merry. This connects to the outside sea. Once you go through, you'll be safe. Wow, to build something like this inside a whale, that's really... Facing Nami's praise, the old man calmly replied. Think of it as a doctor's playful heart. Laboon is so huge that I can only treat it from the inside. Huh? You're a doctor. Luffy found a key point. Come be our ship's doctor. Don't joke, this old man doesn't have the energy to keep up with you young folks. As the gate opened, the Going Merry slowly sailed out of Laboon's stomach. As for the two who intended to kill the whale, what about them? Just leave them nearby. Splash, splash. Ah, that blue-haired ponytail girl is really a mysterious woman. Facing the Straw Hat Pirates who let them go, the man and woman in the water had the typical villain expressions. We'll see about that, you country bumpkin pirates. We will definitely capture this whale. After their harsh words, they turned and swam away quickly, leaving Roman amazed. As expected of the Grand Line, even two small fry have such good swimming skills? Well, they aren't exactly small fry, they are agents of Crocodile's Baroque works. The man, codenamed Mr. 9, is a fake prince who looks unreliable. The girl, codenamed Miss Wednesday, is well, for now, a villain with a rather eye-catching style. Of course, Roman knew she had another identity, Princess Nefertari Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom. A brave girl who went undercover in Baroque works to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes for her country. Vivi. Roman thought for a moment, considering if he could bypass this plot. The conclusion was, unless he directly changed their course, with Luffy and Nami's personalities, they would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Which would mean facing Crocodile? One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. The first real expert on the Grand Line. A strong opponent who easily pushed Luffy and his crew to the brink several times. Although Roman had once mocked him and Moria as stepping stones, he had to admit that with the current strength of the Straw Hat Pirates, encountering Crocodile would be an inevitable instant kill. So, how did Luffy manage to win? Forget it. Shaking his head to stop thinking about it, Roman's eyes involuntarily fell on the old man in a shirt and shorts, Crocus. This ship doctor of the Pirate King must be proficient in observation haki, otherwise, how could he dare to dig various tunnels and buildings inside the whale Laboon? And just now, he performed the feat of catching a cannonball with his face. Even if his armament haki hasn't manifested, showing obvious black color, it can at least be used to enhance defense. He could only try to get something out of him. Otherwise, should he really rely on fate to defeat Crocodile? Roman couldn't do that. Even if it meant stealing, cheating, poisoning, or assassinating, he would take control of his own fate. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, Renewing the Oath, Two Sides of the Story. On the land next to the Twin Capes lighthouse. Is it okay to just let those two go? Nami was a bit worried. This seemed like letting the tiger return to the mountain. Don't worry, they'll be back soon. Facing Roman's calm words, the others were puzzled. Roman didn't intend to keep them guessing and opened his palm. In his hand was a watch-like object, but unlike a flat watch, it was a round glass sphere with a slightly trembling needle inside. A log pose. Seeing the curious faces, Roman had to continue explaining. Many islands on the Grand Line have strong magnetic fields, so ordinary compasses are completely useless here. You need this special log pose to navigate. It can record the magnetic forces between islands and use them to point to the next island. OX3. Roman's words made Nami, Usopp, and Sanji nod repeatedly, with expressions of "we learned something." Meanwhile, the old man glanced at Roman. I didn't expect you to know so much about the Grand Line. Are you the navigator of this ship? Facing the old man Crocus's question, Roman shook his head and pointed to Nami, who had an awkward smile. She's our navigator. As for me, Roman stroked his chin and finally gave himself a clear role. I'm the ship's nanny. People get old, and it's normal to be hard of hearing. Crocus sighed with his hands behind his back, making the embarrassed Nami quickly change the subject. Roman, why do you have this log pose? It's simple, I took it from that man called Mr. 9 just now. This. Nami was speechless. Isn't that stealing? Stealing? I didn't expect you, Roman, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to steal my role. We saved them, so taking a little benefit isn't too much, right? Or do you plan to continue navigating with a compass that points in all directions? Not too much, not too much. As the saying goes, better them than us. If it weren't for those two kind people, the Straw Hat Pirates would be drifting aimlessly on the sea. Speaking of the Straw Hat, it's been a while since we've heard Luffy's antics, which is very unusual. Roman, tell us, that's an illusion, right? I see Luffy on the giant whale Laboon in the nearby sea, a figure holding a mast was racing upwards. Roman nodded seriously. It's not an illusion, what you see is indeed Luffy. Compared to the shocked Nami and Usopp, Zoro, Sanji, and Roman had already developed some immunity to Luffy's actions, and they even had the leisure to chat. What is that idiot planning to do now? This was Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth. Who knows, maybe he wants to climb the mountain for fun. This was Zoro, with 3 swords at his waist. But he's carrying the Going Merry's mast, right? Yes, the main mast. Usopp, with the best eyesight, nodded, and everyone was speechless. The scene was very awkward until Luffy, who had already reached the top of the mountain, the whale's head, and was out of sight, shouted his signature. Gomu Gomu no. That guy isn't going to. Rocket. Hawaii. Just by hearing the giant whale Laboon's cry, they knew Luffy was up to his antics again, and he probably attacked the whale. Boom boom boom. The giant whale suddenly slammed towards the land where everyone was, like a mountain toppling over. Because on its head, a figure was firmly holding on to the mast inserted into its wound, leaving it helpless. You idiot. You're going to get us killed. Run. Facing the giant whale crashing down, Roman instantly spread his wings, grabbed Nami, and flew back. Usopp, with tears streaming down his face, clung to his legs, while Sanji and Zoro immediately started running. Finally, before the giant whale Laboon hit the land. Boom! A loud crash, a real earth-shaking impact. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, mixed with a splat sound. Hey, kid. While the others hadn't reacted yet, the old man Crocus looked anxious, ready to rush forward as if his grandson was trapped. But he was quickly held back by Roman's paper. Don't worry, old man, that guy won't die from blunt force. It's just Laboon. Think about the future. Guy will withstand countless iron rods and still stand strong. Sure enough, as Laboon lifted its head, the flattened Luffy got up, immediately using Gomu Gomu no pistol to hit Laboon's eye, causing the giant whale to cry out in pain and fling Luffy away again. Wham! Luffy flew and crashed below the lighthouse where Roman and the others had retreated, sliding down like a mural. Facing the angry whale and the confused crowd, the boy named Luffy stood up and shouted at Laboon. We're tied. I'm strong, right? We didn't settle the score, we have to fight again. Your companions are dead, but I'm your rival. After we circle the Grand Line, let's fight again. 50 years had passed, and Laboon's waiting had lost its meaning, leaving only pain. But Luffy gave its waiting a new meaning again. Whether friends or opponents, whether human or whale, as long as there is hope, they can keep living. Casually making others wait for you, what a selfish guy. Roman, though complaining, showed no impatience. Although Luffy often seemed unreliable, he was particularly dependable at crucial moments. This is our captain. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp, standing or squatting behind, watched Luffy make a promise to the whale Laboon, smiling. All right, let's get ready to set sail. After removing the mast from the whale's head and reattaching it to the Going Merry, and fixing the broken sheep figurehead, it was time to set sail. But before that, as Roman said, please, take us with you. Looking at the man and woman who had returned and were kneeling in front of them, the same two who had tried to kill the whale Laboon, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday. Dream on, you tried to kill Laboon before. By the way, who are you? Facing Usopp's question, the man with a crooked crown answered seriously. I'm a prince. However, liar. Even Usopp didn't believe such a lame prince. In any case, we can't reveal our identities. If we do, we'll die. We don't want to do these sneaky things either, but the company has rules. Really? With an innocent face, Nami generously agreed to their request. We can let you on board, but we only have a regular compass. What? Did you come to the Grand Line to die? Making us beg? Turns out you went there too. The two who had just been kneeling in prayer stood up angrily. We just found something good. Nami took out the log pose Roman gave her, looking innocent. So you don't want to ride on our ship? Please, have mercy on us. X2. The two knelt down again, tears streaming down their faces. That was clearly their log pose. Get on the ship. Facing the two being toyed with by Nami, Luffy casually decided. Since the captain had spoken, no one would oppose. Soon, the group set sail after bidding farewell to the whale Laboon and the lighthouse keeper Crocus. As the Going Merry gradually sailed away, the old man's face grew serious. Is this the person we've been waiting for? What a remarkable boy, don't you think, Roger? After speaking, he turned to look at the lighthouse behind him. So, why did you stay behind? As expected, I couldn't hide it from you, senpai. In a calm voice, Roman slowly walked out from behind the lighthouse. Clearly, on the distant Going Merry, a Roman was seriously steering the ship, a puppet created by the devil fruit ability. Facing the sharp-eyed old man named Crocus, the Roman below the lighthouse spread his hands. So I was exposed. As expected of the ship doctor of the Pirate King, Gold Roger. Chapter 43, Strange Route, Hacky Ambition. Nami. On the deck of the Going Merry sailing on the Grand Line, Roman, who was steering the ship, instructed Nami beside him. My devil fruit ability development has hit a bottleneck recently. I need to enter deep development mode to seek a breakthrough. Spouting nonsense with a straight face, Roman didn't even blink. So I will enter a stagnant state, which means losing active responsibility, most sensory functions shutting down, and... Alright, seeing Nami's confused expression, Roman decided to use a simple example. Just think of me as the White Knight. The White Knight was a skill Roman had developed recently. A puppet made of paper, capable of handling most chores, with some combat ability, and it would do whatever you told it to do with basic intelligence. This. In short, everything will be the same as usual. If there's any danger, remember to use the code to wake me up. As he spoke, Roman's eyes darkened, instantly changing from sharp and lively to dull and lifeless, like a real puppet. Of course, he would only dare to perform such a dangerous idle action around his companions. As for Roman's spirit, Gold Roger. Crocus looked at Roman, who was controlling the puppet White Knight, and his eyes gradually narrowed. You know a lot, young man. The fact that Roman referred to the Pirate King as Gold Roger instead of Gold Roger was very intriguing. Don't underestimate this small difference. For certain reasons, the world government had long altered much of the Pirate King Roger's history, the biggest change being the concealment of the D in his name. So, to most people, the Pirate King was Gold Roger. Those who knew his real name were definitely not ordinary people. Senpai, I've only read more books than others. As the old man named Crocus slowly approached, cracks began to appear on Roman's body out of thin air, and some parts even turned into sheets of white paper, as if about to collapse. As expected. Crocus senpai, I left this puppet here not to be your enemy, nor to threaten you. Roman quickly stated his intention. I just want to make a deal with you, senpai. Crack, crack, crack. As the old man approached step by step, the puppet centered around White Knight suddenly shrank out of thin air, looking crumpled and about to fall apart. Fortunately, the other party slowly retracted his terrifying aura. A deal. Yes, as long as it didn't come to immediate action and entered the conversation phase, Roman was confident he could persuade the other party. After all, many secrets in this world were not secrets to him. For example, the whereabouts of the Rumber pirates. Boom, click. Roman seemed to be hit by a press, instantly turning into a pile of pancake-shaped paper balls, but fortunately, this was just something created by his devil fruit ability. And although the old man Crocus's aura was terrifying, even turning into a physical attack, it wasn't the unreasonable conqueror's haki and wouldn't harm Roman, who was far away on the Going Merry. Senpai, I told you? From within the paper balls, Roman's voice came through clearly. I'm not your enemy, nor am I here to threaten or intimidate you. How about this? I'll show my sincerity first. The Rumber pirates were not completely wiped out. With his aura retracted, the old man named Crocus seemed to turn back into the ordinary old man reading the newspaper and basking in the sun. But he no longer needed to disguise himself in front of Roman, and coldly spat out a word. Speak. Rustle. The paper balls on the ground flew up and reassembled into the shape of Roman. This was also why he came with a puppet as the weaker party. He wouldn't and couldn't be so reckless as to let his life and death depend entirely on someone else's mood. The Rumber Pirates, led by Captain Calico Yorkie, were a cowboy-themed pirate crew from the West Blue, skilled in playing musical instruments. They were annihilated by other pirate crews in the Florian Triangle 50 years ago. Their pirate flag was a skull with horns. As Roman spoke slowly, Crocus's hands behind his back subconsciously clenched. He thought he had come to terms with life and death, but upon hearing the exact news of his friends' deaths, he couldn't help but feel suffocated. But this pirate crew was not completely destroyed. One of them, someone named Brooke, ate a devil fruit called the Yomi Yomi no Mi before this. This fruit had no effect while he was alive, it just made him a man who couldn't swim. But after he died, the fruit's power activated. It brought him back to life. What an incredible ability. If the world government knew about it, they would probably send all 3 admirals to seize this fruit. Unfortunately, Brooke's soul got lost in the Florian Triangle. By the time he found his body, it was just a skeleton. In other words, he was resurrected as a skeleton. Roman stopped speaking, waiting for the old man to process the information. After a while, the old man named Crocus nodded. A very interesting story. Senpai, I know the Roger pirates didn't like devil fruits, thinking they were unnatural. Indeed, everyone had haki, the only one without it was Buggy, who had the luck of the conqueror's haki. Such a pirate crew would naturally look down on devil fruit users, but you can't deny the wonder of devil fruits. Roman spread his hands. Just like me. In terms of strength, Roman was definitely not as strong as the old ship doctor. But in terms of wonder, the old ship doctor, who was still within the human category, couldn't compare to Roman. So, after realizing that he couldn't really harm Roman unless he abandoned Laboon to chase the Going Merry, Crocus had to seriously consider the deal Roman mentioned. What do you want from me? Facing the old man's question, Roman revealed what he had long coveted. Haki training. Meanwhile, on the snowy Going Merry. Yes, it was sunny at Twin Capes earlier, but soon the sky turned gloomy, and even large snowflakes started falling. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Like this, and like this. Whem? Nami, wearing a cotton coat, kicked Luffy and Usopp away and patted Roman, who they had built into a snowman, helplessly shooing away the 2 overly energetic guys. Go, if you want to build a snowman, do it elsewhere. Don't mess with Roman. Roman's energy was mainly focused on the puppet doppelganger White Knight far away at Twin Capes, making his body here very stiff and dumb. Originally, Roman had asked Luffy and the others to watch over his body, but it ended up becoming their toy. Ha ha ha, look at my MR snowman. The duo, driven away, started a new activity. A classic snowman with 1 big ball, 1 small ball, 2 sticks, and a carrot, of course made by Luffy. Look at my snow queen. A crystal clear, elegantly seated ice sculpture, naturally the work of the artist Usopp, who was delayed by pirate work. Snowman punch. Since he couldn't win in art, Luffy immediately chose to bring his opponent down to his level and then defeat him with his rich experience. Ah, my snow queen. These 2 guys. Roman, who was steering the ship, brushed off the snow on him, and Nami looked at his serious face. She didn't know why, but even though Roman was the most versatile among them, he always gave Nami a sense of urgency, as if some powerful beast was chasing him. What are you so afraid of, Roman? As a companion, shouldn't we all bear the difficulties together, or do you think my strength is not enough to help you? Dash. Humph, such an arrogant guy. At Twin Capes, the old man Crocus, with his hands behind his back, listened to Roman's deal and just glanced at him indifferently. You are so anxious to improve your strength, do you not trust your companions? No. Roman shook his head. Of course, I trust them and want to protect them. It is precisely because of this that Roman wants to urgently improve his strength. Otherwise, with his knowledge of this world, he could just find a place to train his haki to a high level, then come out and show off. Wouldn't that be great in the new world? But he can't, because. That's why I say you're arrogant, kid. Crocus shook his head, but in the end, he agreed to Roman's deal. I can tell you the method to train haki, but whether you can learn it or not is another matter. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Unpredictable Town, Whiskey Peak. Boom. Snow was falling heavily, and thunder and lightning were simultaneously roaring in the sky. In the normal world, this would break many hearts. As the saying goes, winter thunder and summer snow, mountains without edges, heaven and earth united, only then will I part with you. On the grand line, these are natural phenomena. Just as Roman said. Wearing a cotton coat and earmuffs, Nami looked at the log pose in her hand. It felt like the Going Merry was moving in a straight line, but the needle kept drifting to one side. Roman, turn left. Following Nami's order, the idle Roman immediately turned the helm. Meanwhile, in the cabin, the fake Prince Mr. Nine and the real Princess Miss Wednesday, wrapped in blankets, complained to Nami. So cold. Doesn't this ship have any heating? Bang! Where do you think you are? Get out and help shovel the snow. As soon as Nami kicked them out of the cabin, the sky, which had been snowing heavily, suddenly cleared up, and a gentle spring breeze began to blow. What the heck is this? Unfortunately, before the gentle spring breeze could blow for a few minutes, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the air. Visibility was reduced to less than 10 meters. It's foggy. Watch out, there's an iceberg ahead. Hurry, turn. Bang! Roman, turn right. Usopp, Sanji, grab some tools and check the cabin. If there's any leakage, fix it quickly. Luffy, move the mainsail to catch the wind from the port side. You two, go take care of the. Everyone was being directed by Nami, even the two passengers weren't exempt. Except for Zoro, who was sleeping against the ship's railing. Not even the thunder and lightning, wind and rain, or Nami's kicks could wake him up. In the end, she had to give up on him. Come on, everyone, eat while you work. With Sanji joining in, various foods that could quickly replenish energy were continuously made, providing the crew with the stamina they needed. However, Luffy, stop grabbing food while you work. I want some too. Of course, mysterious Miss Wednesday. I want some too. Don't you have hands? Do you want me to feed you? The weather changes so fast. With the sudden gusts of wind, waves several times higher than the Going Merry suddenly attacked, making Nami struggle to cope. Luffy, take down the sails. Damn, the compass is off again. Roman, turn right. Facing various harsh conditions while needing to quickly adjust the ship's course, Nami couldn't help but miss the times when Roman was normal. He could always use his devil fruit ability to resolve crises. No, she shook her head hard, shaking off this weak thought. Nami, you are the navigator of this ship. If you rely on others for your job, what kind of partner are you? Quick, quick, everyone move. Boom! Under the lighthouse at Twin Capes, the old man Crocus punched, turning half of Roman's head into flying pieces of paper. Focus? Getting distracted in a fight, are you looking down on me? Facing the stern Crocus, the closed-eyed Roman bowed and apologized. Sorry, it seems there was some chaos on my main body side just now, so, are you going back? Facing the old man's question, the always closed-eyed Roman shook his head. No need, I trust Luffy and Nami. Then let's continue. After getting in touch with him, Crocus found that the boy named Roman was eager to improve his strength, seemingly not for himself. Judging by the way he unintentionally showed his knowledge of many major forces and secrets in the new world, this kid's background was definitely very impressive. If he hadn't boarded the Straw Hat ship, he should have had plenty of time to steadily improve his strength. Instead of using various secrets to exchange for haki training like now. Unfortunately, learning through a puppet could never compare to the real body. Who knows how much this kid could actually learn? Your understanding of armament haki is too poor. Experts in armament haki are usually close combat masters who have complete confidence in their bodies. Although your martial arts are good, you rely more on external defenses rather than fully investing your mind into your muscles. Facing Crocus's words, Roman felt wronged. He could now face blades and axes without blinking, and as for being afraid of getting hurt, Charlotte Cracker from Big Mom's crew, who always hides in biscuit puppets created by his ability, is afraid of even getting a shot. Am I not tougher than him? Roman was not convinced. You seem to know a lot. So tell me, how old is Charlotte Cracker this year? That little guy is 43 this year. What about you? All right. With your talent, you could catch up to him in armament haki in 20 years. But Roman didn't even have 20 years, not even 2 years. 2 months. All right, let's continue. Since armament haki wasn't his strong suit, he decided to develop observation haki first. Dash. Ku. The sea was calm, and seagulls flew across the sky. On the Going Merry, Zoro stretched and stood up. I had a good sleep. Looking around, he saw Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and others lying all over the place. Hey, no matter how good the weather is, you shouldn't be slacking off like this, right? Are we following the route? The few exhausted people on the deck didn't even have the strength to curse. Who knew how Zoro managed to sleep soundly through the thunderstorm and rough seas? Even pigs didn't sleep as soundly as he did. Zoro looked at the equally exhausted Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, and belatedly frowned. Why are these two on our ship? You're too slow. We're heading to their town now. This was Luffy, the only one not lying down at the bow, showing no signs of fatigue. His endurance was truly remarkable. We have no obligation to take them home. Luffy chuckled at Zoro's words. Yeah, we don't. All right, you're the captain, you decide. But Zoro squatted down, looking at Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday on the ground, and rubbed his chin with a wicked smile. Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, right. Your names remind me of something interesting. What could it be? Bang! But before Zoro could intimidate the two hitchhikers, Nami punched him on the back of the head. We're all busy, and you're the only one sleeping soundly. Huh. Turning around, Zoro's face darkened, veins popping on his forehead. Zoro was angry. Bang, 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 bang. Holding his head, covered in bumps, Zoro sat on the deck, dazed and confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Zoro was silent. Anyway, we've experienced the terror of the Grand Line. Nami stood at the helm, facing everyone, with Roman beside her, his face expressionless from being inactive for so long. Fortunately, it didn't affect carrying out Nami's orders. My previous navigation skills are completely useless here, that's for sure. Hey, don't get discouraged. Facing Usopp's concern, Nami smiled confidently. Even so, we can still find a way forward. Look. Not far ahead, an island resembling a cactus loomed in and out of view. Round 1, we win. At that moment, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday simultaneously jumped onto the ship's railing, their movements so synchronized that one couldn't help but suspect they had rehearsed many times. Smack. X2. Thank you for bringing us back. See you again, darlings. They performed a 360-degree backflip into the water, without a splash. Perfect score. X2. Those two. Are they here just to be funny? Forget them, let's go ashore. Nami raised the log pose on her wrist and explained to Luffy and Zoro. According to Roman, the log pose needs to store the magnetic field on an island before it can point to the next one. This time could be a few hours or a few days. So, if there are monsters on the island. Usopp looked pale. Guys, I have a can't go ashore disease. But as the Going Merry slowly approached. Welcome. Welcome, heroes of the sea. This is Welcome Town Whiskey Peak, brave men of the sea. Welcoming the Going Merry were not monsters or beasts, nor were there guns or cannons, but rather a dock full of enthusiastic people. They waved various flags, their faces beaming with warm smiles, cheering loudly to welcome Luffy and the others. Whoa 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 whoa. Indeed, pirates are the heroes of the sea. Facing the cheering crowd, Luffy and Usopp responded excitedly. Even Sanji was dazzled by the women in the crowd. Only Zoro sighed while covering his forehead, and Nami whispered the code in Roman's ear. In an instant, Roman, who had been in a daze, suddenly came to his senses, his eyes sharp as knives. Nami, this is. We've reached the first island on the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak, and you can see the situation around us. It's very unusual. Is it here? Roman rubbed his chin and nodded. I understand. You guys go play, I'll watch the ship. Chapter 45, Perilous Situation, Officers Attack. Under the bright moon, Whiskey Peak at night. The town was brightly lit, filled with laughter and joy. At that moment, I stood up coldly and said, Damn Sea King, don't you dare touch my companions. Usopp was bragging about his Cumbelt adventure that happened in some unknown time, sighing dramatically. Even I trembled a bit facing the giant Sea King, though it was from excitement. Thud. Oh, this swordsman has already drunk 10 people under the table. Ha. Oh, this lady has won 12 times already, she's a drinking goddess. More rice. Wow, the captain over here has eaten enough food for 20 people, the chef can't keep up. Oh, this guy is flirting with 20 ladies at the same time? Who are these people? Of course, they're just a bunch of freeloaders and fools. In the paper crane silently perched on the window, Roman's anger was burning fiercely. Eating and drinking for free, and even flirting? Come on, guys, use your brains. Even if you don't have street smarts, you should at least have some basic vigilance, right? Seriously. Forget it, Luffy is a lost cause, Roman had given up on him, Usopp is just an adventurer in his mind, and even Sanji seems to have been too well protected by the Baratai. Sigh, fine, let's just treat this as a lesson for them. On the empty Going Merry, a sigh came from a shadow near the cabin door. From any angle, it looked like a normal corner. But if you observed closely, you'd notice that the scenery didn't change with the angle. That's because paper dance, hanging picture. With the development of his devil fruit ability, Roman could now create skills that combined defense and concealment. He believed that with further development, paper invisibility and paper castle would be within reach. I'm tired. Asleep. As Luffy and the others ate and drank their fill and fell asleep, the mayor of this small town, a middle-aged man with golden curly hair holding a saxophone, came out and sang like a poet. Sweet dreams. Adventurers. The cactus rocks dancing under the moonlight. You are still so beautiful. The moonlight shone on the cactus-like hills behind the town, which, from a distance, looked like a dense array of spines. But if you looked closely, you'd see, they were actually tombstones. Pirates' tombstones. You really do sound like a poet, Mr. 8. Jumping down easily from the roof were the man named Mr. 9 and the girl named Miss Wednesday, who had previously boarded the Going Merry. What about those pirates? Facing their questions, the man with golden curly hair, Mr. 8, calmly replied. They've fallen asleep and will sleep until they reach hell. Phew, that little girl can really hold her liquor, huh? A nun removed her disguise, revealing exaggerated muscles. Mr. 8, they're just a few kids, why not just take them out at the dock? Why waste so much food? After all, we didn't expect Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday to bring back whale meat. Hey, we've tried really hard, X2. Ignoring the protests of the two, the man with golden curls, who appeared to be the mayor but was actually codenamed Mr. 8, took out a wanted poster with Luffy's signature goofy smile on it. Don't judge a person's strength by their appearance, Miss Monday. Look at this. 30 million berries. They all gasped. This kid was terrifying. Well, a pirate with a 30 million bounty was definitely a big fish at the entrance of the Grand Line. After all, in terms of bounty, the few of them as officers were only around 5 million each. Understand? Better safe than sorry. If we go head-on, we don't know how many casualties we'll suffer. But now, with just some drinks and food, we can easily get a ship and I advise you not to target the ship. A mocking voice interrupted the four's conversation. On the roof behind them, Zoro drew his newly bought sword, letting the cold moonlight shine on the icy blade. We still have a guard on our ship. If you disturb him, your Baroque works will be finished today. What? Weren't you drunk? How could I be? People emerged from the surrounding buildings, but unlike the cheerful civilians before, they were now all murderous. Facing the surprised crowd below, Zoro smiled. As a swordsman, how could I be controlled by alcohol? Facing the crowd below, who had collectively changed their expressions and drawn their weapons, Zoro stood up and smiled. I thought your name sounded familiar. Your Baroque works once tried to recruit me, but I refused. This style of male members using Mr. plus a number, and female members using Miss plus a day or date. As expected. Everyone here is a bounty hunter, ambushing those rookies who just entered the Grand Line. As Zoro finished speaking, the people below didn't hold back anymore. With the curly-haired man's order to take him down, bullets flew towards Zoro, and the battle officially began. These bounty hunters were ruthless and agile. Their equipment was quite good, but unfortunately, they met Zoro, who was just mowing them down, and this was Zoro testing his two new swords, Sandai Kaititsu and Yubashiri. Tisk, that guy Zoro, saying not to approach the ship. Making me sound like some man-eating monster. Isn't he just trying to hog all the experience? However, Roman had his own things to do since those small fry weren't bothering him. He could go find some elites worth his attention. Paper cranes glided silently through the night, bringing the entire town under surveillance. Under Roman's deliberate search, a few targets caught his eye. One was a pair of a man and a woman slowly approaching the town. The man wore a brown trench coat, looking like a rock singer with sunglasses. The woman was stylishly dressed, wearing a sleek hat and holding a parasol. Mr. 5, the bomb fruit user. Miss Valentine, the kilo fruit user. 2 weaklings with bounties around 10 million each. Honestly, their fruits were very similar to the abilities of Gladius from the Don Quixote family, but their strength was worlds apart. Forget about haki or martial arts, these two hadn't even properly developed their fruits, relying solely on their abilities to bully the weak. They weren't even as good as a little girl without a devil fruit. According to Roman's estimation, if they didn't have devil fruit abilities, they probably wouldn't even be able to beat the other animal duo. Above the town, circling coldly and watching the battle, were the vulture and the otter, the animal duo Roman mentioned. The otter, Mr. 13, wore a spotted outfit and sunglasses. The vulture, Miss Friday, wore a spotted hat and also had sunglasses. Yes, these two animals were also officers of Baroque works. Compared to the other officers who were half comedic and half combat capable, these two animals were actually the most reliable. They were ruthless and silent, pulling out weapons and getting straight to the point. As for the last party, on a giant turtle by the seaside not far away, a tall, intellectual beauty with long black hair, wearing a denim jacket, short skirt, and cowboy hat, stood with her arms crossed, seemingly resting with her eyes closed. However, Roman knew she was doing the same thing as him, spying, using her devil fruit ability to observe the battle. Nico Robin, an archaeologist from the island of O'Hara in the West Blue, and the last archaeologist from that place. If you ask why, it's because those scholars courted death by digging into the secrets of the world government. It was like a group of unarmed scholars trying to break into a military base, which was laughable. The result, of course, was being turned to ashes by cannon fire. The only survivor, Nico Robin, ended up with a bounty of 79 million berries. If she hadn't eaten the flower fruit as a child and been smart and resourceful, she would have been killed for the bounty long ago. Even so, she could only survive by relying on pirates who defied the world government. She was currently serving under Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and was also the direct leader of Baroque Works, codenamed Miss All Sunday, the highest-ranking officer. However, her relationship with Crocodile was purely one of mutual exploitation. As their goals drew closer, the day they turned on each other would come meaning she could be used. No, that's too dangerous. With Nico Robin's personality, if she sensed external interference, she would definitely choose to escape, or use Crocodile's power to eliminate the external force. For safety's sake, it's best not to contact her. So, in the few minutes Roman was thinking, Zoro had already soloed the entire Whiskey Peak town. Although these bounty hunters were quite strong, and the 4 officers could perform feats like breaking stones on their chests and running on walls, they were still no match for Zoro. If he hadn't been breaking in his new swords, the battle would have ended even faster. Well then. Standing up, Roman decided it was time to stretch his muscles. Once Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine reveal Vivi's true identity, who is now Miss Wednesday, I can test whether the idea of explosive tags is reliable. Chapter 46, Muddy Wall, Thieves' Ultimate Skill. Bro, big bro, have mercy, let us go. With bruised and swollen faces, Mr. 5 was crying and begging on his knees. If the ordinary members of Baroque Works saw their high-ranking officers in such a state, they might reconsider and leave this dead-end secret assassin organization. Beside him, Miss Valentine, also bruised and swollen, nodded frantically, crying internally. It was supposed to be a simple kill 1 to warn 100 mission, and they had easily dealt with the clueless Mr. 9 and Miss Monday. They were about to capture the undercover Mr. Adagaram, the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, and Miss Wednesday Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta, but then, a 3-sword-style swordsman and a straw hat-wearing kid messed everything up. With Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's bad tempers, they were ready to teach those two a lesson on the spot. After a few moves, they realized that the lesson was more comfortable for them to watch. They barely escaped. Luffy and Zoro didn't even give them a second glance, only to run into this self-proclaimed enthusiastic citizen, who cordially invited them to participate in a devil fruit development experiment. Originally, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine refused. "We are high-ranking officers of Baroque Works, you can't just invite us. At least offer more money." But the other guy's fists were too big. After the other guy generously said, "Show me what you've got," and a one-sided battle, or rather, a beating, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine eagerly cooperated with the experiment. "You guys are too weak, aren't you?" Roman looked at the two in front of him with an expression of pity for their misfortune and anger for their failure to improve. Such weak devil fruit users wouldn't even be found in East Blue, right? Mr. 5's bomb fruit only made him throw boogers. Was he trying to disgust the enemy to death? And the damage, even a point-blank explosion only left Luffy with a layer of dust, highly insulting but not damaging. And Miss Valentine, the Golden Lion's float fruit could keep dozens of islands floating thousands of meters in the air for years. Even if your kilo fruit is a lower-tier version, it shouldn't just change your weight a little, right? And the upper limit is only 10,000 kilograms, which even brick movers in the One Piece world could easily lift. You really can't use your abilities on my paper. Frantic head-shaking X2. Sigh, so useless, might as well kill you. No, big bro. X2. You're generous, please spare us X2. As expected of Baroque Works officers, their ability to adapt was impressive, and it explained how they survived until now. Devil fruit users like you are just taking up space. The bomb fruit and kilo fruit weren't originally trash fruits, but these two turned them into trash. Facing Roman's words, the prostrate Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine dared not speak out. After being mercilessly beaten barehanded, they had completely lost the courage to resist, and the other guy hadn't even used his devil fruit ability in the fight? What's the point of playing? It seems you both only have body transformation type Paramecia devil fruits. Devil fruits are divided into 3 main categories: Zoan, Logia, and Paramecia. Among Paramecia, if further divided, there are superpower types, like the Tremor fruit, Barrier fruit, Slow fruit, and so on, which don't change the user but grant a superpower. Next are the abilities based on body modification, for example, the Smooth fruit, the Weapon fruit, the Scissors fruit. These fruits obviously change the eater's physical appearance and also grant abilities based on those changes. Then there are the body transformation types. The most typical examples are Luffy's rubber fruit, the spring fruit, the diamond fruit, and Buggy should also be considered in this category. Their appearance doesn't change, but their internal constitution transforms into a certain type of material. The 4th type is the creation type, for example, the biscuit fruit, the string fruit, the wax fruit. The eaters of these fruits are no different from normal people, but they can produce the corresponding substances of these fruits. And these substances do not disappear because of seawater or sea stone. The 5th type is the special category, like Roman's, which can both produce paper and transform himself into paper. However, although it seems comprehensive, the fruit's potential still depends on personal development and individual strength. By the way, Katakuri's Machi fruit is also a special Paramecia type. Hey, you two losers, you're both body transformation type Paramecia. Wait. Roman narrowed his eyes, making Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine shiver, feeling that something bad was about to happen. Think about it differently. Since you're both body transformation type users, it means your flesh and blood have explosive and weight-changing functions. With Roman's expression suggesting he was ready to dissect them, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine grew increasingly desperate. They couldn't win, and they couldn't run away. It's over. Clang. A thick piece of paper appeared in Roman's hand, which he then handed to Mr. 5. With a pale face, Mr. 5 heard Roman's calm voice. Come on, smear your blood on it. Spare me, spare me. Blood, just blood. Mr. 5, who had instinctively begged for mercy, looked up with an incredulous expression on his bruised face. What else? Do you want to smear your brains on it? No, no, I'll do it. Taking out a small knife, Mr. 5 slashed his wrist, letting the blood gush onto the white paper, making Roman raise an eyebrow. Tisk, 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 blood is cheap, huh? Well, it really is cheap. Here. Roman produced another thick piece of white paper and handed it to Miss Valentine. I'm always fair, you smear your blood on it too. Speechless, Miss Valentine took the white paper. She didn't have the courage to slash her wrist like Mr. 5, so she could only cut her finger and squeeze the blood onto the white paper bit by bit. Boom, just as I thought. Facing the explosion caused by the explosive tags he had just thrown, Roman first nodded in satisfaction, then frowned. Mr. 5, your explosion is too weak, only good for clearing small fry. We're just small fry, sorry about that? Mr. 5, with a pale face, wanted to cry but couldn't. Damn it, if only he had focused on developing his fruit abilities earlier. Forget it, thinking about it carefully. 10 billion explosive tags. I can't afford that. Besides, unlike the world of Naruto where high attack and low defense are common, in the world of pirates, there are tanks everywhere, and fighting for days and nights is no big deal. Broken bones, massive bleeding, losing limbs are just minor injuries. Wrap it with bandages and tape, and they can fight for another 300 rounds? Explosions? Cannonballs? What a joke, can those things kill anyone? Aren't they just for background effects? Alright, you can go. Roman waved his hand, letting the pale-faced Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine get up and leave quickly, as if they had been granted amnesty. Roman. Nami looked at the figure walking out of the shadows, tears of joy streaming down her face. Why are you so emotional seeing me? No, Roman. Silent tears fell down Nami's face, unable to express her pain. Do you know, we just entered the Grand Line, and we're already being hunted by the 7 warlords you mentioned. I'm sorry. The blue-haired girl who had removed her disguise, Miss Wednesday, no, she should be called Nefertari Vivi, kept bowing and apologizing to Nami. It's all my fault. If you don't mind, I personally have 500,000 berries. Well, it seems Crocodile will soon receive the news. With Roman's ability, he could have easily taken out the animal duo, the otter Mr. 13 and the vulture Miss Friday, who were reporting the news. But, what's the point? As long as Luffy and Nami plan to help Vivi, they will inevitably face the enemy. In that case, it's better to let the overconfident Crocodile send some officers over for training. Well, let's talk about this later. Regarding the issue of provoking the 7 warlords, Luffy and Zoro didn't seem to care at all, even showing a hidden eagerness to fight. This made Roman fully understand what it means to be fearless like a newborn calf. This is really, forget it, it's exhausting. Here. Roman handed a thick book to Nami, and seeing her confused expression, he taught her step by step. Do you see this picture? Opening the book, the first page depicted an explosion, with a crimson center releasing a large amount of energy in 0.01 seconds, generating high temperatures and billowing black smoke. The red circles were expanding outward, vivid and lifelike. Then turn to the back, imagine the explosion scene you just saw. Tear out a blank page and throw it out. Under the curious eyes of Luffy, Zoro, and Vivi, Nami followed Roman's instructions, tore out a blank page, and threw it out. Then, boom, a violent explosion erupted from the paper, blowing the hair of the onlookers backward. This. Thinking that if she had thrown the paper in front of her, she would have been. Nami burst into tears again. I want to go home. I don't want to sail with these monsters. Not bad, this thing is useless to me. I'll give it to you for protection. Roman rubbed his chin. Although the explosion's power was nothing in the eyes of him, Luffy, and Zoro, it could still be used to deal with small fry. Let's call it, paper dance. Thieves' ultimate skill. Chapter 47, filling the gap in combat power, Robin appears. That's right, this is the ability of the explosion man you just encountered. Roman nodded, confirming Luffy, Nami, Zoro, and Vivi's guesses, as they stared in shock with their jaws dropped. Roman pointed to the book in Nami's hand and continued. This is scientifically based. As we all know, devil fruits change the life factors of the eater, which is DNA. Seeing the confused faces, Roman had to rephrase. Just think of it as changing the eater's physique, bloodline, or something like that. According to old Vegapunk's theory and practice, it's possible to extract the abilities from a devil fruit eater's life factors using technology to create artificial devil fruits, so based on this. Facing 4 faces that looked like they were in a high-level math class, Roman had to simplify again. Simply put, this book Thieves' ultimate skill is actually a part of my body that I separated using my ability. It has living characteristics and can provide nutrients and maintain the activity of the drawings made with the explosion man's blood inside the book. This way, the book provides energy through me, the explosion man's blood provides ability, and it attaches to the biological blank paper. This allows Nami to use that guy's ability. Did you understand? Yes. X4. Great. Seeing the 4 pairs of intelligent eyes, Roman gave up on further explanation. In short, just think of it as me drawing the ability and giving it to Nami to use. Got it. You understand nothing? But, Roman. Nami frowned. Although she didn't understand the principle, she noticed some key information. Since this book is essentially part of your body, won't it affect you? And when I use this book, it consumes your energy, right? Will it? Don't worry. Roman waved his hand. I just don't want to see you slacking off during battles. Although this book is something I made, the materials are just some fat and muscle from my body. Losing it won't affect me much. As for the consumption, don't mention it, such a weak ability won't consume much from me. However, this is just a temporary measure. Roman had already planned the next enhancement route, which he believed would greatly improve Nami's combat power. Relying on Nami's Climattact with its long wind-up time for battles was less effective than Roman's straightforward book. Besides, who knows where the materials for the Climattact are now? As for the flesh and blood used to make the book? What a joke, Trafalgar Law dared to use his heart as collateral and could still chat and laugh with an empty chest. Today, I'm cutting some fat and muscle to make a book is no problem at all. Alright, at least Nami has some self-defense now, but... Hanging the equipment Roman made on her waist, Nami still couldn't smile. This doesn't help with our current predicament at all. Roman, didn't you say those 7 warlords of the sea could destroy nations with a wave of their hand? Roman seriously stroked his chin. Destroying a country with a wave of the hand is a bit exaggerated, but destroying a city is still easy. See. Nami looked utterly hopeless. We don't stand a chance. Ahem, everyone. At this moment, the man with the codename Mr. 8, whose real name was Igaram, appeared carrying a few dummies. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, but there's still time. Let me take a direct route to draw away the pursuers, while Princess Vivi takes your ship on a regular route. Although it will pass through a few islands, it should be safer. Uncle, your disguise is too. Roman stepped forward and patted him, making the already injured Igaram smile wryly. It was indeed a plan, using bait to draw fire and letting the princess quietly return to her country. But, Roman discreetly glanced at the nearby wall. There was a rotating eyeball, and not far away, an ear, dazzling, ear-opening. That was Robin's Hana no Mi ability, which meant everything they did was under the control of that intellectual beauty. Princess Vivi, I'm leaving, please take care. You too. Entrusting the princess to a group of pirates they had just met, who were even enemies half an hour ago, was a helpless move. But someone like Luffy could easily win people's trust, as if he was born to see through a person's true nature. Ha ha ha, that uncle is really interesting. Facing the ship carrying a few dummies and Igaram sailing away, Luffy's cheerful smile remained unchanged. Yeah, I've always trusted him. Let's go, we. Just as Luffy and the others turned around, a loud explosion suddenly came from afar. Boom! They turned back abruptly, only to see a sea of fire. The ship that had just left had disappeared in the flames and the ocean? How is this possible? Vivi stared in shock at the scene before her. That was someone who had accompanied her growing up, like family. No, how could the pursuers arrive so quickly? You're wrong, princess. Roman lowered his eyes, the pursuers had never left. However, Roman looked at the captain sinking into the flames. Even if Robin didn't save him, that uncle wouldn't die. When Roman patted his shoulder earlier, he had secretly covered him with a stack of paper. Although not as strong as the paper dance, iron armor on himself, it was enough to withstand an explosion. In the explosion, flames soared into the sky. Nami? Is the log pose ready? Faced with Luffy's shout, Nami was stunned for a moment before reacting. Yes, it's ready. Roman, Zoro, set sail. No problem, Captain. Nami, take that girl, let's go. With that, Luffy ran towards the nearby building where Usopp and Sanji were still lost in their dreams. Hehe, that's why. Luffy is always reliable at critical moments just now. Even Roman hadn't thought of the log pose, but the usually carefree Luffy mentioned it first. Vivi, hurry up, if we're discovered. Nami ran towards the blue-haired girl staring blankly at the flames on the sea, but the expression on her face made Nami stop. Regret, helplessness, blood flowing from her tightly bitten lips. Just like the old Nami? Smack. Nami pulled her into a hug, not knowing what to say, she just patted her shoulder. Don't worry, we'll get you to Alabasta. Hurry, set sail. As Zoro raised the anchor, Roman hoisted the sails and turned the helm, and Luffy came running, dragging Usopp by the nose and Sanji by the leg. He looked speechless. These two guys, how can they still be sleeping at a time like this? No, they look more like they passed out, right? Seeing Usopp and Sanji being dragged along, faces covered in blood and eyes rolled back, Roman twitched his lips. Oh well, as long as they're not dead. With Nami, the blue-haired princess named Vivi, and her Mount Karu, a rideable land duck, all aboard, the Going Merry slowly left the dock, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, by everyone, it was just Nami and Vivi. As for the others, hey, why are we setting sail in such a hurry? So many beauties. I mean, such a nice town. Yeah, aren't we pirates? It's okay to take it easy, it's not even dawn yet. Facing the loud protests from Sanji and Usopp, Zoro sighed with his arms crossed. Someone explain it to them. Bang, explained. Seeing Sanji and Usopp's heads smashed into the deck, Vivi, witnessing the Straw Hat Pirate's style of explanation for the first time, didn't know what expression to make. Nice, she's already able to use the thief's extreme art so easily. Roman nodded. The second page of that book depicted the ability of Miss Valentine's kilo fruit, which allowed the book's weight to change between 1 kilogram and 10,000 kilograms. Although not very useful, it was quite handy for making certain crew members shut up, physically. It's getting foggy, be careful. Dawn is almost here. As everyone focused on sailing, a mature and intellectual voice interrupted. It's great to escape from the pursuers. This ship is nice. Clang. Who? You are? The crew turned around to see, sitting on the second floor railing of the ship, a mature woman with long legs crossed, wearing a cowboy hat, vest, leather skirt, and high boots. She rested her chin on one hand, looking at the crew with interest. How are you here? The only one who recognized her, Vivi, trembled as she looked at the newcomer. Miss All-Sunday. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Unpredictable allies and enemies, causes, and consequences. Who is she? Facing the tense Vivi, Nami asked the girl beside her while staying on guard. She is Miss All-Sunday, the one who usually gives orders to all the Baroque Works members. Her partner is Mr. Zero, the mastermind behind the Alabaster Rebellion, Crocodile. Vivi quickly explained the identity of the woman, adding cautiously. We followed her to discover the identity of the Baroque Works boss. To be precise, facing the entire Straw Hat Pirates, the mysterious and intellectual cowgirl calmly sat on the corridor railing. I let you follow me on purpose. What? Luffy said confidently, so she's a good person. Did you also tell the boss about our identities? Vivi questioned, and the woman responded with a faint smile, confirming it. What? Luffy said angrily, so she's a bad person. It's rare for Luffy to be so confused. But it's understandable this woman, codenamed Miss All-Sunday, real name Nico Robin, is a complex character who walks the line between good and evil, with a deeply conflicted heart. What is your goal? Facing the wary and fearful Vivi, the woman continued to rest her chin on her hand, tilting her head as she observed the group below. Well, I saw you were serious, so I couldn't help but give you a hand. Like a cat playing with a mouse. Princess, you don't naively think you can fight against Baroque Works, do you? Click. Pull. Clang. Rustle. Nami opened the book Thieves' ultimate skill, Zoro drew his katana, while Sanji and Usopp rushed to the second floor, aiming a gun and a slingshot at Miss All-Sunday. Don't point such. Facing the imminent danger, the intellectual cowgirl calmly closed her eyes. Dangerous things at me. Crash. In an instant, Sanji and Usopp were thrown from the second floor as if an invisible enemy had tossed them out. Smack. Zoro's sword and Nami's book were also knocked away by someone. Yet, there were no visible enemies around them. What? A devil fruit user. Thanks to Luffy and Roman, the Straw Hat Pirates' first reaction to unknown attacks was to assume the opponent was a devil fruit user. The second reaction was to look at Luffy and Roman. What kind of ability is this? Be careful. Facing the tense Straw Hat Pirates, the woman sitting on the railing calmly spread her hands. Relax. I haven't received any orders to eliminate you, so we have no reason to fight. As she spoke, she beckoned with her finger, and Luffy's straw hat flew towards her. Give me back my hat. You want to fight, don't you? Facing the furious Luffy, Miss All-Sunday calmly placed the straw hat on her own head. Great, if you dare to wear Luffy's straw hat, then you're part of the Straw Hat Pirates. Roman, holding the ship's helm, was openly slacking off with such thick fog. If he didn't carefully control the ship, they might crash into something, a perfect excuse for idling. You guys are really unlucky to have picked up a stranded princess. And the princess is also unlucky to have only a group of pirates to protect her. And even more unfortunate, the intellectual beauty pressed the straw hat on her head, the direction your log pose is pointing to. The name of that island is Little Garden, and I'm afraid you will be wiped out without me lifting a finger. Impossible, idiot? Give me back my hat, you jerk. Are you a child? Facing the noisy Luffy, everyone else was sweating. The originally tense atmosphere was completely gone, leaving only speechlessness. With a flick, the woman sitting on the armrest sent the straw hat spinning back onto Luffy's head. At the same time, she tossed a log pose to Vivi. Anyone can shout and bluff from a distance, but knowing it's impossible and still charging forward, that's foolish. This is a eternal pose. An eternal pose is a log pose that always points to one destination and doesn't change due to magnetic fields. This pose points to a small island near Alabasta. It's a route that no one, not even the boss, knows. Why are you giving us this? This was Vivi's cautious question. What, is that person a good guy? This was Nami trusting her intuition. This looks like a trap, doesn't it? This was Zoro's calm analysis. So, what are you going to do? Snap. Just as Vivi was hesitating, a long arm reached out and grabbed the eternal pose from her hand, then squeezed it hard. Crack. It shattered. Bang. Nami's flying kick. Are you an idiot? It's rare for someone to give us a safe route. Why did you? The direction this ship sails, Luffy said angrily, looking at the mysterious intellectual beauty, doesn't need you to decide. All right, you're the captain. Nami shrugged, her anger disappearing. She was used to it. Is that so? Facing Luffy's straightforward refusal, the woman codenamed Miss All-Sunday stood up, ready to leave. I don't dislike people with courage. If you survive, we'll meet again. With that, she gracefully leaped into the nearby sea, landing on a giant turtle ship. The turtle immediately carried the mysterious beauty away. So, what was she here for? A confused Vivi sat down on the deck. She was undoubtedly the most nervous just now. On one hand, the woman codenamed Miss All Sunday was undoubtedly a master. On the other hand, if Luffy's group chose to hand her over, I'm sorry, if I stay, the assassins from Baroque Works. Alright, Nami patted her shoulder and pulled her up. At this point, saying that doesn't matter. We're all on the same pirate ship now, aren't we? And look at them, do they seem to care? Nami pointed at Luffy, who was shouting I'm hungry, and I do know a bit about that Miss All Sunday, Roman said as the figure disappeared into the distance. Although spoilers are generally hated, when it concerns thousands of lives, any rational person would want full disclosure. Nico Robin, born on the archaeological island of O'Hara in the West Blue, was the only survivor of O'Hara at the age of 8 with a bounty of 79 million. She has the flower fruit ability, which allows her to make any part of her body bloom like a flower on any tangible object within her line of sight for attacks or other uses. 79 million. Nami was stunned, that's like 4 Arlongs. Luckily, she didn't intend to attack. Who's Arlong? Is he strong? Since the battle was over when they arrived, Sanji and Luffy didn't know Arlong's strength, but Arlong's bounty is 20 million, and you fought Krieg, who had a bounty of 17 million. What? Nearly 5 Kriegs. Sanji was so shocked that his cigarette fell to the ground. He was terrified, realizing he had pointed a gun at such a powerful person. Calm down, everyone. Roman's calm voice drew everyone's attention to him. You should have noticed by now, if she were truly an enemy, she would have used her abilities to take us down instantly when we first met her. But Roman, didn't you know? That's why I didn't speak earlier, because her behavior was suspicious. But I can guess the reason. Roman decided to reveal some secrets. Nico Robin and her boss, Crocodile, who has been causing the civil war in Alabasta, are already at odds and are about to break up. The reason is, Nico Robin only wants to uncover history, while Crocodile wants to use history to find the ancient weapon Pluton, which is said to be able to destroy an island with a single shot. Chapter 49, Crocodile, vast difference in strength. Ancient weapon, Pluton. Known as the most dangerous battleship in shipbuilding history, built by the city of Water 7, it can destroy an island with a single shot. It is now hidden somewhere in the world, and only Nico Robin, who can read the poneglyphs, knows its location. Roman glanced at the blue-haired Princess Vivi. And that so-called poneglyph is buried in the royal tomb of Vivi's family. Don't ask me how I know. Roman waved his hand to stop the impending questions. I can only say that these are facts, not stories or fairy tales. Currently, Crocodile is publicly known as the hero of Alabasta, actively eliminating pirates and protecting civilians. But in reality, all of this is just preparation for his coup. On one hand, he wins people's hearts as a hero, and on the other, he uses his sand fruit ability to create sandstorms everywhere, causing years of drought in Alabasta. At the same time, he stirs up conflict between the king and the rebels, making them fight each other. I'm sure when the time is right, he'll come out and eliminate the tyrannical royal army, saving the people from their suffering. My father is not like that. You don't need to explain to me, Roman interrupted Vivi. You should think about how to explain it to the people, although it's destined to be a futile effort. Devil fruits are like a dimensional attack against ordinary people. And under the double blow of drought and hunger, whether the people have the patience to listen to explanations is a big question. So, Nico Robin and Crocodile are in a cooperative relationship. Essentially, Nico Robin is just a simple archaeologist. She may not be a good person, but she's not too bad either. So, when facing her boss, Crocodile, causing chaos in Alabasta and ruining countless lives, she's very conflicted. That's why this beautiful woman came to warn and give us a pointer. Then why doesn't she just take out Crocodile? Zoro, with his 3 swords at his waist, asked. After having his weapon easily knocked away by her, he remained in a vigilant stance, ready to draw his swords at any moment. According to you, Roman, Nico Robin has a bounty of 79 million, while her boss Crocodile has a bounty of 80 million. Their strengths seem very close, don't they? No, quite the opposite. Roman shook his head. In fact, he's been racking his brain lately. Just thinking about the upcoming fight with Crocodile makes Roman wish he could train twice as hard. If there were a hyperbolic time chamber, he'd train in there for at least 10 years before coming out. Nico Robin's bounty of 79 million is because her knowledge violated the world government's secrets. Her strength, considering the special nature of her devil fruit ability, at first glance, it's at most 50 million. And once you understand the characteristics of the flower fruit, her combat power is about 30 million. Of course, this is just Roman's estimate. On the other hand, Crocodile's so-called 80 million bounty is from a long time ago. After he did several big things in the New World, he accepted the world government's offer. So his bounty hasn't increased. In my estimation. Although Roman couldn't see his own face, he believed his expression was very grim. Even Luffy had a serious look on his face. Crocodile's strength should be in the hundreds of millions. Whether it's 200 million or 900 million is hard to say. After all, he was once on par with Barrett and later fought Whitebeard. Roman can only hope that when he lost to Whitebeard, he also lost his ambition, hacky skills, and battle IQ, otherwise, game over with laughter? Honestly, I can't even think of a way we can beat him. Roman, it's not about whether we can win. Facing Roman's harsh truth, Luffy pressed down his straw hat, his expression serious and his tone earnest. It's about the fact that we have to go. Alright, I respect your decision, Captain. After staring at Luffy for a few seconds, Roman finally nodded. No matter how much he exaggerated Crocodile's power, Luffy would never back down. Just like Zoro facing Mihawk, even if he couldn't win, he would never retreat. But Crocodile wasn't like Mihawk, who liked to mentor juniors. He was a confident and ruthless guy, full of cunning and wisdom. Forget about defeating him, even escaping from him seemed unlikely. Could they really rely on Luffy's dumb luck and plot armor? Absolutely not. Roman lowered his eyes, the light in them disappearing as he entered idle mode again. After a moment of silence on the deck, Sanji. I'm starving. Alright, I'll cook. As the sun gradually rose, Vivi, now wearing a normal women's shirt, began explaining the weather of the Grand Line. But when she turned around, guys, want to try my special drink? Yes, X3. Quack. Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and even Vivi's mount, Karu, raised their hands, making the young princess, who had just listened to Roman's words, feel her blood pressure rise. Is this really okay? Facing Vivi's question, Nami handed her a drink, a cold beverage made from the oranges planted on the rear deck of the Going Merry. The oranges were transplanted from Nami's home. They not only adjusted the taste but also prevented scurvy. If there's an emergency, they'll get serious right away. But I'm still a bit worried. Watching Luffy and the others gathered on the deck, discussing making fishing rods and fishing, Vivi was infected by their cheerful atmosphere, and her serious expression gradually softened. On this ship, watching the happy crew, and Roman slowly turning into a zombie while idling at the helm, Nami smiled. All worries will disappear. Well, but that guy, Roman. Don't worry, Roman is always like this. Nami walked towards the helm with her drink, talking as she went. Before a battle, he always exaggerates everything seriously, but once in the fight, he's very reliable. I trust him. Saying this, Nami had already reached the zombie Roman and handed the drink to his mouth. Drink. Gulp, gulp. Is this the trust between companions? Watching the Straw Hat Pirates sail towards strong enemies as usual, the blue-haired girl named Vivi couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. There it is. As time passed, an island appeared in everyone's view. That's our next stop, an island called Little Garden. I'm a bit worried about what Miss Allsunday said. Facing Vivi's caution, the others didn't think so. Our food is running low, we need to gather supplies here. This was Sanji's practical approach. Adventure, adventure. I smell adventure. This is the impatient Luffy. Great, I'll go stretch my muscles too. This is Zoro, who took another nap. Speaking of which, because Roman has been AFK for a while, everyone's training has unknowingly stopped. Just as the Straw Hat crew was about to step into Little Garden, at Twin Cape, 2 islands away. No. Facing another easy defeat of Roman, the old man named Crocus shook his head in disappointment. You can't learn armament haki like this. Armament haki is forged from the indomitable spirit of fighting against countless enemies stronger than oneself. It's the invincible fighting will tempered through battles with beasts, humans, and natural disasters. With this burning spirit, you can unleash the power to shatter mountains with your fists, cut the sea with your sword, and become as strong as steel. This comes from the most fundamental soul belief, the purest life force. I understand the theory, Crocus-senpai. As the distance grew, the White Knight Roman left behind was about to lose its form. But the biggest difference between humans and animals is the ability to learn. Haki trained through systematic learning will never lose to primitive monkeys who know nothing. You have no objections to that, right? If you always take shortcuts. Power is power, no matter how it's obtained, it's real. Must one go through life and death trials to be considered strong? Enel from Skypiea would have something to say about that. If it weren't for Luffy's devil fruit being his natural enemy, his billions of strength wouldn't be diminished at all. Even without armament haki, he is still a formidable force. However, the paper fruit is not the rumble fruit, and Roman is not Enel. The future looks bleak, Crocus-senpai. I don't understand why a newcomer to the Grand Line like you is in such a hurry. Facing the old ship doctor's question, Roman smiled wryly. My captain is about to face one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, so I can't afford to be slow. Cough, 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 cough. What did you say? Facing the anxious Crocus, the gradually dissipating Roman waved his hand. Goodbye, senpai. Maybe soon, you'll see the news in the papers. Either the Straw Hat crew defeats Crocodile, or Crocodile obtains the ancient weapon. In any case, it will be today's big news. I just don't know if I'll still be around by then. Chapter 50, Blue Ogre, Red Ogre, Shadows Stirring. On the Grand Line, on an island called Little Garden. This is a tropical jungle island, with towering trees and continuous beast roars, a scene full of hidden dangers. Well, I'll go for a walk with Luffy to relax. Seeing everyone eagerly preparing for an outing, Vivi also gathered her spirits to take a walk. That's too dangerous. Facing Nami's concern, Vivi pointed to her mount, Fast Runner. It's okay, it will protect me. Hey, your duck is already too scared to make a sound. But in the end, this land duck still happily carried Vivi and Luffy on an adventure. And as Sanji was about to leave, he said to Zoro, bring back some food while you're at it. For these little experts, lions and tigers are just standard ingredients. Alright, I'll bring back some prey you can't handle. Sanji raised an eyebrow at Zoro's casual remark and jumped off the Going Merry. Are you saying you can catch bigger prey than me? Yeah, it seems you have some self-awareness. What do you mean, you moss-headed idiot? Huh? What did you say, curly-browed pervert cook? Clang, clang, clang. With legs on swords, the two bickered and competed as they walked away. All right, let's see who wins. Who's afraid of who? In the blink of an eye, only Nami and Usopp were left on the Going Merry, both in tears. Why are they all like this? Nami, I understand you. Facing Usopp's comfort, Nami just moved aside. Hey, am I that unreliable? Well, at least we still have Roman. But when they turned around, they saw Roman staring blankly at the sky, eyes unfocused, looking completely lost. It's over, I want to go home. Hey, how can a man of the sea be so scared? Sorry, I'm not a man of the sea. Nami waved her hand helplessly, and your legs are shaking so fast, I'm seeing after images. Crash. As the two friends were teasing each other, the jungle beside the Going Merry suddenly parted, revealing a helmeted face with a big bushy beard, looking quite comical. Of course, the fact that this face was bigger than the Going Merry itself ruined the atmosphere. A giant. We're going to be eaten. Nami and Usopp, left on the ship, were so shocked they rolled their eyes and pretended to be dead. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since we've had guests. With a thunderous voice, the giant, who stood up as tall as a dozen-story building, laughed heartily. Do you have any wine, little ones? If you have wine, I'll trade you meat. Ha ha ha. Even sitting down, the giant with the bushy beard was as tall as a building, and he enthusiastically handed a house-sized chunk of meat to Nami and Usopp. But they couldn't eat it all. Hey, Nami, did you see those human bones over there? Yeah, I saw them. Beside the three of them was a pile of human bones. If Roman wasn't zoning out, he would definitely sigh. So many skeletons. Mr. Giant. Seeing that the giant didn't seem to have any intention of making her a dessert, Nami bravely asked. How long does it take for this island to store a record? A year. Faced with the giant's serious answer, Nami and Usopp instantly burst into tears. As for Roman beside them, he was still in idle mode. Because on the Going Merry, a new White Knight version of Roman was checking the harvest of this period. Gahahaha. On the other side of the island, Luffy was unceremoniously devouring a huge piece of meat in response to the invitation of another giant with a beard down to his waist. Tastes good, Mr. Giant. Gahahaha, I'll accept your bento, though it's a bit small. This is food carefully prepared by my companion. If you dare say it's bad, I'll beat you up. Gahahaha, it's delicious. Watching Luffy and the long-bearded giant genuinely chatting and laughing, Vivi was in awe, sweating profusely. They got along so quickly. Mr. Giant, why are you here alone? Luffy asked casually while gnawing on the house-sized piece of meat. Don't you have a village? I do. The long-bearded giant patted his knee. It's a place called Elbaf, somewhere on the Grand Line. But we have a rule in our village. If you have a conflict with someone and neither side will back down, you resolve it with a duel. The great god of Elbaf will protect the victor. Simple, brutal, but very effective. All conflicts in the world can ultimately be resolved with violence. Whether that violence is fists, swords, or guns. If you can't eliminate the conflict, eliminate the people causing it. I also had a dispute with someone, and this island is our dueling ground. But it's been 100 years, the long-bearded giant laughed up at the sky, and we still haven't decided a winner. Gahahaha. Pohahaha. On the other side, the bearded giant Nami and Usopp encountered was also laughing up at the sky. He's a formidable opponent. We've fought 73,465 times. It's a draw. That's amazing. Although Nami didn't understand the giant's meaningless behavior of fighting for 100 years, Usopp beside her had sparkling eyes, as if he had met an idol. That's right, I want to be a man like that. What? You want to be a giant? While they were talking, Roman's body was mechanically devouring the house-sized piece of meat in front of him. Meanwhile, his consciousness. Sigh, how can we win? On the Going Merry, the White Knight version of Roman rubbed his temples. The table in front of him was filled with various draft plans, all things he had devised to deal with the upcoming situation. But a clever housewife can't cook without rice. A famous general can't fight empty-handed. With the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates, facing a pirate worth over 100 million now, what other possibility is there besides being instantly defeated? None. Although Luffy defeated Crocodile by exploiting his fear of water. But is that really reliable? Crocodile, also known as Crocodile, clearly has the ability to instantly drain all the water from someone, and can even turn buildings into sand in a second. How much water, or what kind of timing would it take to catch him off guard? Forget it, I can't figure it out. Devil fruits are not something to be explained scientifically. Or maybe I can replicate Luffy's miracle, using water or even blood to defeat Crocodile? Speaking of which, it seems like Luffy and the others have been slacking off lately. Roman rubbed his chin. While he was training hard day and night, they were just playing around every day. No, as the saying goes, happiness is better when shared, so how can I, Roman, train and get stronger alone? It's your turn next, mwahahaha. Feel my pain? In the nearby jungle, two figures hidden in the bushes saw Roman's evil smile on the Going Merry and immediately crawled back cautiously. Miss Valentine, did you see that? The man in sunglasses and a brown trench coat was sweating profusely, as if he had seen a terrifying beast. Mr. 5, yes, that's the demon. The stylishly dressed woman didn't even care about her usual exaggerated laughter or how dirty she got from crawling on the ground. There's no mistake. The guard on that ship was the helpful citizen they encountered outside Whiskey Peak a few days ago. Not only did he beat them up, but he also bled and experimented on them, making the two Baroque Works officers think they were going to die there. It seems this guy is also part of the Straw Hat crew. We were careless. Who would have thought they had a puppet captain? How despicable. Luffy takes the blame as usual. What should we do? We're no match for this demon. Let's find Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. Mr. 5, who looked like a rock star, thought for a moment but couldn't swallow his anger. Unlike their 10 million bounty, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week had bounties over 30 million. They even hunted a great pirate with a 45 million bounty, so they should be able to help them get revenge.